Welcome to Firebird Motorsports Park, home to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright. We are getting ready for day number 2 out here at Firebird with some of the best in short course in the United States. Mark, yesterday laid the foundation for what is supposed to be an epic day of racing today. I mean, what were some of your takeaways from yesterday leading into today?
My takeaway from yesterday is what's going to be important for today is tire choice. We heard a lot of it. Everybody was happy with the track. Everybody loved the track conditions. But the big thing that I heard over and over again is that there were a lot of racers out there saying, I don't think I went out with the right tire choice. So I have a feeling if you run the same tire today, air pressures are going to be different, grooves are going to be different, tires are going to be different. I think today is going to come down to tire choice.
I think tire choice is definitely going to be key. We saw some dry conditions, but a very fast track. Yesterday we had some slight winds. Today, not so much. It is supposed to peak at about 95 degrees today. So definitely going to be a warm one out here in the Valley of the Sun. But, this morning temperatures are really, really nice. I think these youth racers this morning are going to have some great racing conditions, Mark.
Yeah, I think everybody here is going to be dealing with the heat as well. You know, you'll hear a lot of people say, I don't like the heat, I don't do this, I don't do the heat very well. But the reality is everybody out here are dealing with the exact same conditions. If it's muddy, your competition's dealing with it. If it's windy, your competition's dealing with it. If it's dusty, your competition is dealing with it. So I think that's going to be a cumulative effort for everybody to deal with the elements of today.
Well, and with that, you're hearing Mark and I talk, but we do have a third member of our team. Most would say probably the better one-third of our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone, standing by.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, it feels great to be back. And just to go a little bit further on what you guys were talking about, yes, tire change is going to be everything. We talked to some of the drivers who put a little bit too much tire pressure in there, and they're going to scale that back. And also, like Jim was talking about, the wind. Yesterday, we had about 25 mile per hour wind. Today, it's only going to peak about 5-6 miles per hour. So that is completely going to change the track. We've seen it before. A lot of the drivers thought that they were going to come in and that the track was going to be a little bit more tacky, a little bit more muddy, but the wind definitely dried it out. We were seeing some dust in the air that was hanging around. And now if you didn't have that first position, you were definitely going to get some of the dust from the other competition. But we're going to be here all day long. I'll be here all day long bringing you some great interviews from the top 3 drivers and the Max's Fast Lap Award later on today. But to get the thing started, we're going to invite Chaplain Steve Hansen with Racers for Christ to start our invocation for the day.
Thank you, Tiffany. Please bow with me as we pray. Father, again, we're just so blessed. We've been able to put 2 great days of racing in, qualifying and racing yesterday, and we just ask for another safe day of racing today, that we can just enjoy the opportunity we have out to come out here and race, and our friends, our family, and the memories that we get to make. We also just thank you for the safe racing down south of the border in San Felipe, that we didn't have any major injuries down there, and that we ask the same for today. But, Father, we also just pray for the men and women that protect our freedoms of this great country, and the decision makers, that your hand would be on them in both word and deed and all that they do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you are in the area of Firebird Motorsports Park, could you please stand for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you, everybody, for being here. Now, we keep talking about points as we head into round 8. This is where the championship can be won. This is exactly what you want. You want to get sure that you have as much points as possible heading into the last few rounds. Like I said, I'll be here all day long, but I'm going to head it back up to the booth right now to Jim and Mark.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, it is all about points. We are in that home stretch. The championship is within sight. It is going to be out here in April. Same place, same time in April. But today we've got round number 8, followed by those 2 rounds of racing to wrap things up. And today, Mark, points are going to be crucial. We've got a few different divisions. That points battle is heating up. I mean, we are almost in a full deadlock. I mean, what do you think the strategy is for a lot of these drivers today? Because we saw it and heard it on the podium yesterday. A lot of them are going, instead of just going all the way for the win, I've got to start thinking about getting those crucial points.
Yeah, that's for real. Some racers come out here to win for each event, but some of them come out here for the end goal, the championship. Some are very close. Some are in the lead right now, and they just got to play it safe, finish top 3 for the rest of the season, and they will secure the championship. There are only a handful of drivers out here that are ready to do that, but the rest of them, they got to play catch-up. They got to do their best performance here for the last few events, and that's exactly what happens if you do not get out front early in the season. You've got your work cut out here for you in the last, and that's exactly what we're going to see. So the last few rounds in racing are going to be exciting, to say the least. There are going to be people that are going to want to be up top, or at least pick up as many spaces as they can for those championship points.
Yeah, we've got some interesting storylines today, that's for sure. Obviously we've got those points chase, a lot of drivers that are accumulating points. And then we've got drivers that may come out and surprise us. I mean, we saw yesterday in Pro Side-by-Side, Connor Maxwell breaking through with that big victory, pretty much out of the points. But, you're going to have a driver like that with nothing to lose at this point. He's going to be gunning for those wins, wanting to finish the season strong. So I think all those storylines are all coming to fruition here. Round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It's been a long winter and spring, and I'm excited to see the way things play out today.
Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be an exciting day of racing no matter what. You can count on that. There's going to be a lot of bump going on here today. It was indeed a great victory for the entire 2X crew. We talk about things and people that have, their organization, and, they look at Connor Maxwell as their general, if you will, over there at the 2X crew, and they needed that victory. They needed their leader to put one down, and, he did it with classic style. He had to work to get up in the lead, but once he got there was no looking back. He ran an incredible race, and that was crazy because he said he detuned the engine almost 100 horsepower, and and I was in my mind going, I don't think that's going to work, but you know what he said? I promise you it's going to work. It worked. He come away with a victory yesterday.
Well, it definitely came away with a victory. Another one that stood out to me was the flawless race that our good friend Jason Weller had.
Oh.
Jason coming back to the SR1 said it's taken him a couple of rounds to figure things out, but Jason Weller was just absolutely flying out there. And, as that SR1 points battle is really tight right now, Jason Weller getting inserted into the mix and possibly being able to take victories away from some of these drivers that are fighting for those crucial points. I mean, yesterday, Jason Weller, he announced he has arrived.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the SR1 class, it is really hard to pick a winner out there. Like I was telling you yesterday, I don't think I would go to Vegas with anybody here at the SR1 class. The old man, Scott Webster, Paul O'Brien, Brandon Kilgore, in fact, the entire crew of the SR1. It can be anybody's day. But Jason Weller hit every mark. I didn't see not one mistake. Nobody could catch him.
Well, we've got all kinds of action out on track, and, one of the things, with us is we like to be able to capture that action, especially for everybody tuning in at home. And, one of the, best things about this is, our relationship with our friends at StarStream.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by StarStream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and date from anywhere on the planet.
My name is George Hamill with StarStream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like StarStream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer, and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With StarStream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the StarStream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Built to get more out of every mile, K&N's lineup of performance diesel products delivers the airflow, protection, and endurance diesel drivers demand. From performance air intakes, engine and cabin filters, to oil and fuel filters, engineered to unlock your diesel's potential, mile after mile. Built for the highway. Proven on long grades. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona and Firebird Motorsports Park, home to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'd like to welcome everybody tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app as we're getting this beautiful aerial view of this 1-mile track out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. That is turn number 1 into that very long backstretch, Mark.
Yeah, this is a great track here. It's fast this weekend. If you notice, we've got a lot of turns in here. This is the back straightaway as we come into turn 2. This is a very tough turn because just like turn 1, a lot of the traffic gets caught up right here, and this could make or break your position. You can see Kelvin right there on the tractor making sure it's perfect. This is what we call the ski jump coming down into turn 3.
Yeah, big flyway into this very tight hairpin corner. Lots of passing opportunities here. Looking at lots of outside insides. We'll see some drivers get up on the bike trying to take it a little bit too hot. Into this step up, which can also be a triple for some of the fastest classes.
Yeah, that step up, that's a make it or break it in this track as well, because if you come up short on that, you will definitely lose time, and it will upset the car, and you won't be able to set it up there in turn 4. But it's coming to drop down once again into turn 5 to a very critical turn 6.
Yeah, which brings us around into that final corner. You see a lot of drivers try and take the high line, carry their momentum out, because you make a mistake in this corner, it punishes you for that entire front stretch, which brings us to the big tabletop here in front of the grandstands and that checkered flag.
Yeah, that's very important to enter and exit turn 6 exactly correctly, because if you make a mistake entering turn 6, as you said, it's going to punish you down the front straightaway. If you make a mistake on the way you exit turn 6, you're going to have a hard time catching up the rest of the field if somebody peeks a nose in.
Well, and I think that's even more crucial in races like this first race we've got coming up, the 170 limited class. 170 limited, 170 production class. 170 production, I mean, it's all momentum-based. These young kids, a little bit down on horsepower compared to some of the larger 170s and youth side-by-side divisions. And so you start talking about, that final turn and carrying your momentum. I mean, this class, it's all about that. You make one little mistake in these cars, and it really hurts these kids. That's
100% correct. When I was announcing these in the beginning, I thought, man, it's good. It's arduous to sit here and watch the kids. It's, you just got to do it. I love the kids. I absolutely love them. But you really got to make sure you pay attention into what's going on out there when you're driving, because these cars, they can't power out of a corner. They can't set it in the corner with a strategy thinking, I'm going to enter this corner and I'm going to accelerate through it. You have to carry all that momentum of that car because you are down on power into the corner. So your line selection is absolutely imperative, because if you have to change your line mid-corner, you're going to scrub some speed and lose some time.
Oh, definitely going to scrub some speed and lose some time. As we're getting our first glimpses here of that 170 limited class, we're going to have quite a few drivers out on the grid. I believe 14 in total. So I know we're getting them all gridded up and stacked together, and going to unleash these little bumblebees out on the track.
Yeah, these kids, they're tough, man. You may think this is a class that is just an entry class. It's these kids are just getting their feet wet. No, these kids are hungry. You know what? I seriously think Because when you're young like this, there is way more emotion in their driving, if that makes any sense what I'm saying. You come out here to race, you practice, but these kids want to win. I mean, I have literally interviewed kids crying on the podium before because they are so passionate that they wanted to be on top of the box so bad. They might realize they made a mistake, or they might realize that the other kid just simply outdrove them. But either way, these kids are passionate. They want to win. They take their race weekend very seriously.
Which brings us to our points for the 170 production class, brought to you by R&R Racing. I mean, Mark, take us through this. I know the man of the hour yesterday was Grayson Gentry.
205 points. That is your man of the hour for sure, Grayson Gentry. The Creighton O'Connor, I'm not sure if he's here this weekend. I'm not sure. But he's tied right now with Grayson Gentry coming into it, so that means he was here this weekend, able to maintain those points. Ryan Jones, the newcomer, being up there now, if there's tied for first, that puts him firmly in second in the points chase, but that would put him in third because, again, we were talking about how close these point chases are. Grayson and Creighton right in the hunt for that championship. Jameson Olsen, in fourth. Rayleigh Lucas, great showing for her yesterday in fifth. Sixth place, Knox Penrod. Wyatt Dolgarian in seventh. Maverick Atterbury in eighth. Grayson Schuster rounding off nine. And Daxton Kilgore, your top 10 in points.
Yeah, I will mention, you said great showing for Rayleigh Lucas yesterday. I know finishing up on the podium yesterday kind of came out of nowhere. This is another one of those drivers really come on strong as of late. I think he can make a last few round charge at this points championship. Obviously a few back, but it's been very impressive as of late.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot to learn in off-road racing. You know, a lot of people think they can do this. They think they can buy a car and just come out here and start racing. There are so many elements that you have to learn in any form of racing. Once you learn how to drive your car, you have to learn how to articulate to your crew how you want your car set up. You have to learn what tire choice. You have to learn what PSI that you love driving your tires in. You have to learn how your car turns. There is so much. And you have to learn the psychology of off-road racing. Everything that I just said is very important. So the greatest thing in the world is watching these drivers come into their position, slide into what they love, and find their strong points.
Which brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid for the 170 production class. And as you had mentioned when we went through points, look at that. The front row are two drivers that are tied for points, sitting 1 and 2 in the points, also 1 and 2 for this race. Grayson Gentry and Creighton O'Connor.
Look at that list. Johnny Savino out there, great rider from yesterday. He's going to be out here with Sawyer Redden right next to them. Maverick Atterbury and Wyatt Dolgarian will end off the top 4 rows. And indeed, the battle is going to be up front for sure. Those two are going to battle it out.
Yeah, we got Knox Penrod, Daxton Kilgore, row number 5, Xander Kessler, Bryce Tomasi, row 6, Ryan Jones, and Paxton Lupino, rounding out our 14-car field. I know Grayson Schuster and Rayleigh Lucas was in there in I believe, row number 2 or 3. We missed those the first call by, so I want to give a shout-out to those young women.
Yeah, Tomasi and Jones out there having to start way in the back. Jones, as you saw right there in the points chase as well, running off the top 3. And he's probably going to get one of the top 3 if he stays consistent. But he's going to have to get a few positions if he wants to pick up some points for that championship chase. But another name back in the back there is Tomasi. Absolutely on fire at our last event at Glen Helen. And Tomasi finds himself in the back of the field, too, and is going to have to work his way through if he's going to pick up some of those valuable championship points.
All right, we've got our pace vehicle, bringing him around. Going to get everybody bunched up. Pace vehicle courtesy of 019, one of our amazing partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Big thanks to them for all that they've done for the series this year.
Yeah, 019 really stepped up their efforts out here, becoming very involved out here in CORR. Very happy to have them on board.
Great to see Ryan Jones back out here. I know he wasn't able to race yesterday, had some issues with the cars, but it looks like he is back out here on the grid. You're going to be looking for him to charge hard through this pack. He's in the middle of that points chase, and missing points yesterday conceivably could be our points leader. If
he gets up there to fight for the lead or even takes this one, it's definitely going to shake up the points chase for sure.
We're going to be looking for that pace vehicle to pull off at some point. Bringing him around. 019 pace vehicle. Waiting for it. And we are green flag racing here. This is 170 production.
Oh, wow. That's a crazy start. There were cars stepping out early. We got some cars tied up. Big pile up. Cars over on the roof. I have a feeling this is going to bring out the caution. And there it is, man. You can see one of our cars. That is the 167 car.
That was Maverick Atterbury, the 161.
Wow. 161, rather.
Looked like right off the start, there was a couple drivers cut over and just got into each other. That is the 414 of Knox Penrod. Looks like the front suspension broke on that.
Yeah, steering is having an issue, and he's sawing back and forth the wheel. Here's a replay.
All right, so off the start here, they're going 4 wide. 4 wide rarely works, and wow, that was one of the drivers just cut all the way over.
I do believe that's Creighton O'Connor there on the 2X.
Yeah, that was Creighton O'Connor, just steered left into the entire field, it looked like, and collected quite a few drivers.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if that was intentional or if he had a malfunction in the steering there.
You almost think the way that was just a hard left that the car must have broke or something.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's a pretty veteran driver out here. That's
Absolutely.
not a move he would normally make. You almost think the car broke and just caused that to happen.
Yeah, another thing that can happen, too, if these cars get close to each other and they rub literally at the axle points, everything's good. But if those two tires are still rubbing and they become out of alignment, the other one will push on the other, and there's nothing you can do. These kids can't steer it out of the way. It basically, once the car gets bumped onto something and gets steering, it will stay that way. So, if he barely turned in to try to protect that line and got caught up in the car next to him, it will tug you in. So doesn't have to be a malfunction. And I think that's probably what happened here. Here's the angle from the front. You see O'Connor on the outside, out there in the flood, comes back in just a little bit, but you'll see their tires touch. And here you go, the tire touch. And see right there, you start to see that momentum. It pushes the steering out. Yeah. I don't think there was a malfunction. I do believe that rub that I'm talking about, those tires rubbed, they connected, and it tugged the wheel over. Yeah. I don't think he could control that.
Yeah, it looked like he just veered over just a bit, and the minute they touched, you saw that tire just kick sideways and go left and collect the rest of the drivers. So.
Yeah, these don't have power steering, so there's no way he could have pulled out of that. I'm sure he was giving it everything he can because your intuition is to pull it the opposite direction. But I think once those tires connected, he couldn't do anything about it. I have a feeling there's nothing malicious there. Nothing at all.
Wow, so we are getting everybody gridded up here on the tarmac that they laid for some rallycross racing back here a couple years ago at Firebird Motorsports Park. We're getting everybody gridded up and going again. Yeah,
this is an unfortunate break for everybody else because of everybody else there that got collected in that. We're at least, I think, we're 3 cars down now. And unfortunately, that's going to spell a bad round 8 for those competitors that are out there. And if those competitors are looking to get some points here in the championship, that's an unfortunate incident for everybody out there.
Yes, we're going to get everything sorted out here. There's a lot to sort out.
Yeah.
This one, I think it's going to be a full restart when we go back. So no laps in the books. It'll be a full restart here. We'll see how many cars of our 14 are left on the grid. We've got our track officials trying to get everybody lined up in the proper positions for this restart.
Yeah, when the caution flies like that right there on the first lap, what ends up happening, the rest of the track slows down, so there's no way to develop a position. So there'll probably a full restack, full restart. Oh,
look at that flat tire there. That is
that's Grayson Gentry.
That is our points leader, Grayson Gentry, with the flat tire.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage to that car. You can see even the front when it hits a bump. So I don't know if Grayson's going to be able to return here for round 8. Let's see what they can do, though.
So he's going to pull in the hop pit possibly. Looks like the front is definitely out of alignment. There's something going on. But the bigger issue there is the left rear flat in the 208 of Grayson Gentry. Tough break for our points leader.
Yeah, that wheel's folded over. I mean, I've seen miracles happen, so let's see. But I can't help but see that passenger side right tire and the way it's turning. I can't help but wonder if there's something wrong with the front of that car. So I have a feeling even if he gets the rear tire on there, I'm not sure he's going to be very competitive. But let's see. Like I said, I've seen miracles happen out here in the pits. I don't see anybody rushing over there to get on Grayson Gentry, but I hope he does get back into it, and I would love to see our points leader back in the chase.
Yeah, it's a tough break for Grayson. You know, like you said, unless they can get that swapped out, it's going to be a tough road for him. Current points leader, you know, he's out there going, I got to score points. I got to score points.
Come on, Dad, let's go. Come on, Dad. That's exactly that emotion I was talking about just before the race start. You know, these kids, they may be small in stature, but they are not small in that desire to get it on top of the podium. You know, these kids come out here to race. They take their racing very seriously. Yeah, that's something to notice as well. You know, with a points tie like this, it's going to be a different thing in the championship points chase, because now if Grayson Gentry doesn't get out there or make the next curtain call,
I know, I'm just
that's pretty much handing the points lead to Creighton O'Connor. So twist of things out here that have happened, twist of events, and that's going to put some crazy things in point start.
Yeah, that is the 414 car there being hauled off. It's a tough break.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's bad news. So, yeah, we're total re-rack and restart. This thing will start all over. So, hopefully they can get Grayson Gentry's car back up at least to get back out in the race and get those points that he's going to need, because this is going to definitely take him down a few points here for the championship chase. But if you can get back out here, he'll still keep some points, and I have a feeling that's what we were talking about earlier. In rounds 9 and 10, Grayson Gentry's just going to be untouchable. He's going to come out here flying.
Yeah, well, we got that 208 of Grayson Gentry. Looks like there is a tire there. Somebody's got a gun to put it on, so we're going to see if they can get that thing blown on there and let him go out and race. I got to think they get that tire on there, he's going to have a little chip on his shoulder now, Mark.
Yeah, I think there's a little bruised ego out there, not because he's necessarily upset, but, you know, you go out there with the anticipation that your car is going to stay strong for the whole event. When a situation like this happens, there's really nothing you could do. At this point, you just have to pick it up where you're at and move forward.
You got some of the fans piling in here. Watch some of these youth racing.
I love that.
Yep, those of you sitting at home and you're in the Phoenix area, let me tell you, we're out here all day long. So if you're tuning on the Racer Plus app and it's morning time and you're in the Phoenix area, hey, grab your cup of coffee, get in the car, come on out to Firebird. We would love to have you out here for this afternoon and all the pro races.
Look at that. No jack, no problem. I'll just lift the car straight up. Let's put a tire on this thing. Grayson is out of the car, so I'm glad that we're taking a little bit of time here to make sure to try to get Grayson back out there. I think that's a big deal, and I think that's a lucky situation that we had to re-rack and restart. So I think this thing's going to work out just fine.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. You know, that was an unfortunate incident. Had nothing to do with Grayson Gentry. Wrong place, wrong time. Points leader. We got to restart. It's great to be able to get that tire on there and give this kid a chance to possibly go out and chase his championship. So I think this is a good move by everybody involved. And, you know, we don't want to see our points leader taken out on the first lap by something that he didn't cause. So really excited to see him back out there and see what this car can do.
Yeah, it was a wild start as I replay it in my mind right now, man. There were cars going every direction, every which way. So it is definitely a crazy turn of events here to watch.
All right, we got looks like they got that car just about ready to go. Looks like that front suspension did look a little like towed in possibly, but
yeah, we're going to have to definitely keep an eye on that and see how that transpires here as the race goes on, because it did look like there was something that is also wrong up front. They would never send the car back out there if it was unsafe to race, though. So, in other words, if it's got a tab getting ready to tear on the steering, and as I said, these cars do not have power steering. They don't have electric power steering. They don't have hydraulic power steering. These are basically go-karts with a cage, and they don't have any type of steering assist to help them out with it. So I would hope that they would not send a car out there with questionable steering. That could be dangerous for the driver, and that could be dangerous for other drivers as well. So we'll see how this shapes up, and we're getting ready to re-rack them and restart. We'll see how it goes.
All right, we got those teammates there getting ready to go back racing, trying to get look at their Grayson Gentry. They're making some adjustments. That front suspension that we talked about there, Mark, looked like it was a little out of whack.
Yeah, I think we called it. There is definitely something a little I love this word I'm getting ready to use. I've never used it in announcing. But there's something a little janky up front for sure. So, and I'm saying that word very generally because I think that's the beautiful word, the beautiful usage of the word janky, because it covers a lot of things that can be janky with the car.
Yeah, definitely. So that janky. That almost sounds like something from Scooby-Doo Jinkies, right?
Yeah, right.
That 414 we keep looking at, that is Knox Penrod in the 414. It was caught up in that little bit of that mess there.
All right, just having a little fun here while we are killing some time here. I'm going to see if Google has anything to say about janky and what the meaning is. Let's see here. Janky meaning, it came right at. Janky is a slang term describing something of very poor quality, unreliable, broken, or rundown. You see what I'm saying? Janky was the perfect word to describe what we were witnessing.
It's a 019 pace car bringing us out again. We are going to restart this. 8 laps, 170 production division, and we're going to get one more glimpse at that. Yeah, you see that just veered direct left and connect. Was 5 total cars, and O'Connor, the cause of that, looked like he came away relatively unscathed, and we don't know what happened to that car quite yet. What caused it to go veer left? You just see it just kind of just shot left for no apparent reason. We don't know.
Well, I'm going to maintain what I was describing, and this is just, speculation, but I've actually felt that before in a car where you actually are rubbing wheel to wheel, and the wheel just gets jerked right out of your hands, and there's nothing you can do. Now, I would think that these kids, as they get older, they can be stronger, they can hold it. But I don't think there was anything that could have happened there because they don't have steering quickeners, but they only have about 3 inches of steering. So what ends up happening, the feedback into that wheel, I'll bet you that wheel just came right out of his hands, and he did the best he could to get it back over to the right.
All right, so we're trying to get everybody gridded up. I believe Creighton O'Connor is going to be first. He started on the outside. We're trying to figure out Rayleigh Lucas. Looks like we got Johnny Savino in the mix there. I believe Graceland Schuster is also in the mix. So looks like that's our top 4 cars. I don't know where they're going to be starting at quite yet, but I believe it's going to be Johnny Savino, Graceland Schuster, Rayleigh Lucas, and Creighton O'Connor are going to be the first 4 cars out.
The craziest event out there that I think was the 161 of Maverick Atterbury. Maverick Atterbury over there just doing pirouettes, tumbling in the car, but there is no damage to that car. If we watched it on the replay there, I was trying to pay attention to Maverick, and Maverick spun that car every different direction. They spun it back over on all 4, and he's lined up ready to go. Tires are good, steering's good, everything's good in that car, so that's amazing how tough these cars are.
Standing start. I like it. Standing start. We had Nitro Cross here with standing starts, and kind of like it.
That's pretty impressive. Falling asleep, though, Creighton O'Connor missed that memo on go when that green flag waves.
Well, Rayleigh Lucas did not miss the memo. She is flying out here. Another bump and bang there. Into the wall. Going to go back right front on that car. Looking a little banged up. That is the 140 of Johnny Savino. That right front looking a little worse for the wear from that hit with the wall.
Yeah, looking at that and replaying that in my mind, it looks like almost the same thing happened. 2 cars rubbing down the back straightaway, and we're going to get the replay right here. You can see the car come over just a smidgen, the tires touch again, and look, there they go, same scenario. Rubbing that tire, nowhere to go. Johnny Savino right into the wall.
That is a hard right front hit. That was the 26 Bryce Tomasi that got into a Savino, pushed him into the wall. Man, the elbows are out here in 170 production today. Kids watched Supercross last night and thought they needed to bang some bars, I think.
Kids, your last name is not Deegan. Come on, stay straight. That's crazy. Jason Ramsey got little into us yesterday for not using the word spicy. Creighton O'Connor getting out of shape.
Out of shape again. I wonder if that car's got a handling issue.
Wow. Well, or a handling issue now after the event that happened. But Jason Ramsey was saying, hey, I didn't hear you use the word spicy not even once yesterday. And I said, no, we use it a couple times, but I'm going to use it over and over here at this race. Opening race here for round 8. It's definitely spicy.
So Tomasi, Lucas, Dolgarian top 3.
Yeah, let's get a clean race. This race does not have a mandatory caution, so that's a different way that these drivers have to deal with, and their strategy they have to work. At this point, they just have to drive a clean racing and just survive this race.
So everybody's cycling in. Look at that. We got Ryan Jones making his way through traffic.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ryan Jones too much all weekend, so it's great to see him getting some TV time out there. But the man that I was talking about from Southern California's race out there at Glen Helen, it's Bryce Tomasi looking like he's out front.
Ryan Jones down to the bottom, trying to make up some time. As we talked earlier, these cars really momentum-based. Rayleigh Lucas being chased by Dulgarian. Tomasi quite a bit ahead.
Whoa. Just cars overdriving here.
Little mistake there.
Round.
That was Rayleigh Lucas. Dulgarian going to get around for that second spot.
Yeah, I can't help but to wonder the psyche in these drivers' heads right now. You know, an event like this, I think, changes your plans. Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones getting into it with Graceland Schuster.
All right, Ryan, take your foot out of the gas. You got to get uncollected.
Looks like Schuster kind of cut over a little bit, and Ryan kind of bumped the side, spun Graceland Schuster around, so Ryan Jones going to get going again. Looks like we're going to keep it under green flag racing. Nice job for the kids to keep the race moving.
What a start here to Sunday's event here for round 8.
So Rayleigh Lucas there on the hunt, trying to chase down Dulgarian. We get another look here, and it looks like, Ryan Jones holding his line. Looks like Graceland just kind of cut over a little bit and wasn't quite clear of Ryan Jones and got spun around.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things going to happen there, too. Ryan could have checked up just a little bit, but, you know, in this racing, there's still a lot to learn in racing. Ryan could have avoided all that. Unfortunately, we would have lost a spot, but you know what? That's racing. Ryan did a great job holding his line, and I don't think he pulled into that car at all.
Yeah, the 26 of Tomasi out front, letting all the chaos happen behind him.
Yeah. He's caused a little bit down the front of the back straightaway, though. But, you know what? Tomasi, it's great to see him back on top. Tomasi did a great job coming out of Glen Helen, and it's great to see Tomasi here leading this field here in round 8 of the first event today.
Yeah, 6 laps in. We're going 8. It's a couple laps from bringing it home as Bryce Tomasi got a pretty good gap over the rest of the field at this point. Running about 2-3 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of the field.
I love it when you can look in the cab there and see the driver working right here with the drone position right there. Look at the wheel. Pay attention to how they have to drive these cars. And that'll give you an idea of the momentum, because you got to be smooth on the wheel. If you're working that wheel back and forth, we call it in off-road racing, if you're sawing on the steering wheel, that can lose a lot of forward momentum for you. So you'll probably see that the faster drivers out here in this class, they're being smooth on the wheel. They're not really making a jerk like what you saw right there on the wheel. They're not jerking the wheel left or right. They have to be smooth, because every time that car gets upset by jerking on the steering wheel, you lose momentum.
That is Dulgarian being chased by Lucas. Got Creighton O'Connor there in the 4 spot. This is the battle for second and third. Creighton O'Connor currently tied in the points with Gentry. Knows he can pick up some crucial points.
Yeah, races like this make it hard to call, because we're not the officials. We're just the ones that call what we see on the same screen that you guys are watching at home. And we have to make the call with what we see and kind of what we know about off-road racing, but we're not the official word on this. And, man, there's a lot of stuff going on in this race so far here in round 8.
Yeah, so it's Dulgarian, Lucas, and O'Connor, 2, 3, 4 in this one. White flag should be coming out next time by. Our leader, Tomasi, big gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah, very proud of Rayleigh Lucas right there holding off Creighton O'Connor. But Tomasi, you know, I talked about it yesterday. Where's Tomasi at? Well, here he is. He's back on top here. Going to take one more lap around. Oh,
black flag coming out for Tomasi. Wow, I don't know what the ruling's going to be on that, which means Dulgarian possibly going to take the lead.
Goes back to what I was just saying. We're not the officials here because we can see things happen and we can only call it as it happens. So if that's going to happen, Dolgarian's going to inherit the lead due to a black flag to Tomasi.
Yes, Tomasi pulling over there. We're going to see the way things shake out here.
Yeah, so if you're watching at home, we're just going to call it the way that we see it. It's not going to be official until we get know that it's official here on what's going to happen. We'll get the ruling here after the race. But right now, physically, Tomasi pulled up. Dolgarian's going to inherit the lead.
So I didn't see the white flag out. Maybe our ticker's a little off here, so it should be white flag this time by, I believe. Don't hold me to that one. This race has been pretty chaotic.
Yep.
But right now, your running order is going to be Dolgarian, Rayleigh, Lucas, and O'Connor. 1, 2, 3.
Well, you know, if you were caught up in that mess in the beginning and you were able to get back out on the track, you know, you kind of get handed this race. You got to race your own race here, and that's exactly what Rayleigh Lucas did. She held up. She did perfect. She's driving. Lots of race drama here in this first race, but it'll all work out here in the end, and we'll see how it happens and how it plays out on the podium.
It looks like Creighton O'Connor slowly reeling in Rayleigh Lucas. We got double yellow flag now. So we got another yellow flag out on track, which means we're probably going to have a green-white at the same time, I'm assuming. Don't quite know what happens. Dolgarian, is that the Dolgarian? Yeah, our leader, Dolgarian, into the wall. So it's going to be Rayleigh Lucas leading this thing when we go back to green. So, wow. So Rayleigh Lucas going to be your leader. O'Connor going to be in the second spot. What a great position for young Rayleigh Lucas to be in.
Hey, what happened here? Did we get all these kids together here in the 170 production class, get them together before the race and say, all right, kids, let's put on a show? Because you know what they're doing? They're definitely putting on a great show here. Some tough breaks for some of the competitors out there, but, man, what an incredible race to watch and even an incredible race to announce.
All right, so when we go back to green flag racing, it is going to be Rayleigh Lucas out front. We're going to have Creighton O'Connor in the second spot, Bryce Tomasi in the third, and then it's Sawyer Redden, Graceland Schuster, Ryan Jones, Johnny Savino, Xander Kessler, Wyatt Dolgarian, Maverick Atterbury, Daxton Kilgore, Grayson Gentry, Knox Penrod, and Paxton Lapino. Obviously, some of those entries are some laps down, but that is where we currently sit.
Yeah, Tomasi's back out there, so I think that black flag penalty was just a pull off and get the position correct. Got him back out there. There was a little confusion on where Tomasi was to go. Tomasi pulled over on the back straightaway, so again, we're just going to have to, as we know up here, we'll deliver it to you guys as soon as we know.
All right, so the lady of the hour, Rayleigh Lucas, currently leading this thing.
Yeah, I think that's what's incredible about being consistent out there and staying right there while the race unfolds. That's a lesson learned straight from Bo Judge. Be patient, stay out there, run your own race, hit your marks, and let the race unfold in front of you. And look at this. Here she is. Like you said, I think we're going to have a white-green situation here coming back to racing. So there's going to have one lap. And I have a feeling if there's no more carnage in this race, this is where we're going to end up.
I'd say wrapping around here. We're going to see, Lucas is going to get a lot of pressure here.
So just the green flag's flying.
So it means it's going to be a green-white checker. So we're going to see if Rayleigh Lucas, what she's got. Looks like O'Connor, did he get around Rayleigh Lucas? Yes. O'Connor did get around Rayleigh Lucas on that restart.
You can still see some of the damage done to that car from our opening lap. And we're going to have to see how this goes. Tomasi now trying to make the inside here, the move on Rayleigh Lucas. I have a feeling psychologically these kids are just as messed up out here on this final lap as we are up here in the booth.
Yeah, look at that. Tomasi with that wide line there trying to get a run, and he dropped 4 or 5 positions back. That wasn't good.
Yeah.
So Rayleigh Lucas into the second spot. Redden now into the third spot. a little loose there for Rayleigh Lucas. And look at this, Ryan Jones now trying to get in the mix.
There's some people that still want to race out here, and I love it. Race to the end. And here it is.
Rayleigh Lucas getting hung out to dry. Now she's back to fourth. Ryan Jones now to the outside of Rayleigh Lucas, looking to the bottom. Creighton O'Connor now leading. White flag is out.
Well, Ryan Jones, I said it wrong there. Going into the turn 6, I think made the wrong line choice, went way wide. And as you see, Ryan Jones now 4 or 5 cars behind where he was at. But, wow, makes it up big time in turn 1.
Look at that. Rayleigh Lucas a run up on the outside, trying to get around Sawyer Redden. He comes over almost into her.
What a race this has done in our opening round here, for our opening event for round 8.
So Rayleigh Lucas going to have the run coming out of that corner. Looks like Sawyer Redden playing some defense, cuts over, blocks the line.
Yeah, Rayleigh Lucas right now has her hands full with Ryan Jones. She's only got a couple more turns to negotiate to hold off Ryan Jones. But Creighton O'Connor now out front, just going to drive it on home here.
Ryan Jones, that tight line all the way on the bottom, trying to make up some crucial inches there on Rayleigh Lucas. And look at that, all the way
to the inside. Can he make it stick?
Ryan Jones, he comes over. It makes contact with Rayleigh Lucas. Looked like he cut all the way over trying to block the line and wasn't fully clear as the checker flag flies for O'Connor. It is going to be Graceland Schuster, I believe, in the second spot. Redden in the third. That one, top to bottom, that was a wild race as the Maxxis Tires checker flag flies out here.
Jim Beaver, if you notice, Matt, I let you make the calls there as they come across the line. That puts a lot of us at risk up here in the booth if we start calling this race, because, man, lots of race drama. Black flag, 2 crashes. Man, this is just something. You said it yesterday in a couple races. We got a lot to sift through and see. We're going to sort this out. So we got a lot of sorting to do in this race.
We do have a lot of sorting to do in this race, and we are going to get things sorted out when we return here to Firebird Raceway, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the front on group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Firebird Raceway, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright calling the action, just getting done with 170 production. And that one, Mark, I don't even know how to explain that race and how it played out.
Listen, as one of the announcers out here with you, too, I'm taking the same thing. I'm playing Switzerland on this one, man. I don't want to say anything that misleads anything on that race. There was so much to sort through on that race.
I mean, we went relatively eventful-free all day yesterday, and I think in one race in 170 production, we brought out more crashes and yellow flags than we had the entire day yesterday. Which brings us to the Rugged Radio's 170 production results. Was Creighton O'Connor coming out victorious. Graceland Schuster in the second spot. Sawyer Redden third. Ryan Jones sneaking by Rayleigh Lucas at the end for fourth. Rayleigh Lucas finishing up in fifth. Johnny Savino in sixth. Then it was Delgarian, Kessler, Atterbury, and Kilgore rounding out your top 10.
Still a great finish there, man, but it was so hard to pay attention here in the announcer's booth. You know, with our graphics, with everybody in our ear, it was still hard to pay attention to. But there it is, your official results of 170 production.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Is that the word? That's the adjective we're going to use?
Yeah, I would say fun to watch. Probably a little stressful for a lot of parents and a lot of drivers, but we got through it. I mean, that one, like you said, yesterday was pretty uneventful. This one was eventful. And speaking of the events of that race, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone, who's going to dissect all these stories.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, a great group of individuals down here. Sawyer, I love seeing that smile. You're on the podium. You're taking that third place spot right now. Tell me about what that race was like for you.
It was fun and it was competition.
Fun and competition. That's exactly what racing should be about. Who would you like to thank today for helping you get a third place on the podium?
My dad.
Awesome. I love that. That big shout out right over there, your dad. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
No.
Well, you know what, man? A few words. I love that. Nice job. Congratulations to you, Sawyer. And now we're going to head over to our second place finisher over here, Graceland. Graceland, it's good to see you on the podium again. We've chatted before throughout the season. How was today's race for you?
It felt really good.
It felt really good. Well, you did a great job. You were able to make your way through the pack. There was a lot of things that happened within that race. Who would you like to thank today?
Connor, my dad, my mom, grandma and grandpa, and all my friends.
Wonderful. Nice job. I love that pink hat. It looks nice on you. Good job. And then we're going to head over here to Creighton O'Connor. Creighton, a lot of things happened. You got this little cheering squad over here and the smile on your face. Tell me about your day.
When I crashed, they restarted, and I wouldn't think I would get first.
Well, you did it here, bud, and like you were saying, you were having a good time out there. The smile says everything. Who would you like to thank today, Creighton?
Connor, 2X Motorsports, my mom, the Atterberries, the Lucases, and whoever else works on my car.
Well, you guys have done it here. Nice job for our top three finishers in 170 production. That was a crazy race, but it's so good to see the sportsmanship from all the little guys and girls up here. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, the sportsmanship is amazing. All smiles there on the podium. That was definitely a wild race. But good times had by all, I think. Some, maybe good time had by some.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's some race teams out there a little disappointed with the results, but I mean, that's sometimes it's just part of racing and what we have to sift through and make it happen. Some days everything's on fire, like you said yesterday, pretty much uneventful. We didn't have hardly anything, any carnage or not a lot of breakage even yesterday. It was a great day of racing, but coming out here in the first event already, and unfortunately, I think it's going to set the pace of the day because we were talking about those championship points. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of carnage today.
Yeah, definitely. As this points battle heats up, as we saw there in the production class 170, things are going to get, as you say, spicy. But moving on, we still are in our morning field with youth racing. We got 250 modified up next. This is a similar type car, but a little more horsepower.
Yeah, I love saying this out here at CORR. A lot of other race organizations, they just kind of put the races in the order that they think is best for the drivers and for the teams and for everything like this. But what I love about our format out here at CORR, it continues throughout the day that each class continues to get faster and faster and a little more competitive. So it's basically like the amplitude is picked up as each event goes on through the weekend.
All right, so looking at our 250 modified class and the current point standings brought to you by R&R Steel, it is Elliott Brook who is currently leading. Big gap over Brody Klein, who is not in action here this weekend. Murphy McKay, who was on fire yesterday, 92 points back of Elliott Brook. And we got Mason Atterbury, who's going to be in this field as well in the 4th spot, and then followed by Knox Salvatore, Ryan Jones, and Slater Sperry.
Yeah, as I reflect on the statements that I made yesterday about looking on screen here and looking at the kids, and it looks like they just literally grew up 3 years in between last event. Murphy McKay is one of them. I remember Murphy McKay, and when I was down on the podium and watching him, but, watching them mature, so does their racing. I think their racing matures, and I think Murphy McKay is just a little more hungry.
Brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid for 250 modified. It is Murphy McKay in the lead on the front row. Phenomenal effort yesterday by Murphy McKay. Elliott Brook in the 2nd spot, our current points leader. Mason Atterbury inside row number 2 in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, it was Elliott Brook's weekend last race at Glen Helen. But Murphy McKay, like I said, I think that maturity now is starting to show in his racing as well right now. Murphy McKay a little more hungry and a little more competitive, and that shows in what he's doing here this weekend in rounds 7 and 8.
Our 019 pace vehicle bringing him around through the midpoint of this track.
Now, what's great about these 250 modifieds, they may look the exact same as the 170s, but man, these are exactly what I said. They're modified. You can see the suspension difference. As delivered, these cars have the beam front suspension, and they're just a little different when they're beams. But if you look out there, like the 696 car right there, that's a double A-arm LSA front suspension setup.
Yep, a little bit different take on things. So you got those awesome drone shots following these kids around. Gonna have one more corner to go. You see that pace vehicle from 019 pull off.
Yeah, look at this. They're already tightening up. The anticipation with these kids. They really want to go. A little bump right there. Saying, hey, Murphy, this is what it's going to be like.
You gotta love that. Mason Atterbury giving a little love tap before the race. Mind games. I like it.
I think there's a lot of camaraderie here between these kids. They play after the end of the races. They ride bikes out in the pits. They play afterwards, and they roughhouse. I love going over there to the pits. These kids straight out roughhouse.
All right, so it's Murphy McKay out front. Elliott Brooks second. Mason Atterbury in the 3rd spot. Mason Atterbury getting a run, it looked like, down that backstretch on Elliott Brook as Murphy McKay starting to check out already.
Yeah, I'm really starting to love the maturity of I've said it again, of Murphy McKay. Murphy McKay now, I think, as he gets older, I think he's getting a little more aggressive out here in racing, and I like watching that happen.
This one's supposed to go 8 laps out here. No mandatory competition caution, so hopefully we keep her clean and get to run it. As look at that, Elliott Brook going to the high side, trying to make something happen on Murphy McKay.
Yeah, Elliott Brook having a lot of momentum coming out of Glen Helen. So Elliott Brook with that, that target, but Elliott Brook right now is going to have to step it up if they want to get around Murphy McKay. And I said it yesterday, is a lot of these racers, they're going to have to take a chance. They're going to have to put a wheel in. They're going to have to do something. They'll probably even have to drive out of their comfort zone, but they're going to have to do a lot today because the points chase is on the line.
Points chase definitely on the line. Murphy McKay looking really strong in the lead currently. About 3 or 4 car lengths back. Elliott Brook, our points leader.
Track showing a little rough today. I talked with Kelvin before the race. Kelvin was very adamant about getting me, you, and Tiffany out there on the track so he could tell us the highlights and lowlights of the track out there so we have something to work with. And Kelvin does a great job out there. This is his canvas. He is an artist. I don't say he drives tractor. I say Kelvin's a straight-up artist. But, man, this track looking pretty rough. Because if you see these modified 250s getting bounced around like this, it's pretty rough out there on the course right now.
Yeah. So right now, Murphy McKay leading, Elliott Brook playing chase, and Murphy McKay, unlike yesterday, hasn't been able to shake Elliott Brook. Elliott Brook right there on the bumper trying to make something happen, putting a little pressure on Murphy McKay, a little bit different scene than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, he picked up 3 or 4 lines right there just by tightening up that corner, and it worked, but he was not able to get around. Murphy McKay did a great job at keeping that line.
This is going to be interesting to watch. Down a little bit lower is Elliott Brook, trying to make up some ground. Looks like Murphy McKay gets a slight advantage on these long straights. Elliott Brook possibly a little bit quicker in the corners.
Yeah, I think that all comes down to driving style. Once the car's set to where they like it, how are you going to do it? You're going to set the car up early, you're going to set it up late, you're going to exit early. What happens here in the car? Go outside in. That is quite the move right here, especially here into turn 2. Turn 2 is definitely an outside in situation.
Elliott Brook looks like really, look at that little whip off the the ski jump.
I think that was unintentional, but indeed quite a good-looking whip.
Like a little outside in, but there was nothing there. With a big step up.
That right there is why that step up is so imperative, because you saw that car get a little out of shape for Murphy McKay. Now, that was a little one, but that jump right there, that step up jump, because the landing is still going up, can really upset the attitude of the car in the air and make it hard for the driver to keep that car straight to enter the next corner.
I'll tell you what, one little mistake by Murphy McKay. Elliott Brook, I got to give Elliott a lot of credit. I mean, yesterday Murphy McKay just checked out on the field, but Elliott Brook not allowing that to happen today to come down the front stretch.
Well, this is why I love short course racing. You got 2 days of racing. Come out here Friday, get your practice in. Open the event on Saturday's racing, the best that you've got with all your data that you've collected and all your adjustments on the car, all your tire pressures, everything else set right. But you know what? When you come out here on Sunday, you got one more evening to make some adjustments on the car, and I wouldn't be surprised if both teams made some adjustments.
Yeah, Elliott Brook and Murphy McKay swapping fast lap times the last couple of laps. Right now, that belongs to Murphy McKay. We'll see if Elliott Brook can get it back.
Yeah, simple, a few hundredths of a second separating their times.
Ooh, look at that. A really low line for Elliott Brook coming out of that corner, trying to gain some inches. At this point, they're battling for inches between Murphy McKay and Elliott Brook. Look at that. I mean, on the bumper, half a car length is all that Murphy McKay has over Elliott Brook.
Yeah, I really love the racing career of Elliott Brook. I got to know his dad at my other job here in town locally. And he said, yeah, I'm buying the kid a race car, and I'm going racing with it. And you know what? I thought it was going to be kind of a one-and-done situation, but that isn't the case. Elliott Brook and his dad, they've been out here religiously ever since Elliott Brook started. And I have a feeling we have a racer for life in Elliott Brook.
Oh, Elliott Brook racing the wheels off of that side-by-side, 250 modified, trying to chase down Murphy McKay. There just hasn't been anything there yet, as we're about 2/3 of the way through this race. Murphy McKay not making any mistakes. I mean, Elliott Brook just in lockstep with Murphy McKay, just not able to get around.
Sometimes it's not always about how they're swapping leads. Sometimes it's like this, where that you can see both competitors trying their hardest, hitting their marks, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, and staying right on each other's bumper here through the whole race. Sometimes that's equally as exciting to watch.
Well, that's the thing. One bobble by Murphy McKay and Elliott Brook's going to be around immediately, but there just hasn't been a mistake. It's been a perfect race for Murphy McKay.
Yeah, Murphy McKay showing that maturity that I've been talking about. Like I said, I didn't almost recognize Murphy McKay down on the podium. It would have seemed that he sprouted a full foot since the last time I saw him.
All right, coming down here into turn number 1. Big sweeping turn. Looks like little over rotation slightly there for Elliott Brook. Allows Murphy McKay to get about an extra car length.
I love seeing Elliott Brook's livery because, as you see, it's really bright. But that car's been that color since the day I've known it, and it looks like that brightness is a little wearing off out here because of the Arizona sun.
All right, so Elliott Brook going to have to make something happen here in the next 2 laps. On the bumper of Murphy McKay. I mean, at this point, what do you think, Mark? I mean, he's just sitting there, and Murphy McKay not making a mistake. Does he just send it into a corner and hope for the best?
I mean, that's all you really can do. And you see it right there. That's exactly what has to happen. I was talking about it yesterday. You're going to have to step out of your comfort zone if you want to get on top of the box, and that is exactly what Elliott Brook's doing right now. I wouldn't be surprised if his dad's over saying, go in, go in, go in, or, take it, get it in there, take that line away. But as you see, that can do you good or it can do you bad, because right now Elliott Brook trying to make those moves right there looks like it upset the car too much to get the pass made. But yeah, long story short, I do agree with you. He's going to have that send it moment.
Well, it looks like all the way to the outside, within about a car length of Murphy McKay. I think if there's going to be something happen, it's going to happen here pretty quick. Elliott Brook now really trying to chase him down over the ski jump.
Well, Murphy McKay's done a great job, a veteran job right here, protecting his line. And, you know, the inside line right there is not always the fastest, but you see him tighten up that turn and come through what we call the apex of the corner just perfectly right there by Murphy McKay. And that's exactly what you want to do. Find the fastest way to enter and exit that corner.
So Elliott Brook looking to the bottom, which becomes the outside here. Nothing there. McKay starting to stretch his lead just a little bit. And it'll be really tough as we approach this final lap. White flag out. Final lap. Can Elliott Brook chase down Murphy McKay?
Elliott Brook had a couple opportunities there, had the nose in on him, but it looks like that risk he takes. You know, I don't know what to call that gravitational pull coming out of turn one, but it has been there all weekend long. We got to come up with a catchy name for that gravitational pull out of turn one, man. We got to do the black hole of turn one.
All right, so a couple of corners remaining. Elliott Brook trying to get back into this. Little mistake early on in this lap. All the way around the outside, trying to carry some momentum up here to the step up.
You know, that's another thing I was going to throw in there that I think should happen too, is try different lines. If I was Elliott Brook, don't just go to the inside. Try a different line. See if you can carry some speed to the outside and exit that corner with a lot more straightaway speed. I think, there's a lot of things. Whoa!
That is Mason Atterbury over on the inside of that turn. Going to get the car flipped over. All the other cars had passed, so not going to bring out the yellow, but it is going to be Murphy McKay with the checkered flag. Elliott Brook, strong effort to finish up in second.
Yeah, tough break for Mason Atterbury, but when they're flipping the car over immediately, that means the driver's okay. So that's if the driver was hurt, they would definitely attend to the driver before they worry about flipping the car over. So unless the car is leaking or on fire, has potential. But if the driver's okay, they just flip that car right over immediately, just like you just saw.
Well, the Maxxis Tires checkered flag has flown on the 250 modified division, and we're going to take a short commercial break. We come back here to Chandler and the Championship Racing Off-Road Series round number 8. We are going to catch up with our podium finishers.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've got another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back out here to Chandler and at Firebird Motorsports Park. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright calling the action for Championship Off-Road Racing round number 8. 250 modifieds just wrapping up, and this one was a great battle, wire to wire for 8 laps. No lead changes, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. As it brings us to our Rugged Radios results for 250 modified. Mark, take us through the race.
Murphy McKay was able to hold on all the way through the race right there, but he had a hard charge in Elliott Brook to deal with the entire 10 laps of that race. And Elliott Brook, my hat's off to you. You did a great job. You did definitely try different lines. You tried everything you could to get around. Mason Atterbury just had to watch that race unfold in front, but Mason Atterbury ended up over on the little turtle there at the end, but looks like everybody's okay, and all 3 cars are up here in front of the podium, so we'll talk with all these 3 competitors here in the 250 modified.
Yeah, we are definitely going to catch up with our competitors if we get a glimpse there of the next race that's going to be out on track. We've got some more 170s. This is going to be 170 limited. 17 drivers going to be taking the field. As this youth-filled morning is definitely slam-packed, and that 170 limited class is definitely going to have some heavy hitters in it, Mark.
Yeah, this is a great class to watch. You know, just like we saw earlier, there's an opportunity here for a lot of carnage because when you get that many cars on the track, no matter what, there's an opportunity here for a lot of bumping and a lot of rubbing and a lot of racing. So we're about to find out here in this very stacked class.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that one. Then following the 170 limited race, we are going to have our 800 open. We're going to have youth production, youth restricted. We've got a ton of racing here, and then that is going to bring us to our morning intermission. So lots of racing, and as we go, we're going to continue to get a little bit faster, a little bit bigger cars, a little bit quicker. And yesterday, these morning races had some of the best racing we saw all weekend.
Yeah, pretty exciting to watch these races. You know, as you were just going through that list right there, there's something in my cells of my body that were like getting more excited. So you know what? That exactly tells you this weekend's going to get better and better as it goes on here. And by the end of the day, watching the pro lights out here, the SR1s, the pro side-by-side, can Connor Maxwell have a repeat performance here in the pro side-by-side?
Well, that one's going to be tough to repeat, but right now we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much. Down here with Mason Atterbury. Now, Mason, I know you've only had a few rounds in this class, in this car, but it seems like you're working everything out. It's nice to see you. Even though you had that little tumble, you're back over here. It's good that everything is awesome with you and all smiles. How was the race for you?
It was great. It was really fun until I got to the last lap, but I still finished, and I'm proud of myself.
And that's all that matters, is that no matter what happens on the track, you come through, you finish, you do everything, and you're up here with me. Who would you like to thank today, Mason?
My mom, my dad, Carson Greco, my brother, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Kirky Racing Seats, SRI Performance, SPA Technique, Elka Racing Suspension, and Roma Venturica.
Nice job. You know, myself and the guys at the booth are scared you're going to come for our jobs one day, just the way you rattle everything off. Nice job, okay? We're going to come over here to our second place finisher. We got Elliot Brook. Now, Elliot, between you and Murphy, it was really cool to watch you guys. I always love seeing you smile up here. That means you had a great day racing, another podium for the weekend. Who would you like to thank, and how'd your day go?
It was good. I was definitely pushing the car. He's fast, and yeah.
Anybody you want to thank for helping you get second for round 8?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, the American Legion Post 35, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, and everyone else who supports me.
Well, you've done it here, too. Nice job. Congratulations. And heading over to our top finisher, we got Murphy McKay. Murphy, another win for you for round 7 and round 8. Now, pushing into the rest of the season, how was your day for you?
Really good.
It was really good. Why are we not smiling, bud? You got that top spot. I see that smile right there. Who would you like to thank for getting you a top spot again? Because I heard you got some new tires out there as well.
I would like to thank Elliot for giving me a battle, 2X Motorsports for giving me the tires, my mom, my dad, my sister, my cousins, Tucson Equipment Haulers, MFR, and everybody else that supports me.
Well, you guys have done it here. Murphy, I want to see a big smile on your face, big smile on all of their faces. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers, and back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Well, you were able to get a little more info. It had that stone cold face on there for a minute, and you broke it. I love it.
that was awesome.
But yes, we've got 250 modified in the books. We got 170 limited coming up next. 17 drivers, and I mean, this one is always eventful. It was a very strong race yesterday, Mark. I mean, lots of passing, lots of lead changes. This was, dare I say, one of the most exciting races of the day yesterday?
Well, I have a feeling it's going to be a repeat of yesterday. I mean, you look at this incredible field out here of drivers that we have learned a lot about and grown to respect, and they're out here going to do it again, and they got to do it in the same cars they did it in. So how many cars from the carnage of the last one are fixed and ready to go and back out here? That's what we have yet to see out here. Grayson Gentry out here, Bryce Tomasi, Zeppelin Lebanon, Rooster out here, new, but Mason is going to have to get out. Mason Atterbury is going to have to get back out there. A lot of racers that raced the last race are going to be in this one as well.
Yeah, should be a really, really fun one to watch as we get this morning continue to roll through, and beautiful conditions, beautiful skies out here. Like Tiffany had said earlier, we went from windy conditions yesterday to barely even a light breeze today.
Yeah, look at the flags.
The flag's not even moving, but supposed to be a little bit hotter today. So I think as the day goes on, temps are going to warm up. We saw the course dry out, but it's funny because we've been around short course off-road racing for a very long time, and I yesterday was a first in my entire career. There wasn't one driver that didn't say they liked the course. Like, generally there's a complaint. Somebody's like, I didn't like that. This was wrong. Every driver said it was one of the best courses they've ever driven. They go, this is perfect. And I go, what just happened?
Yeah.
Drivers never – there's always somebody that doesn't like the course. Yesterday, everybody was like, yep, it was phenomenal. It was great. And I'm like, wow, we turned the page here.
Yeah, well, even to understand what you're saying 100% is – even if you and I know the track is perfect, there's somebody that complains. So, yeah, you know what? The planets aligned yesterday. Kelvin did a great job. The wind helped. I think even though we were talking about tire choice being very important, I think everybody made the correct tire choice within, a few clicks. So they were able to deal with that out there on track. And, at the end of the day, it all came down to the racing. So they couldn't blame the track on a race position loss or anything. So I think that's why we're getting so many compliments on the race. I would love to see that repeat today. So far, watching the track's condition with our races that we've already had, I think we're in a repeat from yesterday. I think a lot of people are still going to be pleased with the track conditions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great conditions. We get these beautiful aerial shots of the short course here, our vendor area, the CORR Square, as we like to call it, with all of our vendors. And, we got our merch booth there. We got Max's Tires on site, 019. They can talk to you about some window tint on your car, wrapping your car, your race car. Lots of good stuff going down there. Food, eats, cold beers.
Yeah, I love the drop from this weekend. As an announcer, I'm at a lot of these events, and I find myself leaving the events, and I don't get an event shirt. Now, some of the organizations I work for, I get an event shirt. It's like part of my plan. You know what I mean? But this is one that I love spending money on. I absolutely love our clothing line out here at CORR, and I'm going to be leaving with one of the first olive drab shirts with this weekend's drop on it. I'm ecstatic to have that shirt.
You better go lock that thing down during one of these intermissions.
Yeah, I keep announcing it.
You're going to get down there. They're going to be, we're sold out, Mark.
Sold out. You should have been talking about it.
Yeah, you talked about it too much. We sold out.
Hey, my girlfriend's here. Honey, go get me one of those shirts and the matching hat with the patch.
So, speaking of our CORR Square and, all of our vendors down there, one of our, amazing partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series is Max's Tires, a sponsor of our Max's Tires Fast Lap for some of our pro divisions, the Max's Tire Checkered Flag. Earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with Max's Tires. I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park with Max's Tires. We've got Adam here with Max's Tires, one of the newest sponsors here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Tell us a little bit about what Max's is out here doing this weekend.
So we're out here. We're supporting our racers. We're out here mounting tires, selling tires, doing as much as we can, making sure everybody's doing whatever they need to win out there today.
Yeah, I know they've got some tires that are going to be mounted here shortly. We're going to see them on track this weekend and be watching for that Max's Tires Checkered Flag all weekend long. Yeah, Max is doing a lot of support here. I know they've been out mounting tires and getting all these drivers dialed in with some of the best tires here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So great to have them out here with their semi and doing the business that they're doing. So awesome having them on site and really, really cool.
Yeah, I get to announce for a desert race series out here, and Maxis is our tire sponsor out there as well. I got a lot of time in those big rigs, man. And what they're doing right now is behind my podium at the desert series. They park it right behind me, so I get a little. I'm like a diva. When I get off that podium, I can walk right into the Maxis big rig, sit down, chill, coffee, chips, whatever. And they have that. Literally a VIP area. It's so cush inside there. It's so beautiful, and I absolutely love that Maxis is here at CORR as well.
Yeah. So up next, we are going to have 170 limited drivers on track. This one's going to be slated for 8 laps. Just an absolute stacked field of drivers. Yesterday, lead changes, battling, passing. I mean, it was just wild as we're seeing a lot of our drivers start to get ready, get bunched up there. And we got, like I said, 17 drivers we got to get sorted through. So it's going to be quite busy.
Yeah, some of the drivers I mentioned out there, you've already seen Murphy McKay win one here in the 250 modified. So Murphy McKay is going to be out there here in the 170 limited. Bryce Tomasi being able to get a little redemption here from that black flag earlier in the race today. Grayson Gentry, Ken Grayson's car, get back into shape and get back out there. Rooster Ledbetter out there as well. Zeppelin's going to be there in the 747. You can't miss Rooster's car. You can see it right there, bright orange out there. But a young man who's used to being up front, haven't heard a lot from him this week. And Stetson Wyman out there. Mason Dolgarian's going to be out here as well. And Madden McCormick, tough break yesterday. But Madden McCormick and that entire crew over there coming up through the ranks, doing a great job. Knox Penrod been out here all weekend, and Mason Atterbury, as we just saw in that 250 modified race. Mason's going to be out there as well, so there's going to be a lot of the names that we've had all weekend is going to be out here in this race as well. So let's hope that the drivers stay clean. And you see out there, they're stacking them, making sure they're just right. But, man, the big story to watch right there is that orange car of Rooster.
Yeah, Rooster Ledbetter. You got to love it. I know. We talk a lot about Rooster Ledbetter, Zeppelin. He got the nickname. But he does a lot on social media, and I know his parents helping him out and stuff like that. But this is a case of me. I'm a marketing guy, and you talk about branding, and this kid, they're creating a brand around Rooster, and doing really good with the social media stuff. The activations, bright orange car. I mean, they're doing everything right that you can for a young driver. So always fun to watch, and he's a super nice kid too if you get to meet him. Which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing 170 limited points, and look at that, this is a nail biter of a championship.
Well, we're talking about Stetson Wyman. He's in front with 218 points. Rooster right behind him, just 5 points behind. Cason Stowell just 6 points behind, and Grayson Gentry with a full 15 points behind those leaders. Braden Lucas out there this time around, 41 points behind. Mason Atterbury 56 behind. Madden McCormick just out of the pace there at 68 points behind our leader. Mason Dolgarian, Steele, Earp, and Bryce Tomasi. With Bryce's performances and everything that's been going on, it's surprising to see Bryce all the way down in 10th place in points.
Yeah, and Stetson Wyman, talking about him, having a little bit of rough go yesterday. Never really was a factor. I think he had a bad qualifying run, which is not normal for Stetson Wyman, and just was never able to get through the traffic and the pack and get up there to the lead cars. He had a pretty good gap in points going into yesterday, and saw a lot of that dwindle. And, I mean, now, you got, like you said, Wyman, Gentry, Zeppelin. I mean, there's 4 cars, I think, within 15 points of each other. This is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a wild one, and it goes down that long list of things that we were talking about that can play a factor into how you're doing good or how you're doing bad. Cars can be the issue, tires can be the issue, driver could be psychologically, played with out there. We were talking about it yesterday about playing some mind games out there on the track. I firmly believe that the psychology of racing is at least 50% of everything out here racing, because the rest of it, your tire choice, and your car setup is very important. But here we go, our grid.
Yeah, this is the Liqui Moly 170 starting grid. It is Grayson Gentry, Bryce Tomasi on the front row number 2, Zeppelin, Ledbetter, and Banks Bodden. Then you're going to have Cason Stowell, Braden Lucas, row number 3. And row number 4 is Stetson Wyman, your points leader, and Mason Dolgarian.
Coming up here in row number 5, we're going to have quite a leaderboard here, too, with Madden McCormick leading that, with Carter Cadwell, Knox Penrod there in row 6. Murphy McKay right there coming from the 250 race we just saw. We'll round off row 6. Row 7, Mason Atterbury after turtling in the 250 modified. Hopefully Mason Atterbury can get up a few spots out here to find herself on the podium. Steele Earp will finish row 7, and row 8 is done by Knox Salvador and Gavin Young. I was going to say, I think we have one more.
Yeah, Riley Atterbury there in row number 9 in the 100 car, rounding out our 17-car field out here for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series 170 Limited Division.
That Liqui Moly grid right there looks like That is a stacked field. You know, we start to learn who the rock stars are of this racing series. Now, obviously, I think all the kids here are incredible. But, you know, let's be honest, some of them make a little more noise. We're talking about the social sites. You know, my entire career as an announcer, I never realized how important the social sites were until I started hanging out with the likes of you and Tiffany Stone. And I said, man, I really got to step up my social site awareness. And I'm still a rookie at it, and it definitely shows, and I'm getting into it. But a lot of these kids out here, they get that recognition, and their social sites are definitely on fire, and it's great to see the following that these kids start to develop.
All right, so Rooster Ledbetter there in the bright orange car. Got a glimpse of him as we've got our 019 pace vehicle bringing us around. It is going to be Grayson Gentry and Bryce Tomasi in the front row, bringing us to green. Then Zeppelin and Banks Bodden in that second row. So there's going to be your first 4 cars here when we go green flag racing. We're looking for that 019 pace vehicle to pull off, which should happen here momentarily.
Looking at the track right now, you can see the difference in the dirt. You can see the well-watered dirt here on the course, and you can see exactly how much different it is out there, and I have a feeling this is going to be a great race here in this 170 Limited.
All right, so it's going to be Grayson Gentry looking for that green flag. It is out. Now we're going 4 wide again. A little bump. It looked like Zeppelin got bumped there by one of the drivers. Didn't get a number on that one, but no harm, no foul. Everybody threw clean. Makes me happy.
Yes, indeed. With a big field like this, as you saw, opportunity for that to rise. But look at these 2 cars stepping out again. Grayson Gentry.
His teammate Tomasi.
And looks like both of those cars are back together and up to full race speed, because here they are just already checking out from the rest of the field.
Yep, coming down. There is the 124. That is Banks Bodden in the Hype Farm. And Hype Farm up and over.
Yeah, no bump up there. Just bicycled a little bit. Found a bump on the track. Nobody touched that car, so...
No, that was just coming in a little bit too hot.
Yeah.
Hype Farm a little too hyped.
Yeah, it's indeed the situation here. They're going to flip him over. I don't think there's... I think that was an easy roll. First thing the driver says...
I love that. We're just going to roll you back over, one-man deal. Let's see if the 124 there, that is Banks Bodden, can get fired up and going. As he's rolling on the gas. Well, they're rolling him off anyways.
Hey, keep him going. He's got to make it back to his car. Let's hope there is no yellow.
I think we're going to be good to go here. Tough break for Banks Bodden. Had a great run yesterday. So, got Tomasi and Gentry 1 and 2.
And Kason Stowell now in third place in the number 194 car.
All right, so this is a replay of Banks Bodden.
Yeah, you'll see Banks come in here a little hot, but look, no touching. Found to get sideways and found it right there. Got on the bike and just it came right on over. Nothing I don't think the driver could have done there.
Nope, just found a rut, and it was just enough to put it on its side. So no harm, no foul. Car looks to be in good shape. I'm sure it'll get back out there. Only thing hurt is the ego, as we've got Grayson Gentry and Bryce Tomasi still out front, getting a little pressure now from Kason Stowell.
Yeah, I seriously think these kids, again, I think they're hungry more than anybody out here on the course. You know, these kids allow that race emotion to get to them, and I know that's a big disappointing factor right there in that race.
It's going to be tough there for Kason Stowell with the 2 teammates ahead of him.
Yeah, Kason Stowell, those teammates of Tomasi, you know, Tomasi pretty much dormant yesterday. Didn't see much from Tomasi, but wow, has Tomasi definitely made up for his performance yesterday.
Yeah, so it is Grayson Gentry in the mix in that points battle in first. Bryce Tomasi second. Kason Stowell third. Top 3 cars kind of in a breakaway pack right now. This one going 8 laps, no mandatory competition caution.
Well, we know these 2, Grayson Gentry and Tomasi. We know they know each other's style, and they know what they're going to do in the corner. And, you know, we're going to watch the race unfold between them because, again, we were talking about having to step out of your comfort zone. These 2 already know that they're going to have to push each other all the way to the finish line, or this is where we're going to end up. Stowell now trying to make a challenge here, coming to the infield. Oh,
pushing way high there. That was Grayson Gentry almost up in the K-Row. I don't know what happened. The car just pushed.
No, he biked. He caught traction. He biked pretty hard. Yeah, he biked really hard. That car hooked, and over on the two wheels it went, and he was able to save it. So, great driving there by Grayson Gentry.
Case and Stowell to get around, so it's Tomasi leading, Stowell second, Gentry third, which is going to put Rooster Ledbetter into the 4th spot.
Yeah, you know what? We were talking about how you mature and how you learn how to race. You know, it only takes a handful of bikes that you save to really get you understanding that traction point or how rough the track or how hard you can push it into a corner when that car comes up on two wheels like that. There wasn't a ramp or anything. It literally went up on two wheels.
All right, so we're about the midway point of this one. Stowell trying to hunt down our leader, Tomasi.
I think we have car flipped. I think it's Gentry out front and Tomasi was on the bike. That could be my issue as well. So we're really focusing on.
No, it looks like it is Tomasi out front.
I think you're right.
Tomasi is out front with Stowell in the 2nd spot. No, you're right.
Yeah, that's Gentry out front. We got it right. The graphics right. We're right.
Screens. The numbers are too close. We see 2s.
Yeah. There it is. Great shot there. 208 of Grayson Gentry out front. Case and Stowell in chase. And that was Tomasi on the bike coming out of turn 3.
It looks like Stowell starting to pick up a little speed there. All the way to the bottom. Vastly different line there than the 208 of Gentry.
Well, that'll do it to you. Once you get in that 2nd position, again, I was talking about these kids getting hungry. That gets you hungry right there because now you know you're within striking distance to take over the lead. So I bet you just pick up the pace just a little bit further. One more click.
And Stowell way low. Look at that. I mean, just all the way on that inside berm.
Well, I've been saying it here through the weekend, these racers, this is a weekend where you're going to have to take a chance. And Stowell trying different lines out on the track, but Grayson Gentry doing what he does. Finds the fast line out there, finds the smooth line, and he capitalizes on that line. And as you see, takes it out front and is able to hold that line very well. And I haven't seen not even one mistake thus far while Grayson Gentry is running his own race.
And Stowell trying to get a run down this stretch. Nothing quite there currently. Over the big flyaway jump. Stowell to the bottom. Gentry up high. Nothing there. Gentry going to be able to carry the momentum out of this corner. He's going to get a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, it would appear to me that Stowell likes to tighten up the corners going in and tighten them up going out. And I don't know that that's the fast way around this circuit. But, you know, he's trying everything to switch up the lines behind Grayson Gentry. That's for sure.
Yeah, trying just about everything. Nothing's quite worked for Stowell yet. Got Ledbetter now up to 3rd. So that must mean at some point Tomasi has pulled the pin on this. Points leader Wyman now up into 4th.
Makes me wonder if there's any damage to that car when he came up on the bike. You know, that's quite an impact right there when you pull that car back and it slams down. So I'm wondering if something happened there with the car. You know, the key to these cars is keeping your chain on. These chains can come off for a multitude of reasons on these cars because those chains, unfortunately, are not perfect on these cars. And neither is the tension on this chain. You have to have these chains on this car just absolutely perfect so they don't come off. Now, one of the things that is crazy, the engine and the axle and everything sits on the same frame of the car, if you will, like on a big swing arm behind the chassis of the car. So this chain makes it very important that you have that chain set just right.
So Gentry and Stowell 1 and 2 like they've been for quite some time. White flag is out. 1 left for Stowell to try and find a way around Gentry. Gentry not making any mistakes today.
Grayson Gentry's had the same line the entire race, and I have a feeling if Grayson just stays in his line, hits his marks, there's not going to be a lead change here.
Pretty big gap over second place at this point. Going to be tough for Stowell to chase him down. Rooster Ledbetter back there in the third spot.
Rooster coming into play. You can see him coming over the ski jump right there. Just slightly coming into frame. So I don't think Rooster's going to have anything for these top two. But Grayson Gentry, what a great job. Working his way through a big field, getting out front, and just holding it there all the way to the end. I think that's what you want in this class.
Couple turns remaining for Grayson Gentry. Cason Stowell kind of settling in. I think at this point kind of feels like relegated to second place. Not much you can do.
Yeah, well, one thing, Cason Stowell does have the best seat in the house to see how the winner did it.
Checkered flags fly, courtesy of Maxxis Tires. It is Grayson Gentry with a win, Stowell in second, and it is going to be Zeppelin Ledbetter rounding out your podium.
Well, you know what? A great job, though. Great performance by Stetson Wyman getting all the way up to fourth place. Stetson Wyman not really getting too far up here this weekend, but that was great performance from Stetson Wyman. Braden Lucas there, your top 5. Madden McCormick, that's great to see the Madden McCormick in that number 73 car, and Gavin Young rounding off your top 7.
Yeah, solid race there for 170 Limited, and we are going to be back with our podium finishers and interviews and return here to Chandler and round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
With StarStream Pro, technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like StarStream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With StarStream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the StarStream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we're back here to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird Raceway. And 170 Limited now in the books. And that was a really competitive race, start to finish. And it was Grayson Gentry coming out on top over Cason Stowell. Stowell throwing it down for 8 laps, just couldn't quite get around Gentry, as that brings us to our Rugged Radios 170 Limited results.
Out front, Zeppelin Ledbetter here. Wait a second, guys.
Grayson Gentry out front. Cason Stowell in second, and Zeppelin Ledbetter in third. Timing a little bit off there.
Yeah.
Then it'll be Stetson Wyman, Braden Lucas, Madden McCormick, Gavin Young, Knox Salvatore, Mason Atterbury, and Carter Cadwell. Round out your top 10 in your 17-car field.
Boy, I tore right into that without any thought. I just let it fly, and I knew better. We've had a great weekend. Leave it to me to make the one big mistake right there. There it was. No more. That's the first mistake I ever made in my life right there.
Well, we got our live timing. Things happen. It's all right. Happens to the best of us. But, 170 limited, great run there. I love watching these youth races. It's always exciting, and especially with the 170s and the 250s because they're on that smaller chassis. But, now we're going to start stepping it up progressively from there. Next up, we're going to have our 800 Opens. And, 800 Open, I know we're going to dive into talking about that race here in just a few minutes. But that really has been dominated by one name so far this season. That is Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, she's been on fire. The rock star. I absolutely love announcing when she's doing that. Just in the break right there, I was texting my mom. I sent her the link, and she was so proud of me. And then now she's watching, and I know she's watching. And look at that. I fell all apart right there. So she just got done saying, Mark, I'm so proud of you. And oh, Mom, there was a big mistake. But, Mom, I'm glad you're watching.
Oh, man. Well, it's better to get it out of the way early, Mark.
Hey, Mama, I'm sorry. Your boy's not perfect.
Almost felt like there was an Ozzy Osbourne tune there. Mama, I'm coming home.
I'm glad you're an announcer. That way I don't have to worry about your singing
Oh, you
career.
don't want to hear my singing. I love some Ozzy. I was just at a concert here about a week ago.
Wow.
But, enough of that. We need to toss it down to the third partner on our team, standing by with podium finishers, Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Rooster. Now, Rooster, nice job on that. You were able to make your way through. Obviously, there was a big pack of guys and girls out there racing. You've done it again. Another podium here for round 8, filling out the weekend for you at Firebird. How are you feeling today?
Good. In turn 1, right on the green flag, I got bumped. I went in the inside. Someone went in the inside farther and bumped my back tire. I thought it was going to spin out, but I saved it.
Well, that shows what kind of driver that you are and the perseverance that you have. So that's a really nice job on that. Who would you like to thank for helping you out for round 7 and 8 here at Firebird?
I'd like to thank my family, Andy at Lucia Paport, Rev 6 File Sports, Martha's Moore, A Better Plumber. And big thank you to Gilmer's Off-Road for supporting me. And I'd like to thank all my boys at Ignite for keeping me strong between races.
Wonderful. I love that. Nice job. Congratulations. All right, Kaysen, we're coming over to you now. Taking that second place spot yesterday in round 7, you got 5th. You were able to bump it up a little bit for a podium to round out here at Firebird for you. Did you make any changes, or were you just able to pick better lines today?
I was able to pick better lines.
Wonderful. Well, it really showed in your racing and that you were able to do all of that. How was your day for you, and who would you like to thank?
Pro Strip Power Cutting, my mom and dad, 2X Motorsports, Connor Maxwell, Lone Star Racing, Quick Lift USA, XTC, and that's it.
Wonderful. Well, I love that CORR hat on you. That looks really cool. So if you guys are here, make sure you get that. We have those CORR hats available at the merch trailer. Nice job. And Grayson Gentry, you are my favorite one to interview over here. A very fast driver out there. How was your day for you?
Good.
It was good. I absolutely love these interviews. Very few words for you, but you show everything out on the race course. Show what you can do. Who would you like to thank?
God, Lugang Warrior, my dad, my mom, my aunt, my uncle, Jacqueline, Jimmy and Tyler, and that's it.
Wonderful. Well, nice job. A very good, nice race over here for your 170 Limited top 3 finishers. Big round of applause, and back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great weekend there for Grayson Gentry. Got to be happy with the podiums he's taken home yet so far this weekend. So good effort by him. Obviously we're talking about moving forward. We got 800 open now. Switching gears, car's going to get a little bit bigger and a little bit faster. Before we do that, we got to give a big shout out to one of our amazing partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, our friends at 019. They're down there in CORR Square showing off some of the vinyl wraps, some of the branding they can do, some of the window tint. But earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with them. All right, we've got Joey here with 019 Wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so, we've been out here
Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for the last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all of that good stuff.
I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tent. You guys do easy ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint. Keep your homes, and then the vehicle's cool too. So do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park in 019. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Yeah, big thanks to 019. I know we've got all kinds of canopies and banners, signage. I mean, they're wrapping all kinds of stuff for us, doing a great job out here. So get a glimpse there of the old lake, the old Firebird Lake, as well as Gila River Casino.
Man, I've been out here at the Firebird since 1993. And got my first real announcing gig out here at Firebird. So to look out there in that lake and seeing it empty, I've swam in that lake. I've had jet skis out in that lake. A lot of my life spent right there, and it saddens me to see that they chose to drain it. You can see the grandstands there. Those grandstands, though, are second to none. As you see, they're covered, and that's a big deal. And I would love, and this is just me speculating, I would just love to see us move the track right over there in front of those grandstands.
I think that's a tall task.
Yeah, I do.
But, it was great. Who knows? Maybe drag boat racing comes back and we fill back in the lake and do it again.
I mean, look at that right there, man. Look at that, all that tarmac out there to have. We could all be on that tarmac. I think the grandstands right there are simply perfect, and I do believe that if we laid the track out right there at the have a jump right there in the middle that you just zigzag back and forth on, and have one of the longest, most exciting short courses out here on the circuit.
Hey, I'm sure they'll lease it to you, Mark.
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind they would lease it to me. They just wouldn't lease it to my bank account.
So, we've got 800 Open coming up next. Great race yesterday. We're up to, 5 cars in the field, one of the biggest, strongest fields we've had in this class this season. We've mentioned Addie Atterbury is, our points leader, and she's kind of been the this season, the one we talk most about because she's just having a dominating effort. But yesterday, I will say, Wrecker Earp put a lot of pressure on Addie Atterbury. I mean, she got some pressure she hadn't got so far this season.
Yeah, what I like about that reminds you that these competitors are, they're very close in their skill set. So, a good weekend and the correct settings in the shock and suspension, the correct settings in the tires, might get you to get another position out here. So, and Addie Atterbury, she's tough in this class. Pretty much her class, and I think she's the one that always has the target on her back that everybody wants to make sure and get to and race with. Now, whether you get around her or not, if you're right there on her bumper, right there on her 6, I think that's still a good weekend of racing.
Yeah, obviously she's had a phenomenal season record. Great effort by him. Chloe Hearn yesterday, a strong effort. I know she had some problems on the first lap and ended up battling back to a podium spot. So great run for her. And we'll see Zeppelin Ledbetter, kid running just about everything out here. We're going to see him in action as well.
Yeah, when we were having our media meeting, if you so call it, as we have this morning before we got started, the Hearns came up to me and gave me a hug and said, hey, I love the kind words out there, and they were able to tell me that she was not happy with her tire selection. So and what they were able to tell me too is I called it as you mature in racing, I think there's so many things that we have to deal with. She was able to articulate to her dad that the car's set up this way, and I think tire choice is what's going to be on her to fix to get it out here. So let's see if her tire choice and her selection is going to make the difference out here. And as we know, she's a second half racer, so let's see if the changes are worth it.
Yeah, we're going to see. We got that Jones Ford Pace truck. First view of that so far this today, but we're going to see the Jones Ford Pace truck bringing us out here to green, and looks like we're getting them stacked up. Probably waiting on, there we go, Rooster Ledbetter there. He just came off a podium, immediately jumps into another car. We're going to see him out here in action, so I had to hold up the field for Rooster because obviously you get a podium, you want to be up there and celebrate a little bit. So
that's right. Yeah, that is a great car right there. Look at that. It's hot out here today. Look at we brought a swimming pool.
Yeah, Willett's bringing in a swimming pool for the heat. And I know yesterday kids were just slam-packed in there after the morning races and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool to see that out here and filled up.
That reminds me of the days of old. We used to bring a swimming pool out here frequently.
Brings us to our R&R Steel Racing 800 Open points. It is Addie Atterbury up front, 265 points. Chloe Hearn, though, slowly creeping in, 33 points back on Addie Atterbury. Wrecker Earp, 55 points back. Then we got Rooster Ledbetter, 82 back. PJ Hawthorne, 185 back. Jamison Olsen, 264 back. So Chloe Hearn, 3 rounds left. Things go her favor. She gets hot. Maybe there's something there.
Man, I really would love to see Chloe Hearn get her first championship out here at CORR. I know that her and her family would be absolutely ecstatic. And here we go. The Liquid Molly 800 Open starting grid. Addie Atterbury will start in P1 from her finish yesterday. Wrecker Earp, as you said, with a great performance yesterday, will end up in row 1 as well. Row 2 will be led by Chloe Hearn. And Rooster right next to her with Jamison Olsen here rounding off this stack field.
All right, the Jones Ford Pace truck bringing him around. It will be points leader and pole sitter Addie Atterbury, also winner yesterday, bringing us to the green flag. Wrecker Earp, you see him on the outside, putting a lot of pressure on Addie Atterbury yesterday. Wasn't able to seal the deal, wasn't able to get around her. But, Wrecker, I think after what we saw yesterday, this may be a little bit of a shootout here, especially on lap 1.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this, that they go do their homework because, any one of these cars out here taking this grid right now has the ability to be up top. You were talking about the Jones Ford truck, man, and I was trying to find the right spot to bring it in there, but that is an incredible Ford truck. I don't know if you've ever seen the Tremor trim. It's not quite a Raptor or any of those trucks, but, man, that Tremor trim, what a great option to have in that F-150.
All right, we're getting look there. We still got a couple corners to go, and they're already getting close. I like it. These drivers are ready to go race.
Is that the right way to call that? Tremor trim or Tremor package? What would you call it?
It's Tremor package.
Yeah, package. There you go. I think that's a better way to call it. But yeah, I was able to drive one of the Tremors out here one time, and man, they are just simply awesome. And they do add a lot to the F-150 lineup.
Yeah, Tremor is it's a step above a traditional FX4.
Yeah.
But it's not quite a Raptor.
Yeah,
it's kind of right in the middle, and they offer it on the Super Duty, which is nice. So, that truck is pulling off. We got Addie Atterbury going to take us to green. Look at that. It looks like Wrecker dropping back a little bit for the green.
Yeah, what's going on there? Oh, well, strategy.
Right. The Wrecker going to fall into second. Chloe Hearn there in the third spot. Zeppelin Ledbetter in fourth. Look at Chloe all the way to the bottom, trying to make a run up on the bottom side.
I think that was a good move there. Take a little different line there and see if we can make
way high. Look at that. Addie Atterbury, way high.
Yeah, crazy that Wrecker Earp wasn't able to capitalize on that and tighten that turn up and lead her in over the ski jump. So,
big spin. You don't see that often for Addie Atterbury. Big mistake there for her. Chloe Hearn now trying to get around as well. Look, she's fishtailing. Wow. She hasn't made a mistake all season, and we saw one out here today. Not often that happens from Addie Atterbury.
No, and I'm starting to look at the car. I'm seeing, is there any axle dangling?
Oh, and then we got Wrecker Earp around. He spun around too. We got 2 spins in this class early on. Wrecker Earp and Addie Atterbury. That's going to shake things up a bit. Jamison Olsen there trying to get around Wrecker.
Well, that's going to give the lead to Rooster, and right behind Rooster, Addie Atterbury were able to get back to her senses right on the rear bumper of our leader to the
Atterbury
straightaway.
Atterbury going to have her work cut out for her trying to get around Rooster. He's got to be excited to be leading this one. Look at Addie making some bobbles here. I think that car's got an issue.
Yeah, I have to say that. That's what I've been really trying to look at that and see if there's anything down there. This is reminiscent of when you see these drivers say, hey, I lost an axle. it wouldn't surprise me if she lost one of the rear axles and she's relying on the other 3 axles to get her around this course.
Yeah, there's something definitely got to be going on with that car, because you see her coming out of the corner. She's kind of fishtailing, and she's making some bobbles here and there. It's not like Addie Atterbury.
Well, now we're fully speculating.
See, look at that. There again, it just kind of...
Yeah, we're fully speculating because, I've made these calls before, and they get online and just say, man, it was really slippery out there, and you find out that there was no problem with the car. They just...
Rooster with a big spin now.
Yeah. So I'm leaning towards, and again, 100% speculation, I'm leaning towards that we just have a slippery track situation out there with the wrong tires. Because that's 3 cars that have had a spin around situation. So I would find it awfully coincidental that all 3 cars broke an axle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out here in this 800 Open.
I bet we just got a wet track, and the competitors got to drive accordingly. Chloe Hearn, though, she said she was going to make a tire change. It looks like she made the right choice.
Yeah, so far, Chloe Hearn, and Jamison Olsen, the only 2 that have been through uneventful thus far.
Yeah, it does look like Chloe Hearn, at least her rear tires look like they have a little more bite to them. Look like they have a little more knobby on the back of that car, and she doesn't have any fishtailing problems. So I think Chloe Hearn, telling her to Dad, I want to make a tire change, I think it's paying off for her right now.
So now she's trying to hunt down Rooster Ledbetter. All the way on the bottom side. Rooster pushing way up high. Looked like Chloe able to grab about a car length out of Rooster's lead. This for the 2nd spot. Addie Atterbury leading. She's going to get a run on Rooster down the front stretch. Rooster to the outside, Chloe down on the bottom.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury able to capitalize on Rooster coming around and able to extend her lead. As you see, you don't even see Addie Atterbury in frame.
Well, whatever potentially Addie had going on is not much of an issue anymore.
Right. And I think as the laps progress here through this race, I think this track is getting a little more tacky, and I think we're going to see less spin outs than we did here in the beginning.
Chloe going to get around to Rooster. Rooster pushing up.
Yeah, Rooster going
outside, inside move being set up by Chloe. Outside, inside. She's going to try and get a run. Draws even with the rear quarter panel. Nothing there. Down back to the bottom. Trying to get around Rooster.
Yeah, this is the position you don't want to be in. When these cars are pretty much drag racing down the straightaways, I think they're very equally matched. So that's where we go. When I told you in turn 6, you have to set it up right, go in right, and come out right. You have to do everything perfect in turn 6, or you're just left to watch the drag race. You're just mashing it to the wood, and you're just making it go all the way through until turn 1.
All right, we will have a mandatory competition caution flying here in about another lap. As now Wrecker Earp trying to get into it with Chloe Hearn.
That Wrecker Earp not able to get back into it after an early race slip up there. Hasn't been able to regroup. A little bit of a bobble there coming up into that step up, and that's what I was telling you right there. You have to do that step up just right because it can upset that car very quickly.
So Wrecker Earp now trying to draw even with Chloe Hearn, slowly trying to reel her in as she tries to hunt down Rooster Ledbetter. Meanwhile, Addie Atterbury way out front. Next time by, she should be getting the competition caution.
Yeah, 2 things I'm glad to see there is that Addie Atterbury was able to regroup and get her race back in control. I'm going to, again, speculate to say I don't think there was any mechanical failure with that car. And I'm only saying that because we had 2 other competitors spin out as well on this course. But I have a feeling that all these competitors now know what they're dealing with in this course. They've got it in control, and now they're going to come race, and I have a feeling we're going to witness an incredibly electric second half.
Oh, big spin again there. That was Wrecker Earp. Another big spin down through the middle.
Just tiptoed through those tires right there. Was able to miss every one of them.
Fortunate for him, it came before the competition caution, so really not going to cost him too much. As competition caution flag flies. This is going to be Addie Atterbury, Rooster Ledbetter, Chloe Hearn, Wrecker Earp, Jamison Olsen.
All right, so this is where some things are going to come into play. As we know, Chloe Hearn, a very strong second half competitor. Can Chloe Hearn, with her tire choice, get to the top of the box? Can she hold off Jamison Olsen and get around Rooster Ledbetter?
Well, Rooster definitely a kid that is on the move out here today. Up into second place. Saw him on a podium here briefly the time before as the Jones Ford Pace truck comes out, brings us to that competition caution, and earlier on this weekend we were able to catch up with Rooster Ledbetter.
All right, down here with Rooster. Now, Rooster, you're no stranger to this track back here in Arizona. You've got a few podiums earlier in the season. What do you think it's going to take to get another podium when we're coming back here?
Just don't lift and go fast.
Well, we know that you know how to go fast. You just got a great win in a desert race at the Mint 400. Now you're back here taking some of that knowledge and bringing it over to short course. What do you think is important when you're here at short course to do to win races?
This be number one qualifier and stay ahead.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Well, we keep talking about consistency all weekend. Seems like you have it. You're doing great in this class. Now, I heard that you got some new wheels and tires for this race this weekend. Is there anybody you want to thank?
I like to thank Gilmer's Off-Road for giving me the tires.
And I think that it's such a good job because you know how important it is to have a great tire, especially on this track. We're going to see what happens for Rooster in this class.
And we are back to green flag racing. Addie Atterbury bringing us to the green. Rooster Ledbetter in second, Chloe Hearn and Wrecker Earp. Be looking for Wrecker Earp to push, trying to get around. Had one of the fastest lap times so far in the first half of this race. Had a couple of big spins, though, that's relegated him back to fourth.
I would almost venture to say that I have a feeling that there ain't going to be any more spin outs here in this second half, and we're going to have a great race here coming up with these top four competitors. But, man, look at that already. Rooster trying to get some pressure on to the rock star, Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, Rooster really hanging tight there with Addie Atterbury. She's not able to shake him. You got to give this young kid a lot of credit trying to hang with one of the best here in 800 Open. Same with Chloe Hearn, man. Chloe Hearn doing a great job. And, you know, that's the thing. Run with the faster racers steps up your game as well. And if no mistakes are made, it's going to be a barn burner for sure. Chloe Hearn looks like she's making a little ground on Rooster Ledbetter as well. Wrecker Earp still lurking there in the fourth spot. Jameson Olsen back in fifth. Very different styles going into that corner. Some took it a little wide. Addie Atterbury starting to get a little bit of a breathing room down that front stretch. Rooster going to be looking in his rearview mirror. Got a couple of cars hunting him down as they go over the big flyaway jump. Yeah, Earp doing a great job keeping right there within striking distance. But Addie Atterbury, she's going to have to do what she does. Stay consistent, stay smooth, because this second half can really come around and take you out of that contention for that first place very quickly. So, yeah, Addie Atterbury, hold in. Yeah, it looks like Chloe Hearn now trying to make a move on Rooster. Really got close to his rear bumper on that previous corner. Nothing there. Now they're starting to reel back in Addie Atterbury. She's just quicker out of the corners than they are. They're making up a ton of ground in the corner, but she shot out of a cannon out of the corner.
Yeah, she went a little wide there, opened the door, but she was able to maintain her position. She did a great job there. Rooster did look at it, try to make something happen, but Addie still carried that speed out of there, out of that corner. Always love the livery there of Addie Atterbury's car. It's one of the main reasons you get her out there. She gets the glasses on, she puts the hat on, she's got the race suit, she matches the car. That's why I simply have named her the rock star.
All right, so Zeppelin Ledbetter trying to find a way to get around Addie Atterbury. Chloe Hearn doing the same thing around Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn hanging in there really good. I had to own it, and you can definitely see the difference in the tires as you see they're coming out of turn 4 into 5. You can see that she has a little more knobby on her rear tires than the rest of the field.
Yeah, so we got a couple laps remaining here. Look at that, Chloe Hearn getting around Zeppelin Ledbetter. So Chloe Hearn up into second. Now she's going to try and run down Addie Atterbury with 1 to go. Can Chloe Hearn do it?
Well, you said it right. She's a second-half racer, and she's proven that right. Jim Beaver, your words for Chloe Hearn are becoming 100% accurate right now.
All right, so Chloe now trying to hunt down Addie Atterbury. 5 corners remaining. Now Wrecker Earp trying to get around Zeppelin Ledbetter for that final podium spot.
Yeah, if I was Chloe Hearn, I would protect that inside line because that's where Rooster will take it away from her. If Chloe Hearn, tighten up, stay tight, take the line away. But look at this, Earp now trying to get some action with Rooster.
Look at that, Chloe Hearn now really narrowing the gap to Addie Atterbury.
Earp able to get around Rooster, so Rooster now, unfortunately, going backwards here in this final round.
Chloe Hearn, look at that. Chloe make an attempt here. Chloe Hearn putting a lot of pressure on Addie Atterbury with 1 corner to go.
Come on, ladies. You're putting on the race of the weekend so far. Great job to Chloe Hearn. And Addie Atterbury, I think, is going to maintain. Chloe Hearn a little sideways coming out of 6 as they take the Maxxis tires checkered flag.
Addie Atterbury with the win. Chloe Hearn second. Wrecker Earp going to finish up in that 3rd and final podium spot. Great run by Zeppelin Ledbetter, but just going to be nearly off the podium there. But, man, Chloe Hearn coming on strong there, putting some pressure on Addie Atterbury. That's got me excited for these final rounds here coming up in another month.
Yeah, man, I'm not kidding, man. You've said it. There's a few things you've said about Chloe Hearn. You said probably our number 1 most improved racer. You've said she's a great second-half racer. Everything you have said about Chloe Hearn just showed here in this race, running down the veteran, the rock star, Addie Atterbury.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We come back. We're going to catch up with the podium finishers here with 800 Open. We'll return to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liquid Molly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the front time, group up.
I turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
With StarStream Pro, technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like StarStream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With StarStream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the StarStream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park. Wrapping up the 800 Open Division here of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 8. And looking there at our top 3 podium finishers. And what a great race. Strong race.
What a performance from Chloe Hearn. I know we've been talking about her name all this whole event. You can definitely see that she did definitely choose a very aggressive set of tires here for this round, and I think it paid off for her.
Well, definitely a proper tire choice, and I think, to me, the whole story of the season in this class is you've got 2, obviously the dominance of Addie Atterbury, but Chloe Hearn, this girl is coming on strong. I mean, this is a complete different driver than we saw start here in Firebird, Mark.
Yes, indeed, man. Addie Atterbury, always finds herself out front, but she had to work for this one. I think she had to protect her lines and make sure everything was perfect there.
All right, well, standing by with our top 3, it is Tiffany Stone.
Down here with Record. Now, Record, nice job rounding out round 8 over here. You got a double podium at Firebird. Walk me through your weekend.
It was good. Got some new tires. I wasn't used to them being that slick on mud. Had a little bit of spin outs, but I was able to come back up to podium.
That's exactly what we were talking about, because we kind of see without this group over here, there was a few spin outs, but track conditions, did they come together for you for the second half?
Yeah, it started drying out during the second half, and I was able to just hit the gas and get past them.
Wonderful. Well, who would you like to thank for round 8 here at Firebird?
I would like to thank Earth Machinery, Talavera Trucking, UTV Works, Select Glass, Stansel Ranch, All Balls, Papa, Mom and Dad, and Max's Tires.
Wonderful. Nice job. Please hop up on number 3 for me. Thank you so much. Chloe, we're going to head over here, too, noticing that you're sporting a new hat as well. It's really good to see the smile. We keep talking about how much better you've been getting throughout the season. It's really nice to be able to see this. Obviously, we keep telling you that when the second half comes open, you pretty much know exactly what to do. Great job. You're putting a little pressure on Addie, so that was really cool to see as we were going through that last lap. Talk to me about your day.
It went really well today, a lot better than yesterday. We changed my tires and did what we had to, and was overall running a good race today.
Well, your smile says everything. I love that. Who would you like to thank today?
I would like to thank VP Racing Fuel, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixen, Sinfab Racing, Flying High, Am Soil, Maxis Tires, Extreme Machine, 2X, and Double E Racing.
Nice job. It's really cool to see you come into your own. We got 2 more rounds and a few coming back here, so we're going to see what happens for the rest of the season for you. Hop up on number 2. And you've done it again, Addie Atterbury. It's really cool to see this. I love that. We do have to ask you a few questions, though. We did see you do a little spin out, a little spin around over there. Obviously, talking to Wrecker, he did say that it seemed a little slick. From your perspective, was that what was going on with you?
Yes, it was very slick, and it did not help that I didn't have 4-wheel drive. Only 2 of my wheels was working.
Only 2. Well, for somebody to be able to spin out, come back through, battle their way back, continue throughout, finish it out, have a great battle with Chloe as well. This was really cool to watch in this class. You've done a nice job. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports, my family, Atterbury Motorsports, Off-Road Vixens, Roma Venture Company, Mazzanti Motorsports, and my Nana and Papa for coming out here. My Nana just got surgery on her hand, so I'm glad that she made it.
Well, I think that she gave you a little extra luck coming out here, too, because you drove that. Nice job. Congratulations. Hop up on number 1. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, that was a great run. You know, that class in particular, the 800 Open, we started out here in Chandler at Firebird, back in October, and we thought that class might be a little bit of a snoozer. I got to tell you, it is anything but now. It's one of those that's been the bright surprise on the season, Mark.
Well, look at those two young ladies out there, 1 and 2. I love seeing that. Chloe Hearn, again, one of the most, she got everything together. She's one of the most determined racers out there, and I love seeing it. And I'm watching those two girls right there. I call Addie Atterbury the rock star, but, man, I'm thinking those two are rock stars in their own right, and I'm thinking about starting an all-girl band with these two, 1 and 2, the Vixens or something like that. The rock star, those girls are awesome. It's a great job, and they smile, and they love it, and they're very passionate about their racing.
Yeah, well, that being said, we saw, the Maxxis hat on Chloe Hearn. Yeah. Well, Maxxis, one of the big partners in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Earlier on this weekend, I was able to catch up with Maxxis Tires. I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here with Maxxis Tires here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We've got Adam here, who is with Maxxis Tires, one of the newest sponsors in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Adam, tell us a little bit about the Maxxis involvement and what you guys are doing out here trackside.
Hey, we're so happy to be here. We're out here supporting our riders and anybody that needs tires. We're mounting them. We're selling them. You tell us what we can do to make your race better. Make sure you watch us on Maxxis.com for all your needs, and we're happy to help you.
Well, I know in addition to being a series sponsor, we have the Maxxis Tires checkered flag, and we also have the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap. So be watching for some of the fastest drivers out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series and that Maxxis checkered flag. Maxxis doing a lot for our series out here. Also sponsor the Maxxis Fast Lap for our pro divisions, as well as the Maxxis Tires checkered flag that we see flying for all of our divisions out here, which brings us to our next race, which is going to be youth production. And here is our R&R Steel Racing points.
Kyle Knighter out there with 292 points, just 11 points behind him. Tatum Forster on fire this weekend. Forster crew having a great weekend of racing out here, and I have a feeling we're having a repeat of yesterday. Harper McKinney out there, just 46 points back. Ryland Gahn, Vincent Weber, Wyatt Schmucker with Evan Atkins, 130 points back. Brenna Gorky and Liam Cadwell, and Desi De La Cruz that are 205 points behind, but Desi De La Cruz with an accident yesterday, and I was able to go back and watch that wreck. De La Cruz was able to post that wreck, the footage of that wreck, man, and pretty violent in that car on that rollover.
Yeah, that's always scary. Great to see Desi De La Cruz okay. As we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck starting to bring them out here into the arena. We're going to go racing with youth production. And Liquid Molly's starting grid shows Tatum Forster in the first spot, coming off the win yesterday. And I will say Tatum Forster, great dominating effort yesterday. Kyle Knighter, outside row number 1, Declan Shields and Harper McKinney. Row number 2, Vincent Weber and Liam Cadwell. And then it is Brayton Penrod and Desi De La Cruz in row number 4.
Yeah, Kyle Knighter having to keep Tatum Forster, as you say, keep him honest yesterday. And they did exactly that. But now Kyle Knighter having some issues too, had to work out some things, so we'll see if it pays off here in round number 8. Tatum Forster going to have his hands full with this entire field.
Got the cars working their way around the track behind that Jones Ford Pace truck. This one going to be slated for 10 laps. Mandatory competition caution in play as well. Coming a hair after the midway point, unless we have a caution flag brought out early past lap number 1, then that will take the place of the mandatory competition caution. So,
yeah, as you look out on this field, these are all RS1000s with the exception of one car out there. So a little bit of an advantage or disadvantage. Either way, the number 223 car. And I'm still on my old other race.
Mark's still in 800 open classes.
I just didn't want to let that go. It was such a great race. I was very proud of those young ladies.
All right, so we are down the ski jump. Got a couple corners remaining. That pace truck will pull off. We're going to go racing. Mark, I know that you know that Kyle Knighter really well. Tatum Forster, dominating effort yesterday. What do you think Kyle Knighter went back? Because I know that team, they're going to go back in the pits. They're going to do some homework, and he's going to bring a little bit different look today.
Well, I've been saying it all weekend, and more today than anything, psychology. The race psychology, as I said, I think it's as high as 50%. I'm not sure that Kyle Knighter had that many adjustments to make to this car as he did to his his plan. What is he going to do? What's his psychology here? What is he going to dog Tatum Forrester? Because I know Kyle Niner has the speed. I know he has the skill. I know he has everything. So I have a feeling that the change he made is going to be simply with him. That's it.
Well, and I think we're going to see that come into play here. When the green flag drops, Kyle Niner going to have a shot there to get around Tatum Forrester. So I would expect Kyle Niner, the veteran, he's normally used to being in that number 1 spot on the start. I think you're going to see him draw even, and you're going to see him really make an attempt there in turn 1 or number 2 to get around Tatum Forrester. Can he do it? That's another story, but I think the attempt will be there.
Well, you can hear these cars getting, they're antsy, they're anxious. You can hear them revving that car. The Jones Ford Pace Truck's going to pull up as they come down this front straightaway out of turn 6.
All right, Pace Truck pulls off, and the green flag going to be out. It is out. We are racing.
What a great start. I have a feeling that it is Tatum Forrester leading him into turn 1.
Oh, Niner off pace, getting bumped from the back. I think that was Harper McKinney, possibly?
Yeah, and Tatum Forrester into that black hole at turn 1. He went all the way to the wall. And I just don't know what's happening to turn 1 this week, and Tatum Forrester leading him into turn 2.
Wow, just a very odd start there for Kyle Niner. He looks back on pace now, but I don't know what quite happened.
Yeah, he was being pushed by McKinney, so, but look at this, Declan Shields now up there in the top 3. Declan Shields, we haven't been able to really talk about Declan Shields, but Declan Shields has the skill as well. And, these 3 boys out here can run away with it from the rest of the field and start dicing it up. But you cannot give too much room to Tatum Forrester. If you let Tatum Forrester out front, and if he gets a 10-car lead, he will for sure extend that lead.
All right, so this is going to wrap up lap number 1. We'll get you a running order.
Now you can see him starting to spread out here as they come into turn 1, all at full race speed.
So it's Forrester, Niner, Shields, McKinney, your top 4. Weber there in the 5th spot. De La Cruz up to 6th.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester looking good, but you know what? Kyle Niner, he's coming in and out. He's gaining some places. He's losing some places here as each lap progresses. So Kyle Niner, as I said, I think the only thing he has, I don't think he's battling car setup. I don't think he's battling anything in that car. I think it's just him. He's going to have to change his driving here if he's going to want to get around Tatum Forrester.
Tatum Forrester been very strong. Both the Forrester cars have been strong this weekend. So, Kyle Niner going to have his work cut out for him. But not losing touch. I mean, he's right there, but it's going to take a mistake from Forrester, I think, to get around.
Yeah, I think these racers have raced long enough out here at Firebird that they know the ins and outs of this track. They know where they can pick up their speed. They know what they like. They know what their car can do. So Kyle Niner, again, he's just going to have to, I've been saying it again all weekend, he's going to have to step out of his comfort zone if he's going to want to get around Tatum Forrester because...
Up on the bike. That is going to be Timothy Jones getting around the car that went up on the bike. I didn't get to see what car that was.
I do believe that was the McKinney on the 548. Or it could have been De La Cruz.
But right now, look at that. Kyle Niner putting a lot of pressure on our leader, Forrester. I mean, a lot of pressure. All the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Forrester going to pinch off Kyle Niner again. Kyle Niner now all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. So they're going to be slingshot out of this corner, down the front stretch. Niner going to have to try again in turn number 1.
Yeah, as I saw him coming into turn 6, it looked like Kyle Niner got on the binders a little too hard and gave up 2 or 3 positions to Tatum Forrester. And if you're Kyle Niner, you can't make that mistake right now. You're going to have to smooth that out. I've been saying it. I think the only thing Kyle Niner's battling is Kyle Niner.
Niner playing chase right now to Tatum Forrester, our winner yesterday. Niner with about 0.2 of a second faster lap last time by, so he's got the speed to pass Forrester, just finding the opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's 100% accurate to say right there, but Tatum Forrester, smooth as glass right now here in this opening half of youth production.
Forrester sliding up on the cushion, running a little bit higher line than Kyle Niner. So running order right now. It is Forrester, Niner, Shields, McKinney, Weaver. Big backing it in there for Forrester.
Yeah, you're 1 and 2 positions of Tatum Forrester and Kyle Niner. They set the car up way early into every corner that they go into, and they do that old trick that we talk about called backing it in, and they are definitely backing it into those faster corners.
Declan Shields sitting pretty there in the 3rd spot. Another lap around, we will have that mandatory competition caution. It's probably going to help out everybody but Tatum Forrester.
Right. Kyle Niner, though, not letting Tatum Forrester get out of striking distance. I think that's awesome. That would mean that these two boys' lap times are very close, just simply 60 tenths of a second. 6 tenths. I don't know why I said 60.
Well, Kyle Niner, that last time by, set the fast lap of the day thus far with a 57.8. So Kyle Niner absolutely flying out there trying to get around Tatum Forrester.
Yeah, that shows it right there. You said the 57.8 right there. That makes Kyle Niner so far the fast one out there right now. Even though he's in 2nd place, they're simply blistering some laps around this circuit.
As we saw yesterday, Forrester just doesn't make many mistakes. So it's going to take a big mistake here as we come to the mandatory competition caution for him to get around. Caution is out. We're going to regroup everybody. Speaking of our leader, Tatum Forrester, earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with Tatum.
Thanks, guys. Tatum, now we are back here. We were just talking a little bit, and you said that you actually prefer Glen Helen over to Firebird. There's a little bit more technicality at Glen Helen. But coming over here, for the first few rounds 1 through 4, you had pretty good stats on their podium a few times. Talk to me about how you're going to have to change that drive style and that mentality.
I'm just going to have to try and be more consistent and put it in there and just try and hit my lines over and over and be as fast as I can around the track and just be as consistent as I can.
Well, when we talk about the OGs from the CORR days, you are that. You and your family, Jason was saying that you guys were the epitome of the CORR family. Watching the season and watching the series grow, what are you looking forward to the most for the last few rounds here?
I want to move up, so I'm looking forward to a new start and a new maybe class next year and just a strong finish this season. We had a good running car all season. The past few seasons I've had some troubles with the car, so it's been good, and yeah.
Well, we always talk about this, too. When you win, that breeds a little bit confidence, and we can see that happening, especially rounds 5 and 6. It seemed like you were just letting that track develop, come into your own, and you were knowing exactly what to do. So looking forward to rounds 7 and 8 here. We're going to see what happens for the rest of this weekend for him.
All right, we got a corner to go. We're going to be back to racing. Tatum Forrester currently leading Kyle Niner. Kyle Niner with the fastest lap. Oh, excuse me. Tatum Forrester on that last lap heading to the competition caution now with the fast lap of the day. We've got Kyle Niner and Tatum Forrester swapping fast laps back and forth. These two cars are getting ready to have an absolute shootout here with 4 laps remaining.
Wonder why Declan Shields is hanging back, but, and that plays havoc for the rest of the field. But look at this, Kyle Niner again feeling pressure from the 3rd place right behind him. And I have a feeling this second half's going to be on fire.
Look at that, almost going 3 wide down the backstretch. Forrester, Niner, Declan Shields, Harper McKinney.
Kyle Niner there getting into the bumper of Tatum Forrester, giving him some pressure, letting him know, hey, bud, I'm back here, let's do this.
Declan Shields going to have a run out of this corner, trying to draw even with Niner. I almost feel like at this point Declan Shields has been playing possum for the first half of the race.
I would tend to agree with that, but look at this, Kyle Niner. He is aggressive as usual, and this field staying nice and tight here this time.
Yeah, they're not going to let the lead pack run away like it did previously, but Tatum Forrester just being mistake-free thus far in this feature. Going to be really tough to get around him, making that car extra wide.
You know, sitting here watching Tatum Forrester, we're able to watch his brother, Ryder Forrester, here in a couple more races, or maybe even the next race, but indeed the next race. But, man, I was just thinking to myself, they are two different racers, but they share a lot of the same driving styles.
All right, so Tatum Forrester leading, Kyle Niner in second, Declan Shields in third, Harper McKinney in fourth. It's going to be Weber in the fifth spot.
Tatum Forrester, what a great job. You know that if you're lining up with Declan Shields and Kyle Niner there, they're going to put the pressure to you the whole race. For you, a little bit on the bike there from McKinney.
Yeah, McKinney, a little bit of a mistake there. Looks like Timothy Jones now getting around Weber for the fifth spot.
Yeah, Timothy Jones, we haven't heard from him too much in this class. But look at this, Tatum Forrester with about a 4 or 5 car lead down the front straightaway.
Caution flag out.
Let's have a car out that's not in frame that we have seen here. I'm sure our cameras are going to swing around to it and see why it is. There it is, the number 45 car.
That is Weber, who was in fifth. That explains why Timothy Jones was able to get around Weber. So Timothy Jones up into 5. So we're going to regroup everything. It is going to be Tatum Forrester with a couple laps remaining, going to be the leader. We're going to have Kyle Niner in the second spot, Declan Shields, Harper McKinney, Timothy Jones now in the top 5. Then it's going to be Liam Cadwell, Desi De La Cruz. And with that mistake there, Vincent Weber going to drop back into 8th, and Brayton Penrod, who has been out for quite a while, is going to be in the 9th spot.
Well, it's going to shake things up here as far as our finishing results. But Tatum Forrester not able to hold on to that 4 or 5 car lead that he was able to put on the rest of the field here in the second half. So unfortunately now, Tatum Forrester getting Kyle Niner right on his bumper one more time. And, man, that's tough break for Tatum Forrester, doing all the work, getting it out front, but then, it's just basically taken away from you.
Well, the one I want to talk about, too, is Declan Shields. I mean, Declan Shields been sitting back there at the first half of the race in third. We didn't talk much, and then running a 57.9, so only 0.2 off of the pace of our leader, Tatum Forrester, all actually faster than Kyle Niner the last lap. So wow. Declan Shields showing the speed there in the third spot. Like we said with Kyle Niner, though, it's the opportunity. When you got drivers like Forrester and Niner ahead of you, it's very tough to get around them.
Well, here we go. There's only going to be at least 2 laps left. So Kyle Niner, if he has anything for Tatum Forrester, he's going to have to make it happen right now.
Look at Declan Shields all the way to the outside in the third spot, tucking back in, now to the bottom side. Declan Shields trying to work his way around Kyle Niner. Nothing there. McKinney in the 4th spot. Timothy Jones in the 5th spot.
Declan Shields, a very smart racer. You won't find him in the mix rubbing and bumping too often. And I'm not saying he won't do it. I'm just saying you won't find it too often. He'll make a clean pass on you. He's a very smart racer.
Look at that protect line. Declan Shields looked like he may have had a little speed there on Kyle Niner. Kyle Niner slamming the door on him. Nothing there. Declan Shields going to try and get a run out of this corner towards our 2 leaders.
I like the line that Kyle Niner chose right there. He went inside, stayed inside, and stayed in it. And look at that, it paid off coming out of turn 6 as they get the white flag this time around.
We got a 3-way shootout. Declan Shields looking at the bottom. Nothing going to be there. So does Tatum Forrester pushing way wide up into the fluff. Kyle Niner going to get around him. Declan Shields now to the bottom. Going to get around Tatum Forrester as well.
Wow, that is quite a switch up right there. Kyle Niner out front now. And you know what?
Oh, contact between Declan Shields, Kyle Niner coming out of that corner.
Kyle Niner's going to be hard to catch. He is not going to give up that position, but Declan Shields has something to say.
Wow, Tatum Forrester, first and third. Oh, getting into it. A little bump there from Tatum Forrester into Declan Shields. Shields running away now. Sight set on Kyle Niner.
Kyle Niner very aggressive.
Look at that. Declan Shields touching into Niner saying, hey, I'm here, buddy. Let's play.
They go. Look at this race. What happened,
Wow,
boys?
Another slide job there. Tatum Forrester getting into Declan Shields. We got bumping, banging, battling. 1 corner remaining. What a wild one out here at Firebird.
I have one word to say. It's getting spicy out here. Just as I said, Kyle Niner coming around. He will take the Maxxis Tires checkered flag.
Wow, Kyle Niner with the win. Declan Shields second. Tatum Forrester third. I would have never planned that one on that restart as the Maxxis checkered flags are flying. Wow, what a finish to that one. Strong racing by all three drivers. You got to love it. Elbows were out, but nothing malicious. Bumping, banging, great racing. What a way to end that one with the youth production class. We are going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to let Tiffany Stone dissect all the fun when we return.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Double E Racing, engineered for performance.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering and hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Built to get more out of every mile. For what you pull, what you haul, and what you refuse to leave behind. When the load gets heavy, you don't back off. You push forward. Trusted for generations because performance matters. More air, more power, more response. Engineered for the demands of diesel drivers. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
Welcome back here to Firebird Raceway, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark right here. Youth production, Mark. I mean, that one top to bottom was just phenomenal. What a race at the end.
Jim, I simply wanted to explode there before we went to break there. I had so much to say. I had so much energy. I still got it inside of me. They were touching. They were bumping. They were rubbing. It was almost like somebody on that last lap said, you know what, do it now. It was a sprint all the way to them, those top three drivers.
Yeah, that brings us to our Rugged Radio's youth production results. Kyle Niner on top. Declan Shields taking it to the wire along with Tatum Forrester in third. Those three drivers putting on a show out here. Liam Cadwell going to be in the fourth spot. Desi De La Cruz, solid finish there in the fifth. Harper McKinney, Timothy Jones, Vincent Weaver, and Creighton Penrod, 9-car finishers out here. What a wild one out here, Mark.
You said it perfectly right. As you said, Kyle Niner on top. Kyle Niner was climbing on top of his car. Great job, Kyle Niner. Very proud of you, son.
That's why we come out here. That's why we love short course racing. Strong racing by all three drivers, and never lifting and giving them each other respect. But they were also a little bit of bumping and banging, rubbins racing, but a lot of respect between those three. And to drive as close as they did at the limits that they did, that's a three-way mutual respect between the three of them.
Yeah, that was pro level racing right there, 100%. I mean, these guys could have raced right there that way in any pro field, and they did a great job keeping it as clean as they could. When you are literally going at those speeds, top three, and you're dicing it and you're battling and there's a change, they're going to touch it. And you heard me say Declan Shields, he very rarely gets collected and into any of the nonsense. He stays smart and he stays wide, but Declan Shields put his nose in there and he wanted to get in there as well.
Yeah, color me excited for racing like that. Sign me up. I will watch that all day long. Great stuff out here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Down here with Tatum Forrester. Now, Tatum, you were able to hold off all the way to pretty much the last few turns over there. Talk to me about exactly what happened.
I was trying to be consistent and stay as in front and get a pull, but Kyle's fast. These guys are fast. They give me a good run for my money, and now I can go and learn from it and come back better and stronger.
Well, I love seeing that. I know you're getting a little emotional up here, but there's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, we take it each turn, each lap, each race, each round, and we learn from it and come back together. Trust me, there's moments where I learn from my race. I mean, I'm not racing, but I learned from my podium interviews as well. So I know there's a lot of people you need to thank for round 8.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom and dad, first of all, for bringing me out here and making this possible. All of my friends and family, Wyatt, Connor, the Schroeders, everybody that helps out. Economy Plumbing, 2X Motorsports for helping us out all the time whenever we need it. 518 Designs, Lone Star Performance, UPR Racing, Rugged Radios, Low T Clinic, Valor Wheels. I think that's it.
Well, just so you guys know, from what we saw in the booth and everything that everybody saw on the live stream as well, you did a great job. It was wonderful to see. It was a really cool, nice, clean race. You guys should be all super proud of you. All three over here should be very proud of yourselves. Hop up on number 3 for me. We're going to head over here to you, Declan. Sorry about that, Kyle. We're going to head over to you, Declan, right now. That was a nice, clean race. Obviously, you got a podium in round 7, coming back for another podium here. 3 great guys racing up here. You guys did a hard-fought battle, super clean with everything. You were able to capitalize in the second half, obviously. What was it like from your perspective, though, going into that last lap?
Last lap, I knew Tatum and Kyle, they were going to battle. So when I saw Kyle pass Tatum, I knew I had to take that opportunity. And my suspension was like bottoming out everywhere, but if I just had to floor it so I could pass Tatum. And I knew that Kyle, I was catching him, so I tried to get him, but I didn't want to have Tatum pass me, so I kept it clean, and I'm very happy with what I got.
Well, it's so good to see you grow up and come into your own as this race car driver. I love seeing that. Who would you like to thank for round 8?
My dad, my mom, my sister, Dylan and all his brothers, GSP, Dirt Rider Designs, Sparko, and CORR for putting on this event.
Nice job taking that second place here for round 8. Taking that top spot, Kyle Niner. It was a great, hard-fought battle. Obviously, we saw everything that played out there going into the very, very last lap. We've got Tatum's perspective, Declan's perspective on that. For you, what was the perspective? Because I know where you were at yesterday for round 7. You weren't particularly happy. It seems like you changed a few things, especially with the track conditions today.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fighting gremlins the last couple of races, between four-wheel drive going out at Glen Helen to having clutching issues this round. We got everything figured out last night and came out here and we just kind of held our own and held a solid pace until we saw an opportunity. And the second that he started getting a little bit tired and making mistakes, we just took advantage of it, tried to make it as clean as we could. It is what it is, it's racing, but it was one hell of a race, I'll tell you what. Both of these boys behind me, great drivers, and I'm looking forward to the last round. This is going to be a good one.
Who would you like to thank for round 8?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tune, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Sandcraft, Kinetic, TJ, what did you say? Back on Track Performance. I'd like to thank my spotter, Bobby, thank you so much. And then I'd like to thank my girlfriend and my girlfriend's mom for coming out and supporting me and all my other family, and Oliver with Golding Motorsports. Thank you guys so much.
I love that. I overheard Robert over there, Bobby, say he listened to me and it worked out for you. Nice job. You're taking some information from a guy who knows what it takes for short course racing. Hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers and youth production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, yeah, that was a great group of racers, and I think Kyle summed it up best. I can't wait to watch the finale here with those 3 drivers.
Yeah, I am looking so forward to that. It's gonna be spicy, no doubt about it. Tatum Forrester, you know, I don't like to see these kids get emotional like that, but what I do like about it, the takeaway from when they do get emotional, they are so passionate about racing. They put everything into it. And Tatum Forrester right there, after leading it and thinking he had that race in the bag, it was brutally taken from those 2 racers behind him, Declan Shields and Kyle Niner. And, he had to step it up right there to try to get that position back, and that's where that emotion came into play.
Yeah, it definitely came into play, but great times had by all. And speaking of great times had by all, we got a lot of fans out here that are having great times at the racetrack here at Firebird. And as they're doing that, they're wandering around. They're seeing our core square that's kind of our vendor village. And, you're going to see a little red truck there that's got some merch on display. Our partners at Traders have some really cool swag. We're standing by here with Traders, the official merchandise partner of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Traders been on site at every single round so far this year. They change things up from round to round. You never know what they're going to bring trackside. This weekend, things are warm out here. We've got tank tops going on because you know what? It's going to be over 100 degrees this weekend. They've got all kinds of fresh hats, and one of the coolest things they do, based on the round, it is a specific event t-shirt for every single round, and that changes every single weekend here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So if you're out here in Phoenix, you definitely want to stop by Traders, get your merch dialed in. Some of this stuff you can only get it this weekend. All right, we've got the Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing the youth restricted drivers out. I like this. We got our R&R Steel Racing points. Mark, give us the lowdown.
Ryder Greco out front, 255 points, 17 back there. Crewhart and Jackson Carter will round off the top three in points out here. Brother Ryder Forrester, Tatum Forrester, man, had a great day yesterday, so hopefully he can have a repeat performance. He's just 69 points behind. Lathrop there, 81. Triton Lawrence, 84 behind. Timothy Jones, another one out here in his class. He's just going back-to-back. 87 points behind. B.J. Hawthorne with 125. Nixon McCormick, 133. And Hudson McCormick. And I have a feeling, I think it's Hudson McCormick. Hudson McCormick is out here, but not racing, as stepping into a career of street racing.
That brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid. Row number 1, Ryder Forster, big winner yesterday. Jackson Cotter outside row number 1. Ryder Greco Crewhart, row number 2. It's going to be Cooper Hoganess and Timothy Jones in row number 3. Triton Lawrence and Liam Cadwell rounding out the top 4 rows.
Row 5 is going to be dominated by a racer that we got coming up.
Addie Atterbury, it looks like. It's going to be Nixon McCormick there, and then we're going to have Brayton Penrod and Lath Earp, Blaine Proctor, Carter Hoganess, Lariat Lawrence, and Kylie Odell. Got our Jones Ford Pace Truck easing his way around that step up. We're going to see that truck pull off a little bit earlier than we have seen with some of the other youth races. But this one going to be fireworks early. Ryder Forster dominating effort yesterday. Jackson Cotter, a lot of pressure, very, very fast yesterday, but just wasn't able to make it happen with Ryder Forster.
Jackson Cotter did a great job yesterday again, but man, Foresters, they got it. The Forster brothers, they got it dialed in and ready to go here this weekend. Whatever they are doing is definitely working really good, and it is great to see the Cotter name back out here, and it is actually great to see both Ryder Forrester and Jackson Cotter here dicing it out here for this round number 8.
All right, Pace Truck going to be pulling off after this corner. That is going to be our cue that we're ready for 10 laps of racing with a mandatory competition caution. Be watching that 695 there of Ryder Forrester, looking for that green flag to drop the hammer.
16 cars, green flag flies as they come into turn 1. Who's it going to be, Tatum Forrester, or can Jackson Cotter get around? Tatum Forrester leading them in to turn 1.
Jackson Cotter looks like slotting in behind
Look at this, though. Yeah, Ryder Greco able to get the whole shot here into turn 2. And we got a car up into the cushions, hit the tires.
Everybody through clean now. No caution flag flying. Whoa, Cotter almost looping it there. Little fishtail, almost catching the 210 in the fishtail. That is Triton Lawrence.
Okay, now we saw this yesterday.
Oh, what a punt. Wow, the 210 just getting in the back of Forrester. It's like he missed the brake pedal.
Yeah, that was Triton Lawrence. That was a hard hit. I hope there's no damage done to Ryder Forrester's car, because that was a big hit.
That was there had to have been something wrong there with the brakes, because that was a massive hit.
And so far this opening lap, there's cars spinning around. There's cars making contact. There's cars taking it.
That was Nixon McCormick in the 737 going around. It's amazing that we haven't had a caution flag fly yet. Meanwhile, we've got Ryder Greco out front, Jackson Cotter in the second spot. The 210 there of Triton Lawrence in the third spot. Forrester in the 605. You got to wonder if he's going to want a little redemption.
Yeah, I've been really watching the rear bumper of Ryder Forrester's car there, and it looks like that bumper was made perfect took the hit, but I don't think there's going to be any damage to that car. So what a great placement of that rear bumper.
Well, I can tell you that. 210 going up and over. That is Triton Lawrence.
Triton Lawrence just going too tight on that inside corner there. Hit the tires, and you cannot hit those tires in that exact scenario. You have all the speed going into the corner, and if you hit those tires like that, you're over on their lid just like that. We call that, when you're fully on the lid, we call that the turtle. So he's 2/3 turtle right there.
All right, so our running order is Ryder Greco, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Forrester, Crew Hart, Cooper Hoganess, our top 5.
Here's that replay of Lawrence coming in there, coming in just a little too tight. Comes in, those tires just literally pop out of nowhere, bite him, and right on over. I don't think there's going to be any damage to that car. I'm pretty certain he's not hurt. They'll flip that car back over, and he'll be able to be competitive here in the second half of this race.
Well, a big shout out there to Ryder Forrester, able to not get collected in that, rolling right in front of him. Talking about we've got all kinds of stuff happening on course, but one of those drivers in the top 5, Crew Hart, we were able to catch up with him earlier this season.
All right, guys, another driver who found out that he does like Glen Helen a little bit better because it is technical, but we are back here. We're at Firebird right now, and Crew, you were just talking about that you really like that track because it was technical, but being back here, it's all about if you've got a fast car. Seems like you do. You're sitting right now, second in points. You got a little bit of a gap, but what do you think you're going to have to do this weekend to get on top of the box and then shorten that gap and add more points for the season?
Try to win and... try to suit the weekend and stay consistent and don't wreck.
Well, keep talking about that a little bit. It seems like you got a great car. You're really honing in on it. You know exactly what every turn is going to do when you're inside of here. Did you change anything from last rounds to this round, or did you keep the same?
We changed a little bit on the tunes just to try to find a little better for the championship.
Wonderful. Well, before we let you go, because I know that you've got some qualifying, some racing going on, what do you feel that this season's really showed you as a driver? Does it show you that as long as you're consistent, you can be able to get into those top spots?
Yeah, but you kind of have to stay fast and you can't fall back. You have to make sure that you're not staying behind, and you have to have good lines.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you. And like he was saying, you've got to find those lines. You've got to find those marks, and you make sure you do that because consistency, we've been talking about it all day long, is definitely key to win a championship. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. Crew Hart in 4th. Right now, it is going to be Ryder Greco and Jackson Cotter taking us to the green. Ryder Forrester in the 3rd spot. Hart, Hoganess, and look at that, 6th place. Addie Atterbury, strongest run she's had in Youth Restricted all season.
Yeah, that's quite a lead right there. Quite a leaderboard right there. I love seeing that. Just before we went to break there, 737, McCormick was taken out there. It looked like the rear tire came off that car. So a tough break for Dixon McCormick in the 737.
Greco getting a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, Greco's got to regroup and get everything together here in the race pace because Jackson Cotter right there has the ability to get around him. And we already know that Ryder Forrester has the speed and what it takes to be out front, as he was our victor from yesterday.
Dropping down way low there on that low line. Everybody kind of single file through these turns.
Great shot of the Hart car there in the number 36. Crew Hart doing a great job there, staying within striking distance of our leaders.
All right, so it is going to be a Greco, Cotter, Forrester 1, 2, and 3. Hart right in the 4th spot, looking for a podium.
I mean, this is quite a leaderboard here, this top 4. Greco, Cotter, Forrester, Hart. That is, it could be any one of these guys' races right here getting ready to happen here in the second half.
All right, they're up and over the flyaway, working their way through the interior portion. That is a shot there of Addie Atterbury in the number 66, followed by Laith Earp.
Addie Atterbury running our second group here. And Addie Atterbury, she's tough in both of these cars, so great job, Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, I got a big pack there. That is for the 7th spot. Oh, up on the bike there. That was a 144 of Lawrence.
Holding it there. Actually, literally driving it there for a while. That was some great driving right there. That's some Max Gordon stuff going on right there.
That's Hoganess in the 14. Getting a little pressure there from the 223 of Cadwell. Cadwell putting a little pressure there. Trying to get around Hoganess.
Hoganess doing a great job out here. This is the first season in this class. Both him and his brother are out there. And I love seeing how their race program is maturing as well. Even their mom is coming out here racing. You can say, hey, what are you doing this weekend? I'm going racing with my mom. And it's like, wait, you mean your mom's taking you racing? No, my mom's going racing.
That's Lawrence in the 144. Flipped over. They're going to try and get it over so we can keep this green flag racing, but the yellow is going to come out. So they're going to regroup everybody.
Yeah, I think that was the right call to bring the caution out there. The inside of the corner like that and all our safety crew out there, that's a pretty precarious place to be, and I don't think they're going to get that car over anytime super quick and or back into racing action. They had to go out into the track there to flip that car over, because that's the worst place you could be right there if you're going to put the car over internally like that.
Got it back on its wheels. Picking up all the shrapnel.
Shrapnel, I like that.
Looks like a little bit of a plane crash out there.
A little bit of yard sale going on. I simply love that one that goes around the internet. Hey, you can't park there. But it's so cliche now to say that. I just said it, didn't I?
Yeah. Jones Ford at Pace Truck pulling them around. Hopefully we'll be able to get her cleaned up and go green flag racing this time by.
Lots of carnage out there. You just saw the McCormick car in the background there missing that rear tire.
Let me set the stage here for our top 10. Right now it is Ryder Greco leading, Jackson Cotter in the second spot, Ryder Forrester in the third, Crew Hart fourth, Cooper Hoganess fifth, Liam Cadwell sixth, Lath Earp seventh, Addie Atterbury eighth, Brayton Penrod ninth, and Kylie Odell rounding out your top 10.
Man, the one I have to pull out of there once again, Cooper Hoganess. What a great showing he has there. You see the car right there, the number 15 right there. Oh, the 15, rather, is his brother, Carter Hoganess. I got a chance to talk with his mom after the race yesterday, and Carter just, there's a little different learning curve between the two brothers. I love them both, and I know they're brothers, but, man, it is a different personality from both of those brothers right there. So I think both brothers doing great. Carter Hoganess doing great. But Cooper doing fabulous out there in fifth place, and I think that's where he finished yesterday, so great job.
All right, Pace Truck not pulling off.
I have a feeling, though, if he's going to tug him around one more lap, he's going to cut the course a little short.
All right, so that being said, we're going to go around again, which means we're going to cut to a Racer Plus commercial break.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And we're back here to Firebird Raceway. And the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Looks like Pace Truck taking the scenic route around.
I think there's a lot of that travel clear that you were talking about. We had a yard sale there on the course, so I have a feeling everybody's picking out the last-minute opportunities.
So Pace Truck pulling off means we're going to go green flag racing. It's going to be Ryder Greco taking us to that green.
Ryder Greco simply dominating the first half. Can he do it now? And I have a feeling that this pause in action is going to be our mandatory caution as well. I don't think we're going to have another break unless there is something that happens out on the course. Once again, another car victim to that weird gravitational pull coming out of turn one.
Yeah, we are at the midway point. A little bit of bumping in that corner. Nothing to write home about, though. But, Greco, Cotter 1 and 2. But Forrester now on the hunt looking at Cotter.
Yeah, man. Greco, though, I think is going to be able to hold on here with no mistakes out here. Cotter looking great, but we already know the Forrester has the ability to lead this race as well.
Look at that. Forrester looking at Cotter, almost on the bumper.
So close.
Greco hitting his marks.
Ryder Forrester's car, a little more speed than the rest of the field, so he has to play it safe. It looks like that car is just a little faster, so he has to know where to make his move in order to get second place away from Jackson Cotter and ultimately get up there and challenge Carson Greco.
Yeah, Crew Hart back in the fourth spot trying to make his push for the podium as well. So with a handful of laps remaining, we got 4 cars hunting for 3 spots.
I did it again. It's Ryder Greco. My single biggest mistake is making the Carson Ryder Greco mistake, and there it was again. This is Ryder Greco out there.
Uh-oh, look at that. Cotter to the bottom, looking to get around Greco. Nothing there. All the way on the back bumper, going to drop to the inside. Greco going to pinch him off. Cotter having to get into the brakes. Oh, a little bump from the back. That was Forrester into the back of Cotter.
Yeah, Jackson Cotter had to check up there and unfortunately got the front bumper of Forrester.
Look at that. That was an outside-inside by Cotter all the way to the outside. Now he's going to back the outside-inside.
Well, here we go. These 4 are going to put on a show here in this second half. I guarantee it. I have a feeling we're going to have a repeat of the race that just happened.
Yeah, with Hart in the mix as well. 4 cars looking for 3 spots. Some point you wonder when the fireworks are going to hit.
Yeah, it's definitely a powder keg getting ready to explode. We're watching the fuse dwindle down. And, man, I know Jackson Cotter, and I guarantee he's gonna do something to change things up. And Forrester isn't just, we got a car tumbling in the background. And I think we're going to bring out another caution.
Didn't get to see what happened. Caution is out. I believe that's Cadwell.
That's a 223 car indeed. Liam Cadwell taking a big tumble, and I don't think that car is going to be able to return to racing, and it looks like his front suspension a little pushed in there at the top. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to return to racing, and I think pulling out the caution one more time is a smart call.
Yeah, 223 Cadwell on its side. Safety crew on it immediately. Got a great safety crew out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, when they turn that car over, I think there's going to be damage to the front left suspension. It already looks like the upper ball joint or upper arm of sorts is already broken, so I don't think that Liam Cadwell is going to be able to return to racing. I could be wrong. And again, there's nothing to substantiate what I just said, but right now it looks like that car is not going to make it back into racing.
Nope, tough break. Got a handful of laps remaining, I believe 2. We are going to be going green-white checker when we return, so it will be down to 2 laps. We're going to have a shootout right now. Our top 4, Ryder Greco, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Forrester, and Crew Hart, they were in that breakout group around above the rest of the field. So got to think with this green-white checker, those 4 cars going to be fighting for 3 spots. As Mark said, it's a powder keg. The fuse has been lit. We will see what happens. Cooper Hoganess there in the top 5 as well. Great run for Hoganess. Addie Atterbury up to 6. Best result we've seen her in so far in youth restricted this season. So great run for Addie Atterbury looking for a top 5. Lathrop, Brayton Penrod, Blaine Proctor, and Kylie Odell rounding out our top 10.
Man, I said that Liam's problems were with the front suspension. As I turned that car over, it ended up being the rear suspension. So one way or the other, unfortunately, that's the end of Liam Cadwell's weekend.
It looks like the roof panel pushed in a little bit as well. So that's going to be day done for Liam Cadwell. Tough break.
Yeah, that was a violent wreck. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I just literally saw wheels tumbling in the background. Was fixed on turn 2, and he just literally come tumbling into frame, and that's what brought the reaction from me. But I hope the driver's okay. I don't see the safety crew doing anything too crazy for the driver, and in fact, the driver's already out of the car, so looks like our driver's okay.
Yeah, it looks like tire being held on by a brake line or something.
Yeah, by a brake caliper. That's about right.
Brake caliper and brake lines.
That's about right. That hub has left the conversation.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. All right, so we're going to bring them around. This is going to be a green-white checker. 2 laps to go. Green-white checker. Ryder Greco got the lead in turn number 1 on the first lap. Hasn't looked back. Been absolutely flawless out here. Had a lot of pressure. Been running a perfect race, and that's what you need to do out here in youth production. But he is going to have a lot of pressure at the drop of this green flag. Jackson Cotter got the speed. Ryder Forrester got the speed. Crew Hart has the speed. We have 4 cars looking for 3 podium spots with 2 laps remaining.
I think pressure is the right word, and this is going to play with their minds out here for these final couple laps. And you know, we were setting the stage for a battle to unfold from these top 3, so I have a feeling we saw it at probably about 70% amplitude, but we're getting ready to see it at 100% amplitude. Full throttle's getting ready to happen here in this situation.
Yeah, if there's anything left in the tank, I can guarantee you they are going to purge it right now, because this is going to be an exciting 2-lap shootout for the win here. Ryder Greco, like I said, been absolutely flawless today, but he's got 3 of the best in the business hunting him down. We're going to see if he can keep it all together, come away victorious.
Well, you know, that 4th position of Crew Hart, he has the ability to be in that battle as well. And what I love seeing there, Cooper Hogan is there in 14th, in the 14 car, as far back as 5th. Cooper Hogan is 2. I'm gonna leave my seat and run down there if I see Cooper Hoganus get his big podium out here.
Yeah, Cooper Hoganus, like you said, right there in the top 5, on the hunt, and something could happen. We could see some mishaps here as we go back to green flag. So Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off. Ryder Greco looking for the green flag. 2 laps, green, white checker coming at you.
Here it is. It's going to have to be now or never. Every racer here in this top 4 has got to make it happen. Greco doing everything he can to stay out front and not open the door, not even a little bit, for Ryder Forrester or Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, Ryder Greco doing exactly what he needs to do, getting a little bit of space there. Well, it looks like Cotter almost looping it on that corner, up and over the big flyaway. Forrester looking all the way to the inside. Cotter going to cut him off. Greco with a great line through that. Going to carry his momentum, pull about 2 car lengths on the 2nd and 3rd place.
Forrester door to door right now with Cotter as they come into turn 4.
Oh, Forrester up onto the back of Cotter. That's going to cause a bobble. That's going to allow Hart to slide in possibly for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, that's not a mistake you can make there, but Crew had it, Hart had it for a second, but Tatum Forrester able to regain that 3rd place from him.
Yep. All right, so Hart now pushing on Ryder Forrester. Cotter now trying to push on Greco. Still got Hoganus sitting back there in the 5th spot.
That looks like that might be Addy Atterbury there. I can't tell, but we're going to go with the graphics. And sure enough, it is Carter Hoganus. But here we go, back up front. Oh, little bit of different line selection there from both our number 1 and number 2 positions.
Yeah, Cotter way at the bottom. Starting to get some dust out there. See if that affects these drivers. This is the white flag out. We're going to see if anybody can make a last minute
Hail Mary.
Yeah, Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Well, that was Forrester. Got into the back of Cotter again, up and over. That's a tough break for Forrester. Looked like fully a mistake on Forrester's part.
Yeah, it looked like Forrester came in a little too hot there. went right up the rear bumper, and the tires pulled him over the rest of the way. But right up front right now, it is Ryder Greco will take the Maxxis Tires checkered flag, followed by Jackson Cotter and Crew Harbor round off your top 3.
Yeah, tough break for Ryder Forrester. I think it was kind of a self-induced accident there with the Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying. That one was a tight one. You got to give Ryder Greco a lot of credit. Here we go. We got another glimpse here. What happened? So be watching Forrester, and Forrester just drove up the back of Cotter, almost spun Cotter, and car went up and over. Cotter did nothing wrong, just in the corner, and Forrester came in a little too hot, I think.
Well, I don't know. I might have a little different perception on that too, though. Cotter looks like he got a little out of shape there, and when you're racing in this close to this caliber of racing, if you're behind and you're that close, you anticipate that driver is going to make that corner clean, and you know how they do it. Now, I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just adding a little different perspective from what I saw there. I think Cotter got a little out of shape, and I don't think Forrester anticipated that. I think there was a little anticipation there on Forrester's part.
All right, well, we are going to cut to a commercial break. We come back. We're going to catch up with our top 3 finishers here in Youth Restricted. We return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 8 from Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've got another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, and Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright just getting done with quite the eventful Youth Restricted race, which we do have a replay once again of the mishap in the final lap with Ryder Forrester. So we're going to get a look at this on our screen, see exactly what happened. So Cotter goes in the 611. And it looks like, I don't know. I think,
it's hard to call one way or the other. That's why I said I was just offering a different perspective. It looks like Cotter got a little out of shape entering the corner. And, again, when they race on this caliber, I think each racer kind of anticipates that they're going to, take the line the same way. And I think Forrester just put a lot of faith in Jackson Cotter.
All right, well, we're going to go to our Youth Restricted results brought to you by Rugged Radios. It was Ryder Greco on top, Jackson Cotter in the 2nd spot, and then I believe it was Crew Hart in the 3rd spot, and I believe Cooper Hogan is going to move into the 4th spot, and Addie Atterbury possibly with a top 5 there.
Yeah, it was a great performance from Addie Atterbury. Cooper did a great job holding in there, and he's picked up one more position in the 4th place in that race. It's a great job. Ray Penrod, Blaine Proctor, and Kylie Odell rounding off those top 10.
That being said, we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our podium finishers here in Youth Restricted.
Nice job to you over here, crew. It was really good to see you come out there. I know we talked earlier this season. You said that you just needed to stay consistent, add some more points to continue out the season for you. It was a nice job seeing you out there. Talk to me about that last lap and how it was from your perspective and how you were able to get a 3rd place podium.
I just listened to my brother on that last restart, and he told me some lines, and it was working. And then coming on into the white flag, I almost had the line, but he had the inside, so then he got in front of me. And then I just took the lines that my brother told me to do, and I was right there, and then he drove up and hit Jackson, and then flipped, and I just went inside, and I got it.
Well, it seems like that what you saw, you were able to capitalize on a little mistake over there and come in bringing it back over here for round 8. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Elka Shocks, Polaris, Jesus and Ronnie, and then Extreme Dreams, Sneaky for the amazing tune, and my friend and family for coming out.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Congratulations to you. You can hop up on number 3. Coming over to you, Jackson. Now, it was good to see this. Like, you did a wonderful job. Double podiums for round 7 and 8 here at Firebird. Obviously, we saw a lot of things going on. You were able to kind of hold your own, keep some lines, come through for a second. I know you're breathing it all in right now. You're taking it all in. Tell me how it was for you for round 8.
Felt good.
It felt really, really good. So when we're looking at notes right now, you were trying to do the inside, the outside, trying to figure out what was going on. Obviously, Ryder is a great driver out there, but you really put some pressure on him today. Is that exactly how you saw it?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Who would you like to thank today for round 8?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Method Race Wheels, Maxxis Tires, Sneaky, John Pacheco, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and everyone else who helps me out.
Wonderful. Nice job, Bod. Hop up on number 2 for me. All right, and taking that top spot right now, the 151 of Ryder Greco. Now, Ryder, there was a lot of things happening behind you. You were still able to hold your own. You got a lot of pressure from the 2 guys right behind you. You were able to do this, pick the correct lines, hold everybody off. I do want to know, what was your spotter saying to you as you were going into that last lap?
Yeah, be careful, finish, need the first place for the championship, and just protect.
Well, just so you know, those are true vet moves over there. You know and how important it is. Obviously, this is round 8. We've got 2 more coming back to Firebird next month. Each point and each lap and each finish checkered is very, very important. Nice job on those vet moves in that race. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob, Parker, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Kirky, SRI, SPA, and all my friends and family who came out to support me.
Wonderful. Nice job over here. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Youth Restricted. And back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there. Man, this youth-filled morning has just been absolutely shenanigans. I mean, great racing had by all, going down to the wire. Gotta love it. So we are going to take our intermission here. Those of you tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app, we will be back at 12:45 Pacific time. So those of you on the East Coast, that would be, let's see here. Let me do the gym math real quick. 3:45 Pacific, I believe, or excuse me, East time. So 3:45 East, 12:45 Pacific time. We're going to take an intermission. We will be back on the Racer Plus app. All of you here on site, same time as well. We're going to come back, and it will be pros this afternoon. We're going to start things off with Pro NA. So coming out swinging with one of the fastest divisions here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So we will see you at 12:45 Pacific time when we come back right here on Racer Plus. Welcome back to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We are here at Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for round number 8 of the series. Jim Beaver calling the action all day long, along with Mark Wright. Mark, we obviously have our youth racing wrapped up from this morning. We're moving on to some pro divisions this afternoon with some of the best in side-by-side racing on the West Coast.
Yeah, I couldn't believe some of the racing that was happening out here this morning. It was incredible to watch. It was even equally incredible to announce. It was great to witness out here, and if you were watching it live too, you know dang well that it was a great first half out here to round number 8.
We have some of the closest racing we've seen all season here this morning in round number 8. A few of those youth divisions did not disappoint, but moving into the afternoon schedule, I mean, you want to talk about a slam-packed feature, and we're coming right out of the box with Pro NA action. I mean, one of our fastest pro divisions, and it's going to be straight on feature right out of the box this afternoon. I mean, this is one, grab the edge of your seat because this one is always exciting.
Yeah, what I love about this one is we got a newcomer to this one for this season this year is Brian Willett. He's making the step up here to Pro NA. And, man, you know what? Just because he's new to this class doesn't mean he's not equally as fast. And, man, great finish yesterday, and I have a feeling he's going to finish really well today as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to watch, especially in this first race. But before we get to that, we got to get to our opening ceremonies. With that, we're going to hand it off to the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you, guys. Yes, it feels so great to be back here for round 8 at Firebird Motorsports Park. Now, we've had a chance to talk to some of the drivers coming off of Glen Helen. There are a few that love that tight, technical type of racetrack, but coming back here, this is the home track for many of our racers that you guys were just talking about. They're excited, but today, the wind is a little bit different than what we saw in round 7. We saw in round 7 that the track absolutely got a little bit dusty because it was drying out quicker than normal. Here, right now, we've got low, minimal wind, which means that the dust will linger a little bit later. So if you don't have that first P1 right out of the gate, you may get into some of the dust. We also had a chance to talk to some more drivers that are changing their belts, their clutching systems, their tire pressures, all to ensure that they can get points and get on top of the box today. But to get things started, I do want to introduce somebody to this. We do have Chaplain Steve Hansen with Racers for Christ with today's invocation.
Thanks, Tiffany. Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we give you glory and praise and just thanks for allowing us to come out here and race, and just what a great way to spend our weekends. And I just thank you for keeping the track safe and your favor being out here. So all the men and women and boys and girls that are on this race course, that they can just feel your presence and know that your presence is giving them the confidence and courage to get around the track. And Father, we just continue to lift up this series to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you are here at Firebird Motorsports Park, could you please rise for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you to everybody here. Yes, I will be here all day long. So as soon as the action ends out on track, the top 3 drivers will come right over here and we'll chat with them and see how their race went. Plus, we've also implemented the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. We're going to see who our top winners are for that. But I'm going to head it back to the booth right now to get this day started. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany Stone. And we are definitely going to get things started here. Get things started in a big way. We're going to have Pro NA coming out swinging here to open up this afternoon's festivities. Obviously, we've got a lot of racing yet to come today. But as we start talking about the Pro NA division, you got to start talking about one driver who has been right there towards the top all season long, and that is Ryder Chapman. And, the man behind Ryder Chapman, his dad, Joe Chapman, is one that's been around the series for a long time and around off-road for a long time. I think he's got something like well over a dozen championships to his name. And earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with Joe Chapman.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Joe Chapman. Now, Joe, not only are you a father, but you are a person who is also a crew chief for your kids. You've got 2 kids racing in the series, multiple cars, but you're also under the R&R Steel, so that gives you a little help. But as a father and crew chief, what are the biggest takeaways that you've seen racing with your kids?
I mean, what I love the most probably is the life lessons that the kids get to learn. Like, you don't get to win every race. Things don't go as planned, and that's life. Like, later in life, that's how things are going to happen. So just getting to be able to experience that with them, work on race cars. Not very many other people are doing this, so it's pretty cool.
Well, let's separate it a little bit. Now, you're just the dad watching your kids out there. You're in the stands. You either got a spotter's headset on. Really, what are the feelings as a father to see your kids be able to have their dreams and see what Mia's been doing? I just saw her down in Phoenix for all of the Red Bull stuff.
I honestly don't know any difference. To compare that to just the average person, we've been doing this since they were 5 years old. So I can't really compare it to normal people.
Well, I love this. If you ever get a chance to come to the racetrack, this is probably one of the hardest working dad/crew chief I've ever seen. So kudos to you. Great job over here. Joe Chapman showcasing what it's like to not only be a father that supports their kids, but also be here at the racetrack working on their cars. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, Chapman family, definitely one of the families that keep short course racing moving forward here in Arizona. Great to have them out here. We're getting a look there at Ryder Chapman as well as a few of the other drivers we're going to see out here in the Pro NA division. This one's a fun one. There's a lot of storylines going on behind the scenes with some bonuses. This is also one of the classes that qualifies for that Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. And on top of that, R&R Steel is putting up a bonus $5,000 to whoever takes home that championship at year end. So Fast Lap Award and 5K mark, right? I mean, that's a lot going on in this class.
Can I sign up right now? Is it too late for a last minute entry? I mean, that's a lot of money there. So I'm in. I got a Toyota 4Runner. I'm in.
You got a Toyota 4Runner in the NA class. Well, I guess as long as you got an NA engine, you're good.
Hey, it's all-wheel drive. All right, man, that's a lot of money out there. But, you look down at this class right now. This is a class, for this weekend at least, dominated by the R&R Steel boys. Ryder Van Beekem, Bobby Van Beekem, Ryder Chapman's out there. But the Ouellette car back out here, that's very great to see Trent Ouellette back out here racing. And as I said, the newcomer, pretty much not a newcomer to off-road racing, but a newcomer to this class, Brian Willett, doing a fabulous job keeping those R&R boys in check.
Yeah, Brian Willett, a very, very strong run yesterday, finishing up second in round number 7. So we're going to see him starting on the outside of row number 1. Going to be interesting to see what he can do with that starting spot, see if he can put a little pressure on Ryder Van Beekem there early on and get out in the lead. Ryder Van Beekem been a lot of success this season in this Pro NA division. He gets out and gets that clean air. It's pretty tough to catch him.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman, though, another rider to watch, another name to watch out there. There's a lot of riders in off-road racing, but another name to watch out there. And Ryder Chapman has the ability, too, to be very aggressive and get out in front and then, pretty much lead this race all the way in. But one racer that we haven't been able to talk about a whole bunch this season is TJ Sievers. And TJ Sievers, as well as the rest of this field, has what it takes to be on top of the podium.
That brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro NA points. It is Ryder Van Beekem, our pole sitter, currently leading 278 points. One of his best friends, Ryder Chapman, under the R&R Steel banner, is 12 points back. Then we got newcomer to the class, Brian Willett, 25 points back. Looking to make a push with these last 3 rounds to try and take home that $5,000 purse from R&R Steel Racing. TJ Sievers, 59 points back in 4th. And then we've got Bob Van Beekem, 80 points back there in the 5th spot. Bob, one of the fastest drivers of the class, just had a lot of bad luck this season, and there's any round he could turn that around and walk away with a victory. Trent Ouellette, Colton Krychek, Cole Fike, Brian Farrell, and Alex Young rounding out your top 10 in points.
Yeah, I miss seeing Alex Young out here. He was the driver that chose another manufacturer altogether. He was out here running the Arctic Cat. And, right there coming up into the booth, there's Joe Chaplain coming up here saying some things up here to the timing ladies.
He's going to be spotting for his son, Ryder Chapman. So we are definitely going to see Joe and Ryder in action in various ways out here this afternoon in the Pro NA division. Obviously, we'll see quite a few of these drivers running in other divisions throughout the afternoon as well. It's one thing I like about the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. A lot of these drivers don't just run one class. They're running multiple divisions.
Matter of fact, we've talked about that, behind the scenes, and when we're done off camera and we're done and we're back in the pits talking with everybody, everybody says, oh, we need another class, we need this class. Well, how many more classes do we need? In fact, I'm a proponent for the other side. Can we actually streamline? Can we make less classes? Because, we basically have one class, but then we have restrictor, and then we have limited, then we have production. But I would just love to see a production, a modified, and then a crazy modified. Let's simple it up and get everybody out here. I'd rather see 40 cars on the track than 3. You see what I mean? And that's just my take on the thing. But I love what we have out here, and I think at this very moment we have a good balanced race class for everybody that decides to come out here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So Pro NA, it's going to be 10 laps out here around this 1 mile course. As we saw earlier today and yesterday, course, great conditions. We've got a little moisture in it here, to start off with the Pro NA division. That's going to go away pretty quick. We're going to see some dry conditions. I mean, yesterday drivers were praising the course, saying this is one of the best courses they've ever seen here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So that's saying something with all the racing that's happened over the years. Things get a little bit dusty, but like I like to say, Mark, it's off-road racing.
Yeah, I mean, even if that's a fact or it's just, their realization, sometimes, as I said earlier in the broadcast, that I say, sometimes an off-road racer will just complain, whether it's a perfect track or not. But I do love the fact that they are all praising the track today, and that just tells me that Kelvin is normal, doing his, just great job. That, what we're looking at right there, is Kelvin's canvas. I even like the way that come off the tongue right there. That's Kelvin's canvas right there, and he takes that very seriously. And you know why he does take it seriously? It's no reward to him. It's a reward that he loves because he wants to provide the best track for these racers. He absolutely loves the racers, and the racers love him.
Well, it's definitely set itself up for some great racing throughout the weekend so far as you get a look there and, with this aerial camera that we're seeing. And I remember going back here to what was the fall races, and, it was pretty much a swimming pool out there. And now we've got these dry conditions, far cry from what we saw out here in October.
Yeah, what a difference, man. There was a time there that Kelvin actually came out here for 2 days and was pumping water out of the center of the track. What do you say, Joe? He was pumping water out of the center of the track for 2 days straight and actually using it to keep the track moist. But man, and we got here and there was still literally probably 40% of water still in the middle of the track right there.
Yeah, that was one of those races that probably wasn't supposed to happen, but ended up happening anyways because a team at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series really put in double-time work to make that happen.
Yeah, that was true. That 100% true right there. They put in a lot of work, and thank goodness for all the people we have here at CORR, and everybody does their position. Everybody loves their job out here. We were talking about that earlier, that everybody just loves it. And, we love the racers. We love everything. This is definitely a family-oriented organization. And you can see right there that, and you know what I love, too? It's also a behind-the-scenes family-oriented. A lot of these families out here, they come out here for the weekend. They play together. They work together. They eat together. They party together. It's just a great environment out here at CORR.
Yeah, everybody having a good time out here as we get a look there of our pits, all the semi-tractor trailers, motorhomes, trailers, race cars. You got swimming pools. Yeah, we got a little of everything out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Things are heating up. Supposed to be 95 degrees this afternoon. As looks like we're going to get an aerial view of our track with one of our drone pilots.
Yeah, this is a great entrance right here into Turn 1, and this is very treacherous when you've got a whole field of drivers trying to make their way through clean without taking each other out. and they'll come down this front straightaway, but an equally important turn is coming in right here into turn 2. We're still congested up there on the first lap, and you got to break away, but there's plenty of room here in turn 2, as you see, as we go wide out there to make sure that you make it through that turn clean.
Going to go up over that flyaway jump under the American flag and Arizona flag, down over a roller into this very tight turn that's set itself up for a lot of passing, and into this step up that for the faster classes ends up being a triple.
Yeah, you got to take that step up just right, because as you enter this corner, if you don't have the entrance planned out to this one, that means you won't have the exit either. And as you do this drop down into turn 5, that makes turn 6 just as treacherous.
Yeah, that's going to lead us into that final corner. You definitely want to have your momentum leaving that final corner, because it shoots you down that front stretch with that big tabletop, and you definitely want to have all 4 wheels on the ground and firing full speed ahead to cross that Maxxis checkered flag.
What a perfectly timed entrance that was.
This brings us to our Liqui Moly Pro NA starting grid. Row number 1, points leader Ryder Van Beekem. Outside row number 1, Brian Willett in the number 2 spot. Row number 2, it is Ryder Chapman and Trent Ouellette. And row number 3, it is the veteran Bob Van Beekem with TJ Sievers outside row number 3.
Okay, Jim Beaver, I'm going for it. Ryder Van Beekem, your victor from yesterday with Brian Willett, but I have a feeling TJ Sievers has got everything done, and he's coming out here, and he's going to show that he has the ability to get out to the box as well. I have a feeling that TJ Sievers is going to make his way around and be up there in 3rd place, fighting for the lead from Brian Willett and Ryder Van Beekem. TJ Sievers not having a good showing yesterday, so let's see if he can turn it all around here today for round 8.
I don't know. Sievers, good call there. I think talking with Bob Van Beekem earlier this weekend, he says, I'm kind of out of the points. I think I got nothing to lose, and I think he's going to come out swinging. Well, at this point, Bob's not points hunting. He's just hunting, period.
Yeah, I was trying to overstep there, but yes, you're correct. He has nothing to lose, and if we were in Vegas placing bets, that is a safe bet. Right, well,
there. Obviously Ryder Van Beekem's a safe bet. Brian Willett's been crazy quick this weekend. A guy that's due, Ryder Chapman. I mean, he's had some struggles the last round or two. So I think here's another driver that could break through. All I'm saying is we got 6 drivers on course and 6 that are all capable of taking a victory.
Yeah, I agree 100%, man. And don't discredit Trent Ouellette either. Trent Ouellette has the ability and the knowledge. You can see by his finish right there. He's right there in the top 4, so Trent Ouellette, he can get it done as well. So this is going to be a great race to watch. And I always talk about a great race to watch, but it's going to be fun to announce too, so we're getting ready.
Yep, Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around. Got about 1 corner remaining. That is going to pull off, and we are going to go racing. It is going to be Ryder Van Beekem bringing us to the green flag. This one's slated for 10 laps. Mandatory competition caution. A little bit past the midway point.
You're going to watch the Jones Ford pull off here, our pace truck, as they come into the front straightaway, anticipating the green flag.
Look at all the drivers bumping each other, getting all the way up on top. Inside, we got 3 of the R&R vehicles.
Love that start. Ryder Van Beekem's going to lead him into turn 1. Brian Willett, though, not giving him much room to make an error. Brian Willett into that black hole out of turn 1 we've been talking about all weekend long.
Yeah, that turn 1, obviously a little slick. A lot of drivers pushing up, see if there's any damage done to Willett's car.
Indeed, it looks like he's got a flat.
Bob Van Beekem struggling out of the box as well. Got to wonder what happened to his car.
So no flat. It just looked like it for a second there from Brian Willett. It looks like he's fine. But right off the bat, a crazy turn 1.
Yeah, definitely a crazy turn 1. It is Ryder Van Beekem leading, and look at that. It is Ryder Chapman, followed by Brian Willett, your top 3. Ouellette into the 4th spot. Sievers 5th. Bob Van Beekem 6th.
Yeah, I still have it written up there on that outer wheel of Brian Willett. I can't tell if it's bent. I can't tell if he did anything to it. But I'm trying not to do that or manifest it in that way. The tires seem to be holding there, and he's fine.
Yeah, I saw there in the background Bob Van Beekem pulling off the course. So obviously it fell off the pace, and pulling off the course. Got an issue there with Bob Van Beekem's car. That brings us down to 5 cars.
Well, here it is. TJ Sievers battling it out with Trent Ouellette coming in here to turn 2. Brian Willett now trying to make up that ground to get up in the battle between both the Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman. But look at that, Trent Ouellette alongside of Brian Willett. He's taking full advantage. Brian Willett, though, not going to let him have it that easy.
No, Brian Willett cutting over, closing off that passing lane. Now we got Ouellette all the way to the bottom, trying to get around Willett. They're going to go side by side into this corner.
Ouellette getting aggressive there to the inside. He makes the pass. Can he make it stick into turn 6?
That's a textbook in and out. Pinches off Willett. He is going to seal the deal.
Great job by Trent Ouellette coming in the front straightaway. And now Trent Ouellette, we're going to see what we were talking about. He's going to set his sight on Ryder Chapman.
Whoa, way wide there for Ouellette. Almost up into the embankment on the outside of that corner.
That's that gravitational pull we've been talking about all weekend. It just comes and goes as it pleases, man, because it's been taking a lot of cars outside of that wall.
So it's Van Beekem, Chapman. The battle right here for third is between Willett and Ouellette. Ouellette currently in the third spot. Willett wanting it.
Great performance by Trent Ouellette. He's got his hands full with Brian Willett. Brian Willett checking up, not wanting to get collected from Ouellette. Brian Willett doing a great job showing you that he does belong in this class right here. But Trent Ouellette now, I know he's got a sight set on Ryder Chapman, and Ryder Chapman having a good race here so far here in round number 8.
Ryder Chapman past the finisher stand. Ouellette in the number 91, though, looking really strong here in the third spot.
He was able to get around turn 1 a lot faster that time without any contact with the wall. And Trent Ouellette, man, I am mostly impressed by his driving here today on this Sunday race.
Yeah, Willett trying to hunt down Ouellette. Ouellette not making any mistakes. Got to give him a lot of credit here. Willett in that heated points battle for the championship really needs those crucial points and to get around Ouellette.
I love seeing these guys all go over the step-up jump, every single one of them clearing that step-up jump with these.
So Willett now really backing it in there, trying to hunt down Ouellette. Looks like they're maintaining their gap. No real movement out of either driver.
Well, this is a great job. You know, Brian Ouellette, early victim into that gravitational pull out of turn 1 that I was talking about, then Trent Ouellette experiencing it. And once again, Brian Willett a little wide there. But, you know, luckily this is a competition yellow race. And, a little bit of getting out of shape there for Brian Willett.
You know, it was out of shape, but I come from the rally world. It almost looked like they call that a Scandinavian flick.
That's correct. They call it the flick.
It was almost like a Scandinavian flick. You don't see that in short course very often, but we'll give Willett a little credit there.
Yeah, I used to race heavy metal. You absolutely had to flick it the other direction to get it to come around. You absolutely 100%. Or that big old truck was not coming around for nothing. You sure as heck weren't going to power it around, that's for sure.
Willett all the way to the inside berm, kind of up and over it. Call that an inside cut in the rally world.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard Scandinavian flick. I like that. I always heard it called a flick, but that's cool. Now I've been learning things every time I'm with you, Jim. I love it.
All right, so Willett now looks like he's drawing within a car length of Ouellette. Might have been a little quicker that lap by. He was almost a full 3/4 of a second faster that time by. So Willett now putting the pressure on Ouellette, trying to get that spot. Should have the mandatory competition caution flying this time by.
Trent Ouellette, what a race. What a difference from yesterday. Yeah, that's an ex-Johnny Greaves car. He's out here in the 2X stable, and it's great to see Trent Ouellette enjoying a great Sunday race out here. Oh, Brian Willett inside, getting a little rough, going really far inside into the fluffy stuff.
All right, competition caution flying. Ryder Van Beekem, who we haven't talked much about, currently with a commanding lead. That's going to go away. Ryder Chapman in the second spot, kind of just falling into line. Speaking of our points leader, Ryder Van Beekem, we caught up with him earlier this weekend.
Ryder Van Beekem, we are back here. We're back at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is pretty much your home track. Going into round 7 and 8, you have the points lead. But right now in Arizona, it's unseasonably hot. For somebody like yourself who knows how to kind of beat the heat, what do you have to do to stay calm, especially during our full course yellows and then possible mandatory yellows?
I've been racing here for probably 12 years now. It's March. Typical we're in a mid-80s. Low 90s, and we're in high hundreds. It's hot this weekend, so we're going to have to keep the cars cool. Drive the cars not as hard as we typically do. Hoping track stays good this weekend. I heard there's some changes to the track from other drivers, so yeah, hoping the cars do good. Some slight changes to the clutch cover. We've gone for a metal clutch cover instead of a plastic one. Hoping to keep clutch temps down, belt temps down. That's been a problem for the past few races, so hopefully that's fixed now.
Well, I know that coming off of Glen Helen, obviously you had a stellar weekend there. Nothing really changing minus those few things that you said with the car, but the mentality going into this weekend, really, how do you sum up that, what you're looking forward to accomplish?
I had second place on Sunday. Lap left, blew my belt in turn 4, right behind Bo. That sucked, but I'm 4th in points now, gone from 6th to 4th, so got 2 rounds left after this weekend. Hoping to get back up there, top 3.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Ryder. And we're going to see what happens in the second half of this race.
And we are back to green flag racing. Ryder Chapman having a mechanical issue, having to be pulled off under the caution flag. So was currently second. He has been pulled off. Bob Van Beekem back out on track. Right now it's Ryder Van Beekem leading Ouellette and Willett in the second, third spot. Sievers in 4th. Bob Van Beekem in 5th.
That's an unfortunate turn of events for Ryder Chapman, but look at this now. Trent Ouellette, see if he can contest Ryder Van Beekem for that number 1 position. Now Brian Willett moves up a position, and now look who's in striking distance, CJ Sievers.
Yeah, Sievers running a very smart and strong race, trying to get in the mix here with that battle for second between Ouellette and Willett.
Yeah, Willett looking strong. Willett is just constantly on the edge right there. He is fast. He's just high-strung, and I love the lines that he took. Trent Ouellette, a little more calm behind that X-Greaves car as he comes down the front straightaway. But look at this. Ryder Van Beekem starting to extend his lead early in the second half.
Ryder Van Beekem just hitting his marks, not making mistakes. Very tough to catch, especially in this NA division. As look at that, Willett. Beautiful drone shot, looking to the bottom, trying to get around Ouellette. Ouellette slamming the door up and over the big flyaway jump.
Great racing from both those drivers, Trent Ouellette and Brian Willett, staying clean. Brian Willett a little bit on the bike there, lifting the front inside wheel.
Tucking in behind Ouellette. Ouellette protecting that bottom side, not opening any doors for Willett to step through. Now Willett trying to force a door all the way to the bottom, having to get out of the gas, losing a lot of momentum there. Now Ouellette starting to get a little bit of gap, and Willett may have more power. It looks like he is already narrowing that gap back to Ouellette.
Yeah, it's a hard decision to make here. If Brian Willett's going to get one more position, he's got to do things like that. He's got to take risks. And, I think that's the only way he's going to have anything for Trent Ouellette.
Yeah, Willett not far back in the points, still got an opportunity, but he really needs to narrow the gap to Van Beekem, our current points leader and current leader out here in round number 8.
What a great performance from Ryder Van Beekem. He's doing a fabulous job. He's at least 6 cars ahead of Trent Ouellette, and he's just making that gap. He's literally gapping the rest of the field.
Willett there really going wide and cutting down, taking a little bit different line. Kind of what he's have to do right now is to go back with our leader, Ryder Van Beekem, just hitting his marks, really putting on a flawless performance out here.
Yeah, he's looking great out there. I love watching it when Ryder Van Beekem has a great car. He can do almost anything he wants. White flag flies for Ryder Van Beekem and the rest of the field out here in Pro NA.
The white flag is out. Van Beekem leading, Ouellette in second, Willett in third, Sievers in fourth. Right now, Ryder Van Beekem commanding lead. The battle here is for the second spot. Willett, can he catch Ouellette with half a lap to go?
Well, if anybody can make that happen, it is definitely Brian Willett, but I just don't think he's going to be able to get to the back bumper of Trent Ouellette. You can see with another mistake right there coming into turn 3, but Brian Willett actually dropping back.
Yeah, Severs now trying to get around Willett. Little contact. Severs going to the bottom and contact again. Willett trying to close the door. No door to close.
Yeah. He forced the issue, that's for sure.
Outside, inside, Willett going way wide. Severs going to take over that spot with a couple corners remaining. Max's tires, checkered flag flying for Ryder Van Beekem. It is going to be Ouellette in second, and Severs going to hold on for the third spot.
Wow, what a race. Both drivers wagging their cars back and forth down the front straightaway. That's a great job.
Wow, great racing on that last lap in Pro NA. But today it was all about that man right there, Ryder Van Beekem, walking away victorious with the weekend sweep in Pro NA. We're going to catch up with him and the other members of our podium. We'll return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the front down group up. That's turn 4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there. Just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven. Performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
And we're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Our drone pilot giving us a beautiful view there of our top 3 finishers in the Pro NA division. The first race of our afternoon festivities, our pro-filled afternoon festivities, as we get a look there at Wild Horse Pass.
Yeah, it's a great looking casino. But here it is. Ryder Van Beekem out front. And he was able to get it done. Trent Ouellette right behind him, and Brian Willett. I do believe that it was TJ Severs rounding off our top 3. So Brian Willett out there as well, though, in 4th place. Bobby Van Beekem being able to get back out there and was only able to complete 8 laps. He was 2 down. And Ryder Chapman 6 laps down, and 6 laps in with 4 remaining. And Ryder Chapman, unfortunately, had to retire early.
Yeah, a rough break for Ryder Chapman, currently sitting in 2nd when he went into that mandatory competition caution, and for whatever reason had a mechanical failure with that, and they had to pull him off the track. And Bob Van Beekem, obviously running strong for about half a lap, and then something happened there, and the car was just off pace the rest of the day and had to pull off, and then got back on and gathered some points, but definitely not what the R&R Steel Camp wants.
Yeah, I think that's a championship move right there. If you get out there and you can fix it really quick, and you do fix it, don't drive it to the trailer. Drive it out on the course. Get those points. That's a true champion right there.
Well, talking about our top 3 and our podium, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with TJ Severs. Nice move on that. Sometimes you just got to wait. I know that it takes a few laps to set up some passing, set up some corners, know exactly which line you're going to take, and you were able to do that going into the last few turns of this race at round 8. Talk to me about your perspective of that.
Yeah, I was just planning on it. He was making the same mistake every single lap, and I knew it was going to eventually bite him.
I took advantage of it. It was a good battle. Congrats to everyone. They drove hard.
I love seeing that, and that kind of shows you that you race all the way to the checker. You never know what's going to happen, and being able to capitalize on a few mistakes. Who would you like to thank for today?
I'd like to thank God for keeping all of us safe. 12 West for all the amazing help wherever he's at over there. Players Razor, Rob Muzzy, Maxis, ZRP, HBRP, Seek Designs, G-Force, and everyone else. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Nice job on capitalizing. Hop up a number 3 for me. Heading over here to our second place finisher, we've got Trent Ouellette. Now, Trent, it was really good to see you yesterday. I know that you were in the pro production late entry that gave you a little bit more seat time. Got a chance to look at the track in round 7, bringing some knowledge over here for round 8. Obviously, once again, a great podium for you in this class. You've got Ryder Van Beekum, wonderful driver. You were able to hold off and really see what was going on, especially for third. Now, for your second, who would you like to thank?
There's a huge group of people behind me. I mean, we got a lot of work going into this car, just trying to get as much seat time as possible. And, huge thank you to the guys over at 2X Motorsports for keeping me dialed in. 518 Designs, their stuff's so good, even other companies got to copy their logo. And then huge thanks to the ETS guys, FS Productions. I forgot them yesterday, man. I'm sorry about that. Podium Suspension, he's got a bunch of work into this car. Connected Restoration, Hype Farm, Hoosier Tire, Square One Performance, everybody that backs my program, thank you so much.
Well, you've done it here, and like you were talking about, seat time is everything, especially in short course racing. You got a little extra yesterday, showcase what you could do today. Nice job. Hop up on number 2. Taking that top spot once again, Ryder Van Beekum. Ryder, once you're out there and you see that green flag, as long as you hit every single line and every single mark and every single corner, you will walk away with it, and that's exactly what you did again today. Talk to me about round 8 and how it came out for you, because this is a big points lead going for you now.
I got a good start on Willett. Led the whole race, almost bent it in 2. I don't know what I did there. Have to go back and watch. On the restart, Trenton got close. I tried not to make any mistakes after that, and just led the race.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Going into Comp Yellow, obviously you are here from Arizona. You know that the temps get really, really hot. Going into Comp Yellow, you know how important it is to still be out there in P1, because that kind of sets the pace for the second half.
Being P1 and Yellow, especially on this track, turn 1, such a long sweeping corner, and being on the bottom of that corner is just so important, especially later in the race with how, start of the race it's either tacky or really slippery. End of the race it's blue grooved, lots of traction, you get a good line out of there.
Well, you did it yesterday, and then you're doing it again today. You are getting the Maxis Tires Fast Lap Award once again for you. Let me give that to you. I know you've got to thank a bunch of people for helping you out in round 8.
I was trying to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and dad without them this would be possible. CORR 2, R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, Yaw Power, Injector Dynamics, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
It's all good. It's hot out here. I know what it's like. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers once again in Pro NA. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, great weekend there for Ryder Van Beekum. We're going to see him back in action one more time. We got that pro side-by-side race coming on later on this afternoon. Great weekend for him and a couple of those Maxis Tires Fast Laps. Maxis, one of the great partners in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Speaking of great partners in the series, we've got our friends and partners at Liqui-Moly and AEI who have a big investment into the series this year. And earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with Tyler Herzog, who's pulling double duty. Jim B, we're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park getting ready for the next rounds of racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But right here, I've got Tyler Herzog, who is pulling double duty this weekend. We've got America's Energy and Liqui-Moly, as well as behind the wheel of the race car. Tell us a little bit about the involvement in CORR and also your race program.
We love being a part of CORR. We've been around for a couple of years now. We used to help do some drone work with them. So lucky to be out here behind the wheel again. America's Energy, we're a distributor in Phoenix. We distribute the Liqui-Moly products, and we're excited to just come out, support, be a part of the off-road community, and help everyone just make this a better place.
Well, and I see obviously this car wrap with America's Energy, Liqui-Moly. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Feeling really good. This car, it's working great. We did some big suspension changes, and the heat's going to be challenging. During qualifying, we were talking about engine temps, things like that. Shocks have been dialed. The liquid moly products in here, those are holding temps good. We don't have any shock fade, so fingers crossed we stay out of the carnage and wait till after the caution, and then we'll let it eat.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for Liquid Moly, America's Energy, as well as Tyler Herzog. Yeah, big thanks to Liquid Moly for all their investment. We will see Tyler Herzog out here racing later today in Pro Side-by-Side as well. I get a look there. That is the R&R Steel Racing water truck dumping a lot of water down on this course, because up next we got ProAm, which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing ProAm points, Mark.
Carson Greco's out front there with 258 points. We got an absent Mikey Childress out here defending. He's just 30 seconds behind. The Trent Centers as well, 83 points. Michael Bernstein, he's out here having a great weekend. Wyatt Smucker will be there in 5th. Cash Hart in 6th, just 82 points back. Jaden Manchester Kuhn, a full 131 points back. Casey Cummins, he's out here in the Yamaha YXZ. He's 128 points. He's going to have to make up if he wants his shot at that 258-point lead that Carson Greco's got. Alex Renullo and Declan Shields, I went a little too premature there. Declan Shields in 9th, and Alex Renullo there in 10th.
And that was our points for this Pro-Am division. Pro-Am slated for 10 laps as we get a look there at our Jones Ford pace truck. Once again, big thanks to Jones Ford as well as all of our partners. Got Looney Cooling on board out here. Many great partners, 019 or 019.
Absolutely love that Ford. The grills and the shape of the body and everything, they come and go. But, man, that right there, I think Ford hits a great-looking grill one of every 3, because they generally stay with a body for about 3 generations, and sometimes they hit the grill just right and they mess the grill up. But I love the grill of that F-150 Tremor right there.
Yeah, good-looking truck. Also, got to give a shout-out to Cactus Splash Pools, another partner with the CORR Series. Think they give announcer discounts, Mark?
Man, I would hope so, because things are about ready to get hot. So here's what I want the announcer discount to be. First of all, I want my AC fixed and blowing cold. Second of all, I want a swimming pool. What do we got to do that? Can we give me a pool with that? Give me a pool.
Did you say, are you pool with that?
Are you pool with that?
I swear you just said, are you pool with that?
Replay or it didn't happen.
I swear you just said, are you pool with that instead of are you cool with that?
Hey, if I did, I'm going to own
jokes out here.
Yeah, I was going to say that was, I sure did. I messed up there. I sure did.
Just own it. Oh, man. So, yeah, Pro-Am up next. We're just having a little fun here in the heat. Heat's getting to our heads.
Yeah, there you go. Where's our Looney cooling that when we need one?
Speaking of, we got Greco there. Got the umbrella over the cockpit of that car. The thing is all these drivers, I would say, I don't want to say all of them. Most of them are running pumpers, helmet pumpers. Problem is, the car's got to be running to really run the helmet pumper, because if you're running the helmet pumper and the car isn't on, you're draining the battery.
Yeah, I've been off-road racing for a long, long time, but I've never had a Parker pumper or a pumper, as we call it, in a short course car. Never once. But
the good news is Rugged Radios are here, and Rugged Radios makes a phenomenal pumper, and they'll help you out, Mark.
Have you seen the cooled pumpers out? They have pumpers that actually have a cooling system in them now.
Yeah, they've got all kinds of cool technology with the pumpers. Multiple speeds for the motor on the pumpers. Rugged Radio's got all that good stuff.
You realize you just did it too. You said they have all kinds of cool pumpers.
Well, cool as in like awesome, Brad.
Come on now. I just had to get it back a little bit. Yeah, that's a great thing. And if you guys don't know what a pumper is, it's a vent that goes to the inside of your helmet. You wear a skirt on the bottom of your helmet. It blows fresh air or cool air into the helmet with you. In the beginning, it wasn't cool air. It was just filtered air. So you didn't have to deal with the dust. But, even then, it took me years just to get a vented helmet. If it were up to me, Jim Beaver, I would I would still be Ivan stewarding it to this day with an open face helmet and no gloves.
How many fake teeth do you have, Mark?
Mine are all real. It's crazy.
I was going to say, those open face helmets, man, you take some dingers with an open windshield.
That is facts, and that's exactly why they outlawed them. But, the majority of my trucks, too, I left the windshields in because back in the day, back when I'd race out there at Parker, I didn't have a trailer. I drove my race truck to the track, raced it, and drove it home. I was that guy that had the sticker, remember, you're driving this home, stupid. You know what I mean? And you look at some of my race pictures, they got windows and everything, the radio's in it, everything's in that truck. It was a stock truck by every means of the word.
All right, so Pro-Am division, this is kind of a fun class that we've got here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is one of those where a lot of the youth racers coming up, maybe not ready to step into a Pro NA or Pro Side-by-Side, but it's kind of a bridge class where they can graduate out of the youth divisions before going fully pro. They can spend a year or so in the Pro-Am division as kind of a gateway into the faster classes and things like that. So this is a very fun class. This is definitely some of the future stars of the sport. They've graduated out of the youth divisions. They're going to be in action here, and I would say probably in the next season or two, you're going to see most of these drivers in the pro divisions here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, I got Ryder Greco here right in front of me, and I constantly call Ryder Greco Carson Greco, and I did it, and his dad just said to me, well, Mark Carson's, pretty much the one that's out here all the time. But I don't know what it is. In all the years that I've been announcing, I've never really messed up a name as much as I have Carson and Ryder Greco.
That brings us to our Liquid Moly Pro-Am starting grid. Row number 1, Cash Hart. Carson Greco on the outside of row number 1. Inside row number 2, it is Kason Cummings. Outside row number 2, Michael Bernstein. Declan Shields in row number 3 on the inside, and Alex Renullo on the outside of row number 3. 6 cars. That is your Liquid Moly Pro-Am starting grid.
Yeah, still a great looking grid out there. Four cars out there. Michael Bernstein having a rough time out there in our last round at Glen Helen, but he was able to get everything back together and cars back together, and he's had a great weekend so far. So Michael Bernstein looking great, looking straight and ready to go out here. But he's going to have his hands full out front. Cash Hart knows what it's like to be on top of the box, and we'll see Cash Hart here this time around. And there it is, Carson Greco. I can actually say it without being an accent. Watch me switch it the other way now.
Man, I got to apologize for that. I didn't get a chance to hit my cough button quick enough, and all this hot air caught up to me.
Well, that's all right. It's kind of funny being an announcer. You got to kind of go with it because, what's that expression in showbiz? The show must go on.
Yeah. So I wanted to say yesterday, this front row, Cash Hart, Carson Greco, great battle yesterday. Kids raced each other super clean. I'm really excited to see Cash Hart and Carson Greco battle today.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a battle once those two realize. What happens is, and you know this just as good as anybody else or any other racer, when you get out front, you start setting your own pace, but you already know that you have to hit your marks. You have to have a plan. You have to do it just right, and you have to execute it. But that plan starts to just burn away when you start feeling the pressure of somebody behind you. There's just something about going as fast as you can in a race car with another race car behind you trying to go as fast as they can. It just puts a sense of urgency, and it's almost built into you if you're a racer. And how you handle that pressure is what makes the difference on what's going to put you on top of the box or settling for second or third.
All right, so the Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing them around. We got one corner yet to come. He's going to pull off. We're going to go racing. Looks like we've got 4 cars that are going to hit the bell for the curtain call here for Pro-Am. Watching that front 2, Cash Hart, Carson Greco.
Great start. Hart to the inside, Greco to the outside, carrying a lot of momentum in there and was able to get the whole shot.
Greco doing it the hard way. That was the hard way. Greco going all the way around the outside. Tough to do, especially in turn number 1. Got to give that young gun a lot of credit.
Well, he carried a lot of momentum out there, and he was able to do that. And I was trying to say that earlier on in the weekend. You got to explore all the lines out here on this track because Carson Greco was able to make that outside line work. He carried a lot of speed through turn 1.
So it's Greco, Hart, 1-2. Kason Cummings in the third spot.
Yeah, that 622 car, Kason Cummings. You may look at that car and say that looks a little different. Well, it does. Oh,
almost a loop there by Greco.
Great recovery, though. Greco staying in there, didn't lose his place. But now Hart saw that, and I have a feeling that that's like that off-road chum we were talking about at our last race. He can taste it. He wants to get around him, but it looks like Carson Greco is going to hold on to that first place.
Yep, Greco, Hart, 1-2 at the end of that lap. It is Kason Cummings in the third spot.
So as I was talking about Kason Cummings, you notice that car looks a little different than the majority of the cars out here. That is a Yamaha YXZ. That thing has a transmission. It has a clutch. You have to shift it. You have to shift gears. You have to clutch it. You have to do everything like that. So a little bit of a different setup in that Yamaha YXZ. I don't know that it gives them an advantage, but I don't necessarily think it gives them a disadvantage. So it just is different from the cars that are out front.
Hart doing all he can to try and chase down Greco, our current leader. This one going 10 laps or 2 laps in.
Yeah, Cash Hart, always pretty consistent out here with his lap times. Very rarely will any of the Hart boys make a mistake. They run their race, but, same can be said about Carson Greco. They got a lot of laps on this track, and they know exactly where they like to be.
All right, going up into that big, tight turn number 2. Both drivers taking that middle line through there.
You can see a lot of the different lines there in turn 2 as we watch Kason Cummings come into there. And now you have to think, he can't leave that car in one gear and do this entire track. He at least has to downshift at least one gear every single turn, come out of the turn and catch a gear. So he's at least alternating, I'd say, between gears, I'll say 3rd and 4th, and then ultimately down the front straightaways all the way into 5th and 6th.
All right, working his way through as we go back to our leader, Greco. Running about 3/4 of a second, a lap quicker than second place Hart.
Loving the roof of Greco's car. Love that Old Glory there on the roof of that car. Looks really awesome.
So Greco hitting his marks, not making any mistakes past that first lap. Little bobble, almost spin he had, but he's corrected things and pulling out a few car lengths over Cash Hart.
Yeah, Cash Hart, he's you're one to find. You're going to be hard to find a fault in Cash Hart. He drives great. He's a methodical. He's one of the most methodical racers out here this weekend, along with another methodical racer that I love out there is Brian McCormick. In fact, that's what I call him, is Mr. Methodical. He has a reason for almost every change he makes to his car, and I think Cash Hart's the same way.
Tell you what, Cash Hart, there's that one corner. We'll get a glimpse of it next time by, but I believe it's corner number 3, but he just has a beautiful line through there, back in the car, and definitely just almost a photo-perfect shot.
Turn 3, in my opinion, out here is by far the funnest turn to make sure you negotiate here on this track, because coming off the ski jump, you got a little kicker before it, and it's usually a little kicker to upset the car, so that way you really have to put it into turn 3 just right. But this weekend, it's not a kicker. This weekend, it's a full-on jump into turn 3, and I think I love the way that Kelvin has made that into a full jump.
That's like Kason Cummings in the 622, making his way around this track.
Yeah, you can hear that car. 3 cylinders. It shifts. It's got a clutch. Sequential. If you get a newer version of that car, it actually has paddles on the steering wheel. So,
Greco down in front of the stands, clicking off another lap.
Well, we talked about, we thought the heat would play a factor today, but sitting up here in the booth, doesn't feel too hot, and I don't think the heat is doing much to change the performance of these cars, at least right now. It may change how the track is from the start of the race to the finish of the race, and that's what happens out here in Arizona. You can lay moisture down and have moisture in the first 2 laps. From that point on, you're right back to the track being dry.
All right, Greco making his way around. Big gap now starting to form over Cash Hart. That's all going to go away at the end of this lap. We're going to have the mandatory competition caution. So we're going to bunch everybody back up. Cash Hart going to have another shot at Greco.
Greco looking awesome on this round here today in round 8 for Sunday. Here we go. They'll take the competition caution.
Caution is out. Greco takes it. Hart takes it. Hart's going to get all the way back up on the back of Greco. Going to wait for Cummins to get around. Cummins going to have to work double time to catch up with this group.
Yeah, and then there were 3. That's how we got it. Greco, Hart, and Cummins, the only ones left. Shields retiring early. Renewal retiring early along with Burnsie. Unfortunately, they have succumbed to mechanical failure.
All right, so Greco making his way through turn number 2 at 155. Nice and shiny. Took the lead lap 1 in the first corner. Hasn't looked back. Hart going to get back up on the back there of Greco, and Hart's going to have one shot at this on the restart. Greco running quite a bit quicker lap times than Hart, so we're going to see if Hart's got a little something right off the bat for him. I think you're going to try and see something in turn number 1, possibly turn number 2.
Yeah, not a drop of dirt there on Greco's car. Not a drop, man. You want to prep that car for the next race, take it home, change the fluids, put it on the trailer.
Look in there, those single-seat vehicles.
They're a good-looking vehicle, They're definitely unique, and, you can design these things in many different fashions. You can make them form and function, but I think Greco's car right there is a great blend of both. Form, function, the livery looks great, the suspension looks great, Nerf bar is perfectly placed. I think that's an excellent-looking car right there of the number 155.
All right, so Carson Greco making his way down the ski jump through this this area here. Going to go up around one more corner. We're going to have the pace truck pull off. He's going to be taking us to the green flag. Look at Hart getting all the way up on the bumper. Knows he's got one shot at this. Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. Watching Hart to make a move at the drop of this green flag. Look at that on the bumper.
Right, that's the way you do it right there, man. You get right behind him because when that green flag flies, you want to make sure you have the advantage as well. So he's waiting for that green flag. There it is. Great start by all 3 competitors. This also gives Casey Cummins now a chance and an opportunity to run with the fast guys. And that is nothing but seat time and experience that we always say. But look at this. Cash Hart already watching Carson Greco pull away.
Way up high. You're going to carry a lot of speed out of this corner. See if he can make things up over the ski jump. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve here. That was a very wide line there in turn number 2.
Loving to see these boys leading 3 into turn 3 is what I was trying to say. And there's that step up playing havoc with Hart and Cummins.
Greco leading Hart. Hart, big drift slide there. Greco starting to stretch things out. Got about 6-7 car lengths now.
Yeah, Greco on 1 lap. That is quite a lead right there, coming around just after 1 lap. That's actually unbelievable, man. And again, Carson Greco just doing a great job here.
Yeah, almost a full 2 seconds quicker that lap Carson Greco was than Cash Hart.
Jeez. Wow, Cash Hart aggressively going into turn 2.
Yeah, Hart going to have to turn it up a notch if he's going to be able to run down Carson Greco, our current leader. Cash Hart in the number 2. Running that higher line on a lot of these corners.
Yeah, that looks good and it looks fun, but that doesn't look fast to me. You got the balance. He's completely sideways before he enters the corner, which is fine as long as it's faster. But I just don't think throwing that car in that early is faster. Now, right there was a pretty good turn because as he was able to get into that corner and get that car sideways, he was able to scrub some speed and accelerate at the apex. But, even though you can drift it, I'm not saying that every turn is faster that way if you do it that way.
Kason Cummings there, solid third, looking for a podium. Cash Hart seems like just kind of settling in at this point. Don't see him quite pushing like he was earlier.
Yeah, still looking good. He definitely has full control of that car. looks great, looks poised, and it's just unfortunately not enough to catch Carson Greco.
Oh, look at that. Kason Cummings, I'm getting a little front end heavy over that. Kind of a little abusive. Wonder if the shocks are starting to go away towards the end of this race.
Yeah, short course racing 2 as the white flag comes out for Carson Greco. Short course racing 2, you have to kind of set these cars, unlike desert racing. You got to set these cars like you would a motocross bike. You know, I don't know what else to call it, but we used to call it the blurp. You know, you blurp the throttle over the jump. Into the gas, just up the face of the jump, let off, and blurp the throttle off the top of it so that way you don't get that nosedive. It's a technique you can do if your car is nosediving like that quite a bit. Blurp the throttle at the end of the jump, and it comes right up.
Handful of corners remaining for Carson Greco. Taking the lead, lap 1, hasn't looked back since the first corner. Running a very clean race in the 155.
Clean's the right word. There is not a drop of dirt on that car. He's been out front the entire race.
About as flawless as you can run. Had one little bobble, I think, on the first lap and one turn and got a little over-rotated. Past that, hasn't looked back, been leading this almost wire to wire. And the Maxxis Tires checkered flag is out. Carson Greco victorious here in round number 8.
Had a great performance, though, by Cash Hart. He will take the second place of our Maxxis Tire checkered flag.
Kason Cummings going to be really happy with the podium finish here. That is going to round out our top 3 and our podium finishers as we get a look there once again at our victor, Carson Greco, in the 155.
That's a great looking car. Great shot right there. And as I said, look at that. Just seriously, not one drop of dirt on that car.
And when we come back here, we are going to have podium interviews. We're going to catch up with our top 3 with Tiffany Stone here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, just getting done calling the action there for our Pro-Am division, and a great run, almost a flawless run by Carson Greco.
Carson Greco's car looks so good down there right in front of us, getting ready to take the podium. That car, again, I've said it the whole race, not a drop of dirt on that car. But Cash Hart doing a great job trying to reel him in. Just couldn't get it done, couldn't get the pass done, and Kason Cummings doing a great job there and in off third place on that final position on our podium.
Yeah, good job had by all in that one. Solid race. I mean, very uneventful. Had a driver drop out right at the beginning, and outside a small little bobble there on lap 1, nothing really eventful happened. As it brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro-Am results.
Carson Greco did it. He got it done. He did it with an 11:59. Cash Hart right behind him, not too far off the pace as a total, but a full, I would say, 40 seconds out there. Kason Cummings, great job out there handling it down, but everybody else, Declan Shields, Alex Renullo, and Michael Burnson, they had to do the DNF here, and they weren't able to get here anywhere at the finish.
Pro-Am shaping up to be a great battle that we are going to see come to the culmination here in April when we come back for our final rounds of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Hard to believe we're already 4 rounds deep, Mark.
It is.
Or 4 weekends, I should say.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just gone by in the blink of an eye. You know what? One thing I do miss from yesterday, though? The wind.
Yeah, that breeze was nice. We will see. Maybe we get a little bit of breeze later on today, but good. Definitely. That's what you got to love about short course. So you never know what conditions you're going to have. You got to adapt.
What's that? That's that expression. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
All right. Well, speaking of getting, we're going to have Tiffany Stone catch up and get some interviews here with our top 3 down on the podium.
That's right, guys. Down here with Kaysen Cummings. Now, Kaysen, you came out. It seemed like you had a little bloody nose. Everything okay, though, with you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just dry air.
I totally get that. It's kind of warm out here. Well, let's talk about and go a little further than that. Temperatures are getting a little warmer. It's 95 degrees. There's no wind at all. How does somebody like yourself kind of dominate the weather conditions, making sure that you can be able to get all the way to the checker? Because we do have that mandatory yellow in between. That brings you down a little bit, but then you got to ramp back up for the second half.
Yeah, I just try. Once they get away, I try to stay with them. I can't, so I'll try to do better, but just cool the car down when it gets hot out because I was just watching my gauges. Once it got hot, just slow down, just chill out. Put it in a higher gear because I could do that, so just let it kind of bog around the track.
Very smart move of you. So who would you like to thank for round 8 and this 3rd place podium?
Just my dad, mom, brother, Maxxis Tires, obviously, Method Race Wheels, and Rugged Radios.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. We're going to head over here to Cash Hart. Now, Cash, same thing. Obviously, the weather, the temperature, we never know what the track's going to be. Yesterday, dried out a lot quicker than we expected. Today, no wind, so you could see a little bit moisture in there after we had our intermission. From you, what type of track conditions are you a type of driver for?
I honestly think today's conditions were really great. My car was sliding amazing, and then off the restart, I lost brakes instantly, so I didn't want to cause any commotion, and it was to the floor, so I just kind of got to the finish line, and he's a good driver, and so I didn't want to put in jeopardy our races for something we could fix next race.
That sounds amazing, and you're absolutely correct. It kind of shows the veteran moves that you two have over here. I know you guys were fanning each other with the plaques because it is a little warm. Who would you like to thank right now for round 8?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Polaris, Sneaky, Extreme Dreams, Hoosier Tires, Rugged Radios, Ronnie and Jesus, and that's it.
Nice job. Congratulations once again. You can hop up on number 2. Taking another top spot here for the weekends for round 7 and round 8, we've got Carson Greco. Now, Carson, same exact thing. It seems like once you were able to pick the right lines, get through a full lap, you never looked back after first few corners in that first lap. From your perspective as a driver, how do you keep yourself calm knowing that you've got a big gap over 2nd and 3rd, but you still need to be able to finish the race?
Well, my dad kind of screams in my ear half the time because I don't really slow down. But when he kept telling me that I kept getting a bigger gap, I kind of just slowed down to save the car. And once I could see him going around a corner, then I knew I could slow down a little bit more.
Very smart move. It seems like all 3 of our drivers right up here are making great veteran moves within this race. Obviously, we've got 2 more rounds coming back next month. It seems like it's probably going to be a little bit hotter. This was just a taste of what the elements can do. What do you see for the rest of the season for you?
Hopefully it'll be up here, but it's definitely going to be a challenge with Cash. So we'll see.
Awesome. Who would you like to thank for round 8?
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob for fixing my car yesterday. Spent a ton of time on it. EVP mode, R&R Steel, 518 Designs, and happy birthday to my brother.
Very much so. Happy birthday to your brother. Hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, great race there in Pro-Am. Shaping up to be an awesome race here at our finale in April here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Right now, though, we're going to shift gears. We've got a dual feature coming up here in round number 8. Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Going to be on track at the same time. Yesterday, man, this one was very, very exciting. But you know what else is exciting? Man, it is exciting to have some great partners in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. One of those, you look around the track, you see some awesome branding, you see some cool wrapped cars, see a lot of cars in the parking lot that may have some window tint, you see a lot of vinyl, you see a lot of canopies. You know what? A lot of those are courtesy of our friends at 019, and earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with them. All right, we've got Joey here with 0-19 wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've been out here. Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for the last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tent. You guys do easy ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint. Keep your homes, and then the vehicle's cool too. So do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park in 0-19. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Look at that beautiful track out here, putting in the work because we got a lot of racing yet to come today. Giving you guys the lay of the land, the remaining races that we have on tap. We got Pro Production and ProAm Turbo up next. Follow that. It is going to be Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo, another dual feature. And let me tell you, Mark, yesterday that one was one of the best races of the day. Then we're going to take an intermission, come back for our final three races, three of the fastest, most fun races we have here. Pro Side-by-Side SR1 and wrapping things up with that Pro Light main event.
Yeah, I really loved yesterday on these combined classes, as you know, some of them are NAs and some of them are turbo. And I really like when they get kind of intermixed. It's hard to make the calls, but it still makes for some pretty good visual racing out there of these cars and what each car, where their highlights and where their lowlights at. It's great to see these cars out here on the same course getting it done out here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, lots of drivers getting done. I love it when they start racing for the overall victory. They throw their class caution to the wind, and it's like, nah, I want that overall victory. And you start getting them intermixed, and a lot of fun stuff happened like we saw yesterday with that Pro NA, or excuse me, the Sportsman NA and Turbo class.
Yeah, with Chris Leeming out there. One of his first times out here on the track. He said, for the past 7 years, he's been on the sidelines with his kids. So it felt really neat to be out there in his car, and he was so excited about it. He says to me, he said, yeah, I didn't jump the start. He goes, I didn't jump the start, I jumped the restart. And I said, yeah, you can't jump either of them.
Well, we are going to take a short break courtesy of Liqui Moly, and when we return, it will be Pro Production and ProAm Turbo on track.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the front down, group up.
At 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
With StarStream Pro, technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like StarStream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With StarStream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the StarStream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we're back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright calling today's action out on track. Look at that, yesterday that American flag, that Arizona flag, they were almost blowing at 90 degrees to the ground. Yeah. And today there's not a lot as our Jones Ford Pace truck is gridding up these two classes, this double feature we're going to have here.
Love seeing the colors out there in those cars as we get that grid ready.
Going to get a look here at our points for Pro Production and ProAm Turbo, brought to you by R&R Steel Racing. Jeremy Spears out front, 273 points. Lead over Rylan Lane, 68 points back. Mia Chapman in the third spot, 103 back. Not running this weekend. She's been testing some rally cars and doing some Formula One stuff with Red Bull in downtown Phoenix. So been committed to some other projects. Kevin O'Donnell in the fourth spot, and then Jaden Gerber rounded out your top 5. Cameron Bodden coming in yesterday racing. Good to see him out here, 236 points back. Not going to be a factor in this championship, but fun to watch nonetheless. Bob Van Beekem, Jeremiah Wagner, and Brian Willett.
Yeah, I saw Cameron Bodden. He's lined up right now. He's out here as well. All I can say about Cameron is the word I would use to describe him is dynamic. How about that?
R&R Steel Racing Pro-Am Turbo points. Michael Bernstein up top. Daniel Hearn, 16 points back. Little bit of a shootout here. Then we've got Andre Tomei, Troy Horick, Tanner Whitman, Brandon Birmingham, Steve Hoffman, who we haven't seen since opening round. Ryan Denning, we saw her out here in December coming out of retirement. Good to see her racing. Steve Hansen and David Silliman.
Steve Hansen was out here yesterday, but unfortunately he did not have a race car with him. But it's great to see Steve Hansen out here. I haven't seen him here this morning, but great to see him and his wife out here. They're always fun to be around.
Looks like we got everybody getting ready to go. I believe Daniel Hearn's going to be carrying one of those StarStream onboards in the 2914. I know he was yesterday.
You can see Daniel Hearn right there at the bottom of your screen, up all the way up to the top. You can see the first car that I see out there is Cameron Bodden. And I do believe Trent Ouellette is out there. Both of those cars, ex-Greaves cars, with a big difference in designs from them. Yes, I had that correct. Both Greaves cars. And it's great to see both of those cars out here as well. But, yes, carrying the StarStream like I did yesterday, hopefully we'll get a great inside shot with Daniel Hearn.
Yeah, Jeremy Spears, our points leader, leading yesterday, ended up having a mechanical failure. Looks like we're going to have him in the back of the grid as we take a look at our Liquid Moly Pro Production Pro-Am Turbo starting grid. Trent Ouellette going to be row number 1 with Rylan Lane, Cameron Bott, and Jeremy Spears row number 2. Jaden Gerber not ringing the bell. He will not be in action today. Row number 6, though, it's going to be Michael Bernstein, Tanner Whitman, and I believe Daniel Hearn going to round out our field, as well as David Silliman, who I don't believe will be racing either.
Well, it's great to see Spears out there. Spears was really hustling to get that car back together. He had the entire front end off that car, just like he did at Glen Helen. So it is great to see that he was able to get everything fixed and put back together and make a curtain call for this race.
There's that StarStream onboard with Dan Hearn.
Man, I can't help but think, if you look at the way the very square lines of Daniel Hearn's car, it makes me think of the earliest video game in off-road racing. It was a short course game called the Soda Off-Road Racing Game for a computer. You dang right I had it. I would have learned how to short course race.
I had that game. It was brutally hard. That game should stay away in hiding forever.
I don't know. Once you got used to it, you learned the physics of it, it kind of came around, but nothing like real off-road racing.
All right, so Jones Ford Pace Truck, Ouellette Lane on the front row.
Yeah, what's crazy about that, Soda was the first organization that I remembered that later on became CORR.
Yeah, now you've got all the racing on iRacing. I know Firebird Motorsports Park, a part of the iRacing game there on the PC, and you got full sim racing. We go from soda to full sim racing now, where you can virtually drive this exact track online.
Yeah, and if you have a nice enough simulator like my buddy Travis Williams, that thing is his feedback from that sim chair it's literally almost perfect. The only thing though is when you do race that Firebird Raceway, Firebird track, it just to me doesn't feel the same. I know what this track feels like, but it just didn't feel the same to me with that sim.
All right, so pace truck is pulled off. It's going to be Trent Ouellette taking us to the green flag. Looking for the green flag. It is out. Bodden to the bottom, trying to get around everybody.
They're staying well bunched up right here, coming down the back straightaway. And both 2X cars out front early. Loving that Jeremy Spears got his car back together because he's right there now in the top three. You got a little glimpse there of Daniel Hearn coming around turn 2 as well.
Bodden out front, Ouellette second, Spears our points leader in the third spot.
Both cars out front looking great, but I can't say it enough. I'm ecstatic to see that Jeremy Spears was able to make the curtain call.
Spears put a lot of pressure on Ouellette, trying to get around. Trying to get as much points on Ryland Lane as possible.
Yeah, Trent Ouellette doing a great job taking the lines away from Jeremy Spears.
Spears to the bottom, a little bit of slide, a little tap, not much.
That was a great textbook move right there.
Beautiful pass by Jeremy Spears.
That was a great pass. Little bit of a bump there, but nothing too crazy.
Oh, it was a proper bump right into the Nerf bar with the tire. I mean, that's what those things are for. Beautiful pass by Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, I'm on board with that one, 100%. That looked great. But Trent Ouellette now, can he return the favor? Trent Ouellette's got the speed. Both drivers a little faster on different parts of the course. I have a feeling we might got a good battle developing right here between Trent Ouellette and Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, Ouellette trying to battle back. Ryland Lane trying to be a factor here.
Jeremy Spears, though, finding some speed down the front straightaway. And he perfectly executed turn 1. Trent Ouellette a little bit wide, getting into that gravitational pull that we've been talking about in turn 1.
Spears now starting to get a little bit of a gap over Ouellette. Ryland Lane running a pretty high line there. Going to have a lot of momentum as we go on board with Dan Hearn.
Dan Hearn getting busy on that wheel, getting out of turn 1, getting it set up for that back straightaway. Watch what he does here into turn 2. He sets a little bit, gives it a little more, so the rear end comes around as he accelerates out of turn 2.
Great to see that on board there with Dan Hearn, 2914 car.
Yeah, Daniel Hearn, fairly new to short course racing. That car, in fact, is actually a desert car. That car was not made to race short course, but he has since, changed the ride height, changed the spring rate, changed a little bit of everything that he could in that car to make it more conducive for short course racing.
Well, Hearn Camp already with a couple podiums on the weekend with Chloe, so Dan trying to grab some podiums as well as Bodden just checking out on the field.
I really love the way that car works. If you look at it, the suspension really gets that car to squat. I would think with that low to the ground, he would have more issues than he's having with bottoming out. But as that car comes off the ground, it looks like it lands almost perfect, man. Just that car, the driver, everything. I think that car is on rails.
Spears trying to gather some crucial points to continue his points lead over Rylan Lane. Whoa! Spears with a big spin, almost rolled. Not what Jeremy wanted. Rylan Lane loving life. That is the guy she needed to get around and narrow the points gap. Big mistake by Spears. You don't see that very often.
Well, what a great recovery, though. He was able to stay in it and make sure that he was able, but he had to put it in reverse, and that cost him a lot of time to get that car in reverse and back on track.
Good news for Jeremy Spears. That comes before the competition caution. So things are going to get regrouped here at some point as we got a replay of what just happened.
He just comes a little too hot in there. You'll see the car. He's already coming around. He hits the inside of it, and it lifts that inside of that car up. It wasn't on the back. It was on the front. And unfortunately, that found him going the wrong way on the right course.
Yeah, good job by Rylan Lane to avoid making contact with Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, that was some good driving by all parties involved in that incident. But now, sorry about that.
I was going to say, we're back up to Ouellette. This is the battle for second. Rylan Lane in third. Jeremy Spears now a distant fourth. That will go away here at the end of this lap when we get that competition caution. Right now, though, Bodden pulling double duty with his car, running in both pro side-by-side and pro production. Big lead over the field.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be great to see him return to racing out here in that car in the pro side-by-side race. Arguably what the best race that we had was yesterday in pro side-by-side, but man, every race here coming up here in this second half is going to be incredible to watch. So make sure if you're watching it live or you're out here, you know, come out here and endure the heat and watch this racing. It's coming up here at Firebird.
Great line there by Ouellette. Rylan Lane following suit.
Ouellette just doing a fabulous job out here, keeping that car stable and keeping it consistent. Love the way that car sets up into corners as well. Both his and Bodden's car just a little bit different from everybody else's.
Lane now on the hunt, trying to hunt down Ouellette. Getting a little speed out of her as we approach the midway point of this.
Yeah, little David and Goliath right there, as the Lane car is a big two-seater coming after that car. Just a little different stature in the Ouellette car. It to me just looks like a little David and Goliath right there.
So this should bring us to our competition caution here with Cameron Bodden coming down the front stretch. Competition caution is out. So Jeremy Spears going to get another shot at Rylan Lane, Trent Ouellette, and Cameron Bodden as he had that small mistake in that corner, cost him a couple of positions.
Yeah, it shows you how far apart they were right there coming down that front straightaway.
All right, so as we pause this one, we were talking about our points leader, Jeremy Spears. Earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with him.
Thanks, guys. So, Jeremy, we are back here for round 7 and 8, and we always talk about consistency and how important it is to stay consistent. And in this class, you have done that. Obviously, you drive about 20-plus hours every time we have a few rounds. You come down here, you show what consistency can do. From your perspective, how do you see things playing out for the rest of the season?
I think it's going pretty good. Yeah, you got to make it to all the races, especially when you are dealing with a championship. You have to make it to all of them, and that's what we're doing. I am from Washington. We're down in Phoenix, so it's a long haul, but we're making it happen.
Well, and going a little bit further, obviously you are out here, you're a privateer, you're bringing everything together. What you said is, hey, this is what I've got, this is what I'm going to run. I'm super excited about all of it. From a privateer perspective, what do you see that's going to happen for the rest of the season? How hard is it to be here and still be a key player?
You know, round 6 and 8, it starts getting tough. You know, the first ones are pretty easy, and then as the season goes on, it gets harder, you know. So that's what we're focusing on is making sure we finish strong, keep the car together, and yeah, we should do pretty good.
Well, I love this, and I'm not saying you're an underdog in any way, but it's really cool to see somebody out here. So this is your opportunity. If you've got it, Jeremy can tell you and show you that it is possible to come out here, race with us, and show that you are a great contender in this class.
All right, we're getting ready to go green flag racing again. It is going to be Cameron Bodden, our leader, taking us to the green. Jeremy Spears getting around the outside of Rylan Lane. That is 1 and 2 in the points. That is a spot that matters here. Lane going to try and battle back and get around Spears. Look at Spears all the way to the bottom trying to get around Ouellette. He's trying to get a twofer.
Yeah.
One in each corner. Great job, Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, if I was Spears, though, I'd take it easy right here. He doesn't have to beat Ouellette or Bodden, but, he doesn't want to. He wants to come out. He came out and race, so he's going to race. That's typical Jeremy Spears right there.
Well, he also knows if he can put a car between him and Rylan Lane, it furthers the gap as we go into this finale here in April.
Oh, indeed, that's a good knowledge right there. But Ouellette!
Whoa!
Oh!
Ouellette with kind of gets into it with Spears and goes up and over.
He is full turtle right there. There it is.
Wow,
finally.
Just came in way too hot, I think.
Oh, yeah, man. He hit both those tires as they cut into that corner, and I'm sure they were full turtle right there. We've been waiting for one all weekend. There it is.
Ouellette been having a very strong run today, and I don't know. I think he just made a mistake, Mark.
Well, here's the replay on it. As they come in, you can see Trent Ouellette well back. Yeah, he's already sliding. He's already in trouble. Hits the front, then hits the front with his rear, and that just is enough to put the rear end of that car so it perfectly pirouettes right there. It goes nose first, doesn't come over. It just falls right back on his roof.
Looked like he hit right on Jeremy Spears' Nerf bar, so no damage to Jeremy Spears. Truthfully, he's probably lucky Jeremy was there. He might have been up into the K-rail.
Yeah, I think both cars were lucky. I don't think there's any damage to Ouellette's car either. It just, like you said, you always said here today, I think his ego is going to be a little hurt. I don't think there's anything wrong with that car, but that is a full-blown turtle right there. You ever know what a turtle is? There it is.
Yeah, tough break. Ouellette having a very strong run. They're trying to get the strap lined up so he can flip it over properly. Yep. I got to get one more look here. Please, you tuning in on the Racer Plus app.
Yeah, to me right here, it looks like both of his hit the front tire, boom, right there, front tire. And I think it was just one tire to one tire, and the rest, as you said, all Nerf bar. Great job.
Yep, everybody else able to avoid it. All right, so Ouellette, it looks like they've got the car tipped over. As Mark said, I don't think there's any damage. It didn't even look like any scratches. The way it pirouetted, it was on the bumpers. I really don't think there's much wrong with the car.
No, he's strapping back in. He's getting ready to get lined back up. We'll line him up and hopefully, well, he'll have to go to the back of the pack, unfortunately, and he'll have to work his way back up. He's not going to be able to slide right in where he was. That, whether he intentionally did it or he didn't intentionally do it, that 100% was his mistake.
All right, so we got everybody going around the outside here. Going to avoid the interior turns.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. I know this whole field is good enough to negotiate and get around him without hurting, but I think that's a smart move out there. Let him go around the track, and we'll return to racing soon enough. It's better to make sure that the driver's safe and that the crew is safe and everybody out there on the track is safe. So they'll come back around. Ouellette will line back up unless that car is damaged. But like you said, I don't think I see anything wrong with it. And I have a feeling, there you go, you can see him in the back there. He's coming around. He'll be just fine.
Yep, so we're getting the signal. This will be the last yellow flag lap. So we're going to go back to green flag racing here. Just a few moments. Looks like we got about 3 to go when we get back to racing.
Yeah, the hardest thing to strap in is when you get back into the car. The straps are fairly easy. You learn the sequence. It's shoulder. It's strap. When you got the strap, it's shoulder, sub, shoulder. But the hardest part to get in there is that neck restraint, the head and neck restraint. You got to get that under those belts, and that's the hardest thing.
Well, and speaking of this race, obviously we've got the double feature, and one of our ProAm turbos, Michael Bernstein, able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Michael, it feels so good to be back here. Now, I had a chance to talk to some of the drivers coming off of Glen Helen. They said they actually prefer this track comparative to rounds 5 and 6, 7 and 8. We're back here, Firebird Motorsports Park. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first, I agree with them. This track's faster, and you get to pass people, and it's a lot of fun racing with everyone.
Well, you are all about being consistent right now. Consistency is key, especially going into this weekend. And then, of course, rounds 9 and 10 in about a month. You're sitting 4th in points. What do you think it's going to take to grab some more points for the weekend?
Honestly, just finish the race. I don't need to be on podium, but if I get on podium, it'd be great. But literally my goal, all last season, I got 3rd just by finishing. I never got a single podium, maybe one.
Well, I love that. Now, from somebody who has been here since the beginning, kind of seen this grow, what do you feel about the CORR season right now, and what are you looking forward to the next few rounds?
It's been good. Definitely more professional. It used to be kind of like an older series I used to run, but now it's like legit short course, and it's looking good.
Well, it's always good to have you out here. Like we keep talking about, we're back here. They love this track. We talk about consistency, but we've also been talking about how unseasonably warm it's going to be for this weekend for rounds 7 and 8. We're going to see what happens, though.
And we're getting ready to go back. Green flag racing here. Cameron Bodden leading us to the green. Jeremy Spears, Ryland Lane.
Bodden's going to lead Jeremy Spears into turn 1. Jeremy had to check up just a little bit. Bodden coming to the inside. That forced Jeremy Spears to check up a little bit, but now Lane right behind Jeremy Spears.
Yep, Lane running a really high line there.
Yeah, on this restart, there's just a few more cars left out here. And the one that matters the most right there is Jeremy Spears at 8:49. Jeremy Spears leading your points into this race. He's a great gentleman out there, but he's tough to beat out here on this course. I'm loving seeing that interview with Michael Bernstein. I absolutely love Michael Bernstein and his dad. They own Valley Steel Supply, and I'm a fabrication shop out there in Tempe, so I try to get as much as I can from Valley Steel. If you guys are here local, check it out, Valley Steel Co., and that's Michael Bernstein and his dad. So back to racing. Jeremy Spears trying to gun down Bodden, but I don't think he's going to do it.
Now Jeremy Spears trying to chase down Bodden. Ryland Lane trying to chase down Jeremy Spears. Spears running a nice tight line there. Starting to see this course dry out a little bit, causes a little bit of dust. Racers seem to like the course as it dries out, though.
Yeah, it's weird. I think they'd rather, I used to ask them on the podium, I'd say, because someone complain it's dusty, someone complain it's muddy. But I'd ask them the question, what would you rather deal with, mud or dust? And unanimously, everybody says I'd rather deal with the dust.
Well, right now, Cameron Bodden not having to deal with much dust at all. Clean air out front.
Man, I just love the look of this car. It is different from everybody else. And there it is. The white flag will fly for Bodden and the rest of the field.
Ryland Lane trying to make a push here at the end, trying to catch Jeremy Spears. She have enough to get around Spears. We will see.
Ryland Lane doing a great job. Found some speed here for the second half and is not leaving the rear bumper of Jeremy Spears.
That's Spears, high line, Lane, low line. Trying to draw even with Spears over the big flyaway jump. Look, outside, she's diving to the inside. Ryland Lane trying to make it racy here.
Well, turn 3 is the one to do it, and that's why I said the majority of your turns out here are kind of cookie cutter. But turn 3, you got plenty of options in turn 3.
All right, so Spears there, doing a little bit of protect. Slingshot past. Ryland Lane, nothing there for her. It's going to be tough. She's going to have to kind of stick her nose in there as we go back up to Cameron Bodden, who is our leader. Going to be bringing it home for the finish. Bodden taking the Maxxis tires, checkered flag. Spears, Lane, it looks like, is going to be 2 and 3. So Jeremy Spears going to extend his points lead over Ryland Lane.
Still a great race to watch out there. Glad to see that Trent Ouellette was not injured or hurt in there. And, it doesn't look like if the car was damaged in any way, shape, or form that it's going to be too bad to fix.
Yeah, Bernstein and Daniel Hearn going to be 1 and 2 in that division in Pro-Am Turbo. So when we come back from this break, we're going to catch up with our podium finishers in both classes here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
And we're back here to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series in Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park. Getting a look there at our finishers in both Pro Production and ProAm Turbo, our top 3 in both. With the Stars and Stripes blowing there.
Absolutely love seeing Jeremy Spears out there. It was great to watch him race. Rylan Lane, though, great job as well with a great performance on both days of this weekend. But there it is. The Rugged Radios Pro Production results. It's Cameron Bodden out front. Jeremy Spears will take second, and Rylan Lane in third. Treadlet getting that turtle over, but he had to pull off early, only getting 7 laps complete, and Jaden Gerber not able to make the curtain call. And it's unfortunate for Jaden. He just got back into racing, and I think his car is very beautiful. I'd love to see Jaden Gerber back out there.
Yeah, from what I understand, we'll see Jaden Gerber full-time next season, so glad to see he's got a brand new car, and we'll see him out here racing.
Yeah, I heard there were problems with, and I don't, this is just, as an announcer, sometimes you just deliver the news. I don't know if this is true. I don't know, anything on it, he said. But I heard that they weren't happy with the welds on that car. So I don't know if they're just grinding the welds out and re-welding. I don't know what they're doing. Because I think that car was a very well-built car. I don't think I really analyzed the welds on it. But I think that car looked fine to me. So it's going to be interesting to see what was wrong with that car.
All right, and we are going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Nice job to you, Rylan Lane. Now, we've been chatting all season long, and like I keep telling you, every time you're up here, just getting better and better. Made a really nice vet move over there with Jeremy Spears. When he did have that spin out, you were able to make sure that you didn't crash into him. You were able to continue, worked your way all the way up to here. I know how incredible this class is, and it's really cool to see this. How's your round 8 for you?
Honestly, those turns on turn 3 were awful. Totally a driver error. The bump at the start didn't help, but yeah.
Well, we've been seeing the track come in together nicely. It's a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. For a driver like yourself that's kind of new to the sport, is this a track that you like, something that's a little bit more dried out for you?
Yeah, I definitely like it how it is today rather than yesterday, but it was good.
Well, you've done it here, just proving that you are a person that needs to be in this sport, so it's really good to see you up here. Who would you like to thank for round 8?
My parents, Desert State Electric, Luxury Auto Collection, Fast Track, Specialty RV, and yeah.
It's good to see you up here. Hop up at number 3, please. Heading over here to Jeremy Spears. Jeremy, I know the guys in the booth were excited that you were able to get the car back together, bring it here. We keep talking about points. We understand that this is being round 8. Every point matters, especially going into the season and the finale for the next few rounds. How did round 8 go for you with this regroup, and especially because you needed that restart for the mandatory yellow to be able to capitalize after that spin out?
Yeah, it was. You got to keep in mind that you're here for the points, and we want to get the wins as much as we can. Yesterday we had some car failure. I think the track yesterday was great. Today is a little slick. Not impressed with today's drive. Just a little squirrely, little loose. A lot of bumping and bagging, and I love that. So we're doing what we can.
Well, you've done it here, and like you said, that every point matters right now, and you know exactly what it takes to be able to win a championship. We got a few weeks before round 9 and 10. What are your predictions for the rest of the season?
Oh, man. We're going to be here. We're going to try and win. We need a Saturday win. We've been losing pretty good on Saturdays and doing decent on Sundays. I want a good weekend of both.
All right. Who would you like to thank for round 8 here at Firebird Motorsports Park?
I need to thank everybody in the pits that's helped me. People will loan me tools. If I don't have them, they'll loan me parts if I need them. It's just me and Colby, coming from Washington and doing this, so it's been awesome. I want to thank Green City Heating, Binford Metals, and American UTV, and MRT Tires.
Well, you've done it here, and like I keep telling you, I don't look at you as the underdog. I look at you as a privateer that is showing everybody it is possible, and I love that for you. Hop up on number 2, please. And taking that top spot today, we got Cameron Bodden. Now, Cameron, nice job. I know that yesterday for round 7, you were the late entry. Obviously, we're seeing you back over here again, putting down nice, stellar lap times. We're looking at everything, and you are picking the correct lines to dominate in this race. How'd it go for you for round 8?
It's good. I'm just trying to get some lap time, and Connor's helping me see the lines. So,
well, we always talk about having a great spotter, and this is showcasing what you need that, especially because 2 great drivers right next to you. Making sure you pick those right lines is crucial. Who would you like to thank for today?
Connor and Trent for showing me how to race. Hype Farm, Bliss, Banks, Ivory, my whole family's out here. Brother Cam J. So it's awesome.
Well, I love that. And everybody out there knows that I love numbers and stats. So first of all, let me give this to you one more time. The Maxxis Tires Fast Lap. And we're going to give you some times just to look at that. Yesterday when you got it, 56.614. Today, 55.461. So about 3 seconds faster than the rest of the competition. It's really good to see that out there. You've got some great drivers and co-drivers helping you along. I know you've already thanked anybody. Anybody else you want to thank or anything else you got to say?
Yeah, CORR for having us out. I know they go through a lot, so appreciate all you guys.
Well, it's a hot one for all of us out here. Hop up on number 1. Nice job. Big congratulations to your top 3 finishers in pro production. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, and obviously he's taken home the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap as well as a big check there. And, Maxxis Tires, one of our big partners in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Earlier on this weekend, I was able to catch up with him. Yeah, sorry about that. We're not doing that. We are hanging tight here. We got another podium to go to here momentarily, but Maxxis Tires obviously a big partner in our class or in our series, and all of the pro class is going to be taking home Maxxis Tires Fast Laps. We're going to see that again in Pro Side-by-Side as well as Pro Light.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing Jeremy Spears there. If there's such a thing that I'll coin it right now, he's a racer's racer. In other words, he comes out here, as you heard him say, man, he appreciates everybody out in the pits that helps him. He's actually all the way along the fence out there by the freeway. He's just got an easy up and his truck. That's it. Truck and trailer. That's all he has. So I don't know that he has a welder. I don't know that he has, half the parts or half the tools that this race teams have out here. So what's really great is, as I said, he had that whole car apart. He was walking around the pit seeing if anybody had any parts. And what I loved and I love about off-road racers, they're always quick to help you in the pits, and everybody that could help Jeremy Spears helped him get that car back together.
Yeah, absolutely. He's what we like to call a blue-collar racer, and I mean that in the best possible way. With that, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our next round of podium finishers, ProAm Turbo.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Daniel Hearn. Now, Daniel, it's always great to chat with you. I know in the beginning you were really just here to help out Chloe and make sure that she was doing that. You brought your car back out, you're racing, and I love that. And I just want to double check. So the car that you have right now is technically supposed to be a desert car, but you're bringing it out here, showcasing that, hey, guys, if you've got a desert car, come out here, change some things on there, come race with us because Daniel's doing it.
Yeah, just shocks, tires, get some different sway bars, and you can come out here and race. I mean, I came out here with my desert tires on it for the first couple and did okay. So.
Well, going off of that, too, pro side-by-side driver Bo Judge says the same thing. He's got his desert tires still on there. And for conditions like this at the track, sometimes you do need that. It is drying out faster than we thought it was. The wind yesterday for round 7 was incredible. So it's really cool to see this. Is there anybody that you want to thank for a double podium this weekend for 7 and 8?
I got to thank D&M Racing, Rugged Radios, my guys at the shop, my wife, even Michael for helping out. I know there's a bunch more that I'm probably forgetting, again, like usual, Dill Petroleum. And, of course, Mike for coming out and helping me spot today.
Well, your spotters up there is a crucial thing because it's very, very hot this weekend, and having to know about the spotter stand to make sure that you can get that second place is great. I love that. Hop up on 2 for me, Daniel. And taking that top spot over here, Michael Bernstein. I know that we started chatting at the beginning of round 7 and 8, and you said, hey, I don't need to take that top spot. I just need consistency. I feel like we should have a conversation more often before the race weekend starts because a double podium, double ones up here for you for 7-8 is great. Talk to me about your weekend and if you're looking forward to the finale in a few weeks.
Weekend went good. This car ran really good. My orange car, not so much, but thanks for Dan for helping me fix that one. But yeah, it felt good. Track was good. I did break something towards the end, so I had to take it easy. But I was definitely going for the top 2 overall.
Well, you've done it here. Is there anybody that you want to thank for round 8 here at Firebird Motorsports Park?
I want to thank God, my family, all my sponsors, Extreme Manufacturing, Valley Steel Supply, my Hanson Steel for paying for my entry fee, and then Golden Racing.
Well, you've done it here, and I think that we need to continue the streak and talk before race weekends because I love seeing you up here. One more round of applause for your finishers right here in ProAm Turbo. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, ProAm Turbo, great one. You know, we've seen quite a few fun personalities throughout the season in that class, and, would love to have a few more drivers out here. Like Tiffany said, you got a car sitting at home, bring it out here, get some upgrades, and let's go racing. Be fun to see some more people in that division. As we're shifting gears here, going to continue on with a lot of racing action yet to come this afternoon. We do have some amazing partners in the series, and earlier this weekend we were able to catch up with one of them, Maxxis Tires. I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park with Maxxis Tires. We've got Adam here with Maxxis Tires, one of the newest sponsors here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Tell us a little bit about what Maxxis is out here doing this weekend.
So we're out here, we're supporting our racers, we're out here mounting tires, selling tires, doing as much as we can, making sure everybody's doing whatever they need to win out there today.
Yeah, I know they've got some tires that are going to be mounted here shortly. We're going to see them on track this weekend and be watching for that Maxxis Tires checkered flag all weekend long.
I'll have to remember it.
There we got a glimpse there of the Maxxis Tires Semi. They are mounting tires for racers all weekend long. And, one of the cool things I think I've seen so far this weekend, I'm seeing more and more of those bright orange Maxxis hats.
Yeah, those hats are cool. I was out in Parker. I was out in your neck of the woods, actually, after I ran into you. And I was hanging into the big truck that they had out there right behind my podium, and I saw a stack of hats. And, I'm not one in racing to always, to ask for something or say anything or whatever. But I go, oh, man, I love these hats. I made it just so that way they would say, well, you can have that one. Right, I got one as well. I love those hats.
Yeah, that is awesome. So we're going to shift gears. This race yesterday was probably one of the most fun races we saw all weekend long, or all day yesterday, was the Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo race. Right now we're going to get into our R&R Steel Racing Sportsman NA points, Mark.
Yeah, Timothy Jones out front with a 2-2-2. That's 222 points out here, and Ryland Bernstein right behind him with just 27 points off the pace. Sean Jones there with 34, so these top three, it's still anybody's battle. But if you get back to Thomas Bach, he's not out here anymore, 103 points. I don't think he's going to have anything. He's not going to come out. Ryan Bragdon, same thing. Austin Dorn, Gary Wagner, Cody Krantz, Chris Leering, and Daryl Chastain, full 182 points. But Sean Jones, Ryland Bernstein, and Timothy Jones are going to be the only ones out here for that points chase.
Yeah, that was our R&R Steel Racing Sportsman Turbo points.
But here it is. Matt Dyer doing a fabulous job holding it down with 259 points. And Calvin Odell, I love me some Matt Dyer, man. I was able to hang out with that pit after the events out there in Southern California, man. And it was great to hang out with these boys. They're a lot of fun.
I think this class overall just has a lot of fun, this Sportsman Turbo class. I mean, this is one where I'm like, hey, we got to get some more people out here. Yeah, we got Sportsman NA, Sportsman Turbo, dual feature, 10 laps, mandatory competition caution. We're going to start the 2 turbo cars up front, and then following them will be the Sportsman NA cars.
Yeah, these are the last of the great classes out here, the Sportsman classes. You know, you got to stress it, If you got a car out there and you've ever wanted to get into off-road racing, this is the class to do it. And I'll tell you why. Out here as well in our starting grid, you'll see a name out here. I'm going to mention it. It is your Liquid Molly Sportsman NA starting grid, starting off with Timothy Jones up there in row 1. Chris Leeming will end off row 1. Row 2, Austin Dorn with Brayton Penrod right next to them. Rylan Bernstein, and here's that name I'm talking about. Went out and got a car, get it race ready. Mandy Hoganess. It's her second day of racing out here at Firebird. She did a fabulous job yesterday, and she's out here. Finds herself finishing 6th yesterday for that row 3. Sean Jones will start row 4, and Banks Bodden will end off in row 4.
You know, I was talking yesterday. We've got Calvin Odell, Matt Dyer. That is our our Sportsman Turbo starting grid, brought to you by Liquid Molly. But I was messaging last night with Chris Leeming, and he said, you know, I was just coming out here for fun. I was just going to do the race yesterday and be done, just race Saturday only. He goes, I had so much fun. He goes, I got to come back for redemption today. He goes, I need that top spot. So Chris back out here in the XTC car, making his kids be his pit crew, which I think is amazing. And we're going to see if he can put her on top of the box today.
I think off-road racing needs to come with a warning label. Warning, off-road racing is addictive. Hey, we're on to something there. Seriously, make a little black and white warning sticker to put on the side of warning. Off-road racing is addictive.
I will say, though, you know, if he's going to make that happen, he's got the young gun there, the number 3 of Timothy Jones. And don't count this kid out. He's got bad fast this year.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Chris, and he said, you know, I'm just out here having fun. I kind of just drove around here and had fun. But, you know, I hope he chooses not to do that. Now, the reason I say that, if you're faster than you're driving, then don't even go out there. Go out there and go as fast as you can. Let us sort it out. You know, if you're in the wrong class, don't sandbag. Make sure you race the right class. But if not, you know, get out there and race. There's a great shot of Mandy Hoganess right there in the number 918. And Jim Beaver, I have to tell you, I am so proud of that young lady. I really thought she wasn't going to be this fast, but she's pretty fast in that car.
All right, so we're going to be going to the green flag here. It's going to be Timothy Jones and Chris Leeming taking us to the green.
I do want to see Timothy Jones, though, put a hurting on Chris, because I know Chris is fast just because he, you know, as we said, cumulative time, he has a lot more experience in off-road racing, but now he's got to prove it. He's behind the wheel, and there you go as they get that great start. And there is our 2 Sportsman Turbo, Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer.
So it was Chris Leeming taking the lead, and Timothy Jones trying to battle back there from the 2nd spot. Going to go over that big step up.
Yeah, Chris Leeming, don't take it easy, man. Give Timothy Jones a run. He needs the experience just as bad as you do.
Look at Timothy Jones trying to chase down Leeming.
You know, I'm going to think that Timothy Jones's learning curve is going to be faster than most racers because, you know, as we talked about it, just an entire pedigree of off-road racers over there in the Jones pit.
All right, right now, though, in only a 2nd short course race ever, Chris Leeming leading here, looking like a veteran.
Well, you know, it's easy to do it when you have an awesome side-by-side product line and shop. It's easy to do it when you have your kids that have raced for a long, long time. He said he's been out here for 7 years racing. It's easy to do when you make a race vehicle with a Subaru engine. Oh, Timothy Jones.
Little contact there.
Well, you know, Chris Leeming went a little wide out there, opened the door wide open, and Timothy Jones tried his best to capitalize on it.
Sean Jones trying to get in the mix there with Timothy Jones.
Sean Jones in that number 971 car. I had to do a double take on that 971 car.
Oh, Timothy Jones up on the bike. Looks like he caught a rut and just kind of saved it. It's enough, though, that Sean Jones may get by.
Yeah, I had to do a double take on that car, the number 971. I think even the number was like Will Munz's car, but I don't think that's Will Munz's car or his number, but I do believe it. A lot of similarities there.
All right, so now the battle for second. Sean Jones, Timothy Jones. Odell currently leading Dyer in Sportsman Turbo. Get to that in a few moments because right now the hot action is here. Sean Jones now getting back over Timothy. Ooh. Connected in the air, not what you like to see. Timothy Jones now to the bottom around Sean Jones, getting the position back.
Jones versus Jones, keeping up with the Joneses right here. The 971 car, but once Jones is going to come out victorious, Timothy Jones on the outside trying to carry momentum. He's going to try to get in, but Sean Jones holding and protecting that inside line. Oh, whoa. They touch once again.
That was Sean Jones getting into Timothy Jones. Wow.
He'll be all right. You can see. That wreck right there, that looked a lot worse than it actually is. Marty Jones getting out of her seat here, as a mom does, just making sure her baby's okay, but I think he's going to be just fine. So what it looked like it happened, it looked like one of the cars was already in the air. So what looked like it happened to me, I don't think there was malicious on any of the drivers. They were rubbing, and as they went into the air, the car ended up getting a little sideways in the air. And once you're in the air like that, there's nothing you can do. You're just along for the ride.
Yeah, they're checking there on Timothy Jones in the number 3.
I hope that's Jason Ramsey right there, because Jason Ramsey will quickly radio up here to the Joneses and let them know that he's okay. And right now, with no urgency, it's looking like they're okay. That car is built really well. I was able to look at that car. They've even made some changes to it. They added the whole upper cage is all new. And if you know they're towing it out like that, they're okay. And Jason right there, he would have already called up here if there was any need for concern. I think he's going to be all right.
All right, so they're going to pull Timothy Jones off the course here. Looks like they're... Has he got it started?
Yeah, I'm going to say if that car's ready to go and he's all right. They unhooked the tow strap.
They're checking in on him.
Yeah.
He's a racer. He's
maybe
saying, let's go.
Yeah, if that car's all right, let the kid eat. Yeah. I'm sure Jason Ramsey right there is doing everything. You know, Jason is he's a straight up guy out here, the crew out here at CORR. And he won't let you go for any reason if he doesn't think you're okay. And like I said, he's a straight shooter. And they've got the window net up, so they pulled it out. So I have a feeling they're going to scrub it anyhow, and they're going to bring the wrecker out more than likely because, Timothy Jones, he's out of the car. There it is, Timothy Jones, he's out of the car. Where's my applause at? Everybody all right?
All right, looks like Timothy Jones out of the car, and he is going to be okay. We're going to go get him checked on. We're going to take a short commercial break as we get through this, get that car off, and we're going to get things regrouped and restarted out here in Chandler, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome out here to Chandler, to round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Currently under caution here with our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo race because we just had an incident earlier on. 971 of Sean Jones going side by side with Timothy Jones.
Timothy Jones with a little bit different line on the outside. He comes back inside, tightens them up. They start touching here. And what happens is they're rubbing as they go off the jump here. You can see Tim coming back inside at that point. He's over the jump already. The car is already off the ground. And he wasn't far off the ground, but enough that he couldn't steer that car. And there it is, up and over like that. Popped the tire there. Came right off the bead there as he landed.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Jones held his line. Timothy just cut over and wasn't quite clear. And the rest is history as we're going green flag racing. Chris Leeming out front. Bodden in the second spot.
Well, Chris Leeming, now that Timothy Jones is out of the way, is probably going to be smooth sailing all the way home. I still want to see Chris Leeming let it all hang out. Do everything you can. Go as fast as you can. I'd love to see it.
All right. Up and over the big flyaway jump. Chris Leeming now down through that bowl turn.
Banks Bodden now getting a challenge by Sean Jones.
Yeah, Leeming get a little bit of breathing room out front. Oh, look at that. Sean Jones now trying to challenge Bodden for that second spot.
Well, if you didn't know the backstory with Chris Leeming, you'd think he is a veteran off-road racer. He's doing a great job leading this entire field. And I know if you go out there and race as fast as you can.
Oh, Sean Jones coming up short. I don't know what happened there.
Still tumbling. Sean Jones, give us a thumbs up if you're all right. Wow. There's some movement in that car, but that was a very violent wreck.
We're going to get a quick replay of what happened here.
So John Jones all by himself coming up into that jump.
Sean Jones. And he just...
the
front suspension broke as he landed, or looks like a spindle broke. That was a complete failure on the car.
Yeah, either the spindle or the tie rod. Yeah, 100%.
He didn't touch anybody. The car just, when he landed on those front tires, the front looked like the left front, driver's side front, just completely folded when he landed.
All right. I just heard from Race Command. He's okay, though. That's all we needed out there. That was a very violent wreck. But that goes to show you that the way that we design these cars, that we call for in our tech, is that it is all right. Good job, Sean Jones. We're glad you're okay. But man, that car, I don't think you're making it back to racing here this weekend.
Yeah, that's rough for Sean Jones as he's going to try and climb out of the car. Something must have been cracked or not real well on that car when he. Yeah. So we get another angle, and the front suspension just folded on that car.
It's making me wonder. We're talking about the connecting rods. We're talking about the spindles. It's making me wonder if he had a steering rack failure. In other words, too much pressure opening on the toe of those cars, that inside to outside on those tires. That's called toe. It just makes me wonder if when he came down, too much on the steering rack just pulled those connecting rods or broke it right in half. To me, it would look. I'm going to guess that it was the steering rack that let go right there.
Yeah, glad to see him on his feet. Wow, this has been an eventful one. Two of the worst crashes we've seen all season long, both in the same race out here. We've got a third replay on this as he comes in and just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, things just folded.
Yeah, that steering just went away.
And he came in pretty nose heavy, but...
Yeah, well, he's out of the car. He's okay. He's breathing. He's walking. That's 100%. That's going to be an expensive repair right there on that car. But you know what? Nothing. I don't care how much you have to spend to fix that car as long as you're all right.
Looks like we're going to get that car lifted up and off the course.
Well, as that car tumbled, it just took the rest of the suspension with it, both front and rear. That car right now is nothing more than a hovercraft.
All right, they are currently getting the car off course.
Man, you should go back and do Sean Jones a solid. Just take that just take that lift out there and go put it right on his trailer. Because if you go set it down out there, he's not going to be able to get it on that trailer. There is no suspension left on that car.
So right there, Chris Leeming currently leading. Bodden in second. And I believe Penrod going to be in third. Dare I say Mandy Hoganis in fourth?
Are you serious? Oh, goodness, I wasn't paying attention to that. There's so much action going on. Wow, Mandy Hoganis. And indeed, looking at our timing up here in the booth, it does look like Mandy Hoganis is in fourth place. Great job. I know she's going to be very excited to talk to her at the end of this race, and I hope that is the case.
All right, we're going to go back to green flag racing. We're going to have 6 to go. No mandatory competition caution. Chris Leeming going to take us to the green. It is out. Calvin Odell now trying to factor into this overall picture.
Well, you know what I'd really love to see here from Mandy Hoganis? I would really love to see her pick up just one more position here and get her first podium ever. Mandy Hoganis, make that happen, man. I will be so happy for you. But great job out here, Chris Leeming. And, you know, Chris, I hope you are racing all the way to the checkered flag this time.
All right, so it is Leeming and Bodden 1 and 2. Then you got Calvin Odell factoring into this picture as well. Different class, but he's in the top 3.
Yep, he's leading the turbo class ahead of Dyer. So you can see that right there, Chris Leeming, Banks Bodden, Braden Penrod, and there it is, Mandy Hoganis. Mandy, I'm praying, I'm pulling for you.
All right, so Leeming now protecting the bottom side. Great job by him. Bodden trying to chase him down. Got a turbo car. That is Calvin Odell. Different class, 3rd overall, trying to hunt down Bodden. This is for bragging rights.
100%, man, and that's what I love about the Sportsman class. You come out here, you race hard, you play hard, but it's 100% about the bench racing as you guys get back into the pits.
Leeming doing a great job hitting his marks. A lot of desert and dune experience, he was telling me.
Yeah.
Trying to apply it here to short course. He's doing a fine job. Little up on the bike there for Leeming, able to get her back down.
Yeah, he was able to get that down. He was coming out of the turn, and then that was a late bike. So all he had to do is pretty much just lift his foot off. They accelerated a little bit, and that car set right back down.
Well, look at that. Oh, little contact there. That was Calvin Odell getting into it with Bodden.
Well, they are in 2 different classes, so it wouldn't be prudent for either of them to take each other out. And then Odell and Bodden had to check up really hard there, or he was going to get collected in the back of Odell's car.
Odell now trying to hunt down Leeming, who is currently kind of checking out on the field here.
Yeah, Odell's just surrounded by a bunch of bumblebees. He's just, that it's not his class, but run your race, Booth, to make it happen.
All right, so right there, that is Bodden in 2nd in division. That is Odell 1st in his division. This is the 2nd overall spot.
Yeah, you can see how hard those cars push into turn 2 coming down that back straightaway. They're carrying all that speed in there. Those front tires turn a while before they start to grip. And until they accelerate, that car doesn't even come around. So great shot right there where that camera's sitting there witnessing how cars go around turn 2.
All right, down through the center section there, still in lockstep with one another. So Dell and Bodden. Leeming way out front at this point. Run about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Bodden.
Banks Bodden doing a great job there, though. Not letting Calvin O'Dell, rather. Sorry about that. Calvin O'Dell get away, even though that's a turbo car. Banks Bodden doing a great job staying right there on his rear bumper.
You got the drone flying over the XTC entry of Chris Leeming. Out front, second yesterday, looking to take home the victory today.
Yeah, the one thing that stands out that he told me, he said, yeah, it's not my car, so I don't want to wreck it. I'm like, what do you mean it's not your car? He goes, it's my kid's car. And I'm like, well, we know who paid for it.
He says that, but he's throwing caution to the wind out here, looking for the overall victory here with these two divisions, currently leading his class. Great run by him. White flag out for Chris Leeming. 1 to go. Said he wanted redemption today. 1 lap left to do it.
Well, he wanted redemption. He got it. And I'm not going to buy. I agree with what you just insinuated there. I agree. I think he's racing today. I don't care what he says. He came out here. He's driving as fast as he can right now.
I think the idea was to come out here and have fun until he found out he'd be competitive, and then that all went out the window.
Yeah. All holds barred right now. He's letting it go.
All right, so right now this is the battle for the second overall spot. Bodden there in the orange car, second in the NA class. O'Dell first in the turbo class. This is second overall positioning.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had our second midlife crisis out here at Firebird this weekend. We know Mandy Hoganess has one. She flat out admitted it in an interview. And I wouldn't be surprised if we watch Chris Leeming come back out here the next race and wanting to race again with his midlife crisis.
Feel-good story of the weekend. Chris Leeming coming across with a checkered flag, taking home the victory. I know his kids and family are going to be stoked on that one. Calvin O'Dell finish up in first in turbo class, second overall, and it will be Cameron Bodden at the Max's checkered flag, finishing up second in his class.
And that's Banks Bodden, and then Brayton Penrod and Mandy Hoganess in fourth place. I was really hoping that Mandy Hoganess was going to get that fourth place podium. I was literally going to do backflips all the way down there to give her a big hug and say congratulations, and then run back up here to the booth. But, still, what a great finish by all the competitors, including Mandy Hoganess. Great job, young lady.
All right, we're going to catch up with our podium finishers here in Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. We'll return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This one a little scary and a lot of feel-good moments as well. Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo just wrapping up. as we're here in the shadows of the Wild Horse Pass Casino. Brings us to our Rugged Radio Sportsman results. Take us through this, Mark.
Well, not everything out here in off-road racing is rainbows and unicorns, but the rainbow today flying for Chris Lehman, doing a great job. A lot of stuff unfolding behind him between the Joneses, but Banks Bodden will end up second place here in today's event with Brayton Penrod and a great finish from Manny Hoganess there in fourth. Ryland Bernstein, Timothy Jones not able to finish. Austin Dorn, Cooper Hoganess, Cameron Bond and Sean Jones. Sean Jones with I don't know what else to say, a gnarly accident down the front straightaway. I'm just glad to see that everybody that crashed is okay.
Yeah, everybody okay in both those crashes, which is what you love to see. Race cars can be fixed, but it was a couple of scary incidents, but everybody walked away. So thanks to everybody that got on side quick. But this was a crazy race. Obviously, a couple of incidents. Feel good moment with Chris Leeming walking away with a victory. I know he was only scheduled to race yesterday. Was successful yesterday. Said he needed a little redemption today. Came back for the victory, and you know what? Check that box on the resume.
Well, what is he going to say today? Is he going to say that he pushed it? Is he going to say that he was taking it easy because it's his kid's car, or is he going to say, you know what? I went out there, I made it all hang out, and look at that, I had a blast. And like I said, are we about ready to witness our second midlife crisis out here, as Chris Lehman's going to say, hey, man, I want to come back and race this class?
Well, I got to tell you, he was very, very fast out there today. So definitely one to watch if he does, in fact, come back for our finale here in another month.
I'd like to see that. Hey, nothing would give me more pleasure than Chris Lehman to come forward and just say, yo, dude, I'm hooked. I want to go racing.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are starting to get some of our drivers down on the podium, which means it's about time to hand it off to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys, so much. Standing up here with our top three finishers. Chris is making me laugh already. But we're going to get to him because he took that top spot. But first, let's go over here to the 245 of Brayton Penrod. Nice job over there. Great racing. I love watching this. Everybody's clapping for you. They're ready for this. How'd you feel about the race today?
I felt good passing some turbo cars, but I made a mistake and he got right by.
That's all good, though. At least you did it. You were able to keep your lines and continue through the checkered, because we keep talking about that. The points matter going into the last few rounds that we'll see next month. It's a warm day here right now. You kept everything cool, though, so I love seeing that. Who would you like to thank?
Urtex Services, Hype Farm, 2X Motorsports, Connected Restoration, 518, 2X Motorsports, my mom, my dad, my entire family, and everybody who came out here to watch.
Well, I love that. Nice job to you, okay? Heading right over here to Banks. Nice job, Banks. We didn't see you race yesterday, but you were able to come back in today for this class and be able to take the second place podium finish over here. Got great drivers. Love seeing that. We keep talking about how seat time is important, and you keep getting better and better, and I enjoy watching you grow as a driver. How did today go for you?
Pretty good. A little scary when I got past, but that was good. It was fun.
Well, getting past just means that you have the opportunity to pass them back, and that's kind of what you did, so I love that. Who would you like to thank for round 8 here?
2X 518 Design, Connor for my spotter, my mom, and my dad.
Nice job. Congratulations once again on second. And now we are talking to the man who said he wasn't going to race. He was just going to race for round 7, but he came back for round 8. Second in round 7. Top of the box today. The guys in the booth said that it doesn't matter what you say. You were out there driving. We know this because you were just mentioning, these are my kids' cars. It's okay. But I love seeing this because not only is the kids having fun, but the dad is also having fun now, and I love that. Talk to me about this round 8 win.
Well, yesterday was a blast. Like I said, it was my first time doing it, and I got a little fan club yesterday after doing it, and they talked me to come back out here today. It's my kids' car. They're always the ones out here having fun, and this weekend it was my turn. We do it, and it's different from the spotter box and being on the track, and I had a blast. It was awesome.
Well, I love that. And this is a shout out to all the dads and moms out there that if your kids have a car and they're not racing in this class, come out just like Chris, because you never know what could happen. I know, Chris, you were just joking and laughing that you were up here with a bunch of kids. But listen, once you're in the driver's seat under the helmet, there's no difference. You were able to pull out that win. Who would you like to thank?
First, my family, then XTC Power Products, DRT, Queen Racing, 518, SDI, Maxxis Tires, Metal Effects, Rugged, and Polaris Razor, of course.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to have you hop on this box on top of there with them. Nice job. Big congratulations to your top 3 finishers in Sportsman NA.
You got to love that. Crouching down so he's the same height as the drivers he beat. Good times. Awesome guy, Chris Leeming. Been around the sport for a long time. Obviously has a side-by-side centric brand XTC you saw on the side of there, but does a lot for a lot of racers. All of his kids, good kids as well, doing a lot of racing and winning a lot of races. So great to see them back out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, whether it's dad or the kids, Mark.
Yeah, it's got me conflicted up here as a professional announcer. Do I go for it and make the comedy, or do I sit here and be professional? I got something I want to say so bad, but I'm going to have to save him for him. You know, and I'll tell you when we're off camera, but I'm going to have to save him for him until after the race. That was Sportsman NA. We also had a dual feature race. So not only do we had Sportsman NAs out on track, we had the Sportsman Turbo drivers as well. We had a couple of those, and that's always a fun one to watch. It's got quite the points battle going on. But the way it looks, I think Tiffany Stone is just about ready to handle these interviews.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Matt once again. It's always great to see you two battle. I love this, especially because this class seems to be getting a little bit faster and faster after every single round. Today's track conditions were a little bit different than what we seen yesterday. The weather conditions are different as well. Minimal wind. It's not drying out as quickly. We had some drivers earlier say that it was a little slick. From your perspective, how'd you see it?
Yeah, it starts off slick and then dries out real quick. It's hot out there. We were in the cars for a while.
Well, being out there in the cars for a while, obviously we saw two crazy crashes that we haven't really seen all season. For somebody that's a seasoned driver like this, going throughout the whole season here at CORR, how do you keep yourself calm?
After Sean cartwheeled right in front of me, I just breathe.
Just breathe. It's okay. Just breathe. I would be in the same boat as you. Who would you like to thank today?
Patterson Property Inspections, Brad Patterson, my spotter who helped me out here today, Cutting Edge Manufacturing, Maxxis Tires, and CORR for putting this on for us.
I love that. Hop up on number 2 for me. And then heading right over here, 241, Calvin Odell. Now, Calvin, it's really good to see you guys back out here. Not only were you first in your class, but you were second overall with the combined classes out there, showcasing what you can do. You know, it's really cool to see, once again, you as well get better and better after each round. Is there something that you learned from round 7 to move over to round 8 to get you a little faster today?
Yeah, you know, we were having a few issues with the car. It was overheating yesterday at the tail end of the race. That really bummed me out. But, you know, I just had to drive differently into the corners. I think I was just overheating the car with trying to overdrive, compensating for the track condition, and it really kind of messed me up. So I drove a lot different today, and I think it paid off.
Definitely played off. Sometimes simple driving is the better driving because once we overcomplicate things, there's a lot more that could go wrong. Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Round 8, top of the box. Who would you like to thank?
Well, first off, I forgot yesterday. I need to shout out to CORR Racing for putting this event on. And I forgot to mention my lovely daughter, Kylie Odell, who also raced this morning in her class, flew out all the way from Oregon. And then my family support here from Oregon as well. My sister Carrie, my spotter, brother-in-law Jason Flores. And I got to give a shout-out to Joey from Podium Suspension for helping me dial my car in. And as always, my girlfriend Anna for the support. And then just all my friends that showed up this weekend. It was just super awesome.
You got to give a big shout out to the friends that are beating this heat right now and trying to see you complete this and obviously getting that top spot. Love it. Hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your finishers in Sportsman Turbo. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Tiffany. Well, we are about ready to take a short intermission, about 15 minutes. Those of you tuning in on the Racer Plus app at home, we will be back at 3:25 Pacific time. That is 6:25 p.m. Eastern time. We got Pro Side-by-Side SR1 Pro Light to come. This intermission is for some track prep. We want things to be dialed in for 3 of our fastest classes on the weekend. So we are going to sign off for about 15 minutes here. See you again at 6:25 East, 3:25 Pacific time, right here at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright here, back after a short intermission. Thanks to all you tuning in on the Racer Plus app and Racer Network, everybody around the country. Let me tell you, it's a little warm out here today, Mark. That's why we had to do some track maintenance, get a little moisture into the track because things are going to get red hot out on the track. We got Pro Side-by-Side up next. I mean, guns are going to be ablazing. These are the best in the business, some of the best drivers in the country behind the wheel of a side-by-side. And they're going to be in action out here at Firebird Motorsports Park in just a few minutes.
Well, temperatures are increasing, and so is the action right here. The SR1s are going to be taking this track very quickly here, and you know what I heard? The SR1s now, they're going to also include the fastest laps. So, man, I hope that they tell the competitors in SR1 that is happening now, because I think that's a little of a, what do they call that? The dangling carrot, you know? So I think on top of all the wins and everything that these guys have done, I think they would love to have the fastest lap out there for the bragging rights at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, you know, and things are a little warm out here, but one of the vendors and one of our partners that's keeping things cool is our good friends there at Traders. And earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with them on all the merchandise they've got for our fans and our racers.
All right, guys, this is your chance to get some great merchandise now. We've got Traders here. They're the official merchandise partner for the series, and they bring out something brand new every single round. This round specifically, they've got tank tops, they've got hats, so make sure you're here. My favorite thing, though, of course, is going to be this fanny pack. It's in the checkered print. Love that. But like I was mentioning, they've got lots of hats. They've even got koozies for you. You've got a cold beverage here because it's a hot day. They've got you all covered. So make sure you come on down here. If you're a mom and you're in your race era, they've got the perfect tee for you. But like we were talking about, brand new tanks. It's going to be a warm day here in Arizona, so you're definitely going to want one of these. Come by, stop by, say hi, and come pick up some of your favorite merch.
Yeah, Traders getting us dialed in each and every weekend. I know Mark, he's got his eye on a few things he's going to take home this weekend, so I know they're looking forward to catching his credit card number here shortly.
Man, that is true. And, you know, I got to be careful because their stuff is so good. I love the drops. I love the design. I love everything. I love the clothes that they use, the hat that they use. I love it all. But you're absolutely right there. If I leave my credit card there, I'm just going to max it out again on all those clothes. It's awesome out there.
So as we get things prepared, I mean, we are starting off after this intermission doing about as big as you possibly can. We've got 14 drivers slated to go here in the Pro Side-by-Side division. We see them there getting ready, getting dialed in, getting suited in, last-minute checks, taking a drink of water, you know, pulling down their straps, getting those engines fired, and we are going to go racing because this is the one that everybody comes out of the campground for. Pro Side-by-Side. We're going to have packed house here, and people want to watch these guys throw down.
Yeah, if you're out here in the course, it's now time to get out here to the grandstands. If you're watching it live from home on any of the platforms out here, do not shut it off at this time. This is the race that you came for right here, 100%. And yesterday is set the stage for all these racers out here because they get to start. Their starting positions are how they finished yesterday. So this is based on their performance from yesterday. And look at that sitting up top, those two yellow side-by-sides, the Can-Ams out there. And you've got Bo Judge right behind Connor Maxwell. And I promise you that is going to be a race by itself. But right behind them, the R&R Steel boys are going to have a little something to say with those two Can-Ams out front.
Well, you know, I think, the big story here is Bo Judge outside and Connor Maxwell on the inside. Really, it's going to be tough to get around those two. I mean, Bo Judge, we saw him work his way through traffic. Didn't have a good qualifying run on Friday. Worked his way through traffic yesterday. Found his way to the podium. Connor Maxwell, obviously, that big breakthrough victory. He's had some struggles this season. But, you know, you get those two guys that are, we saw some blistering fast laps from Maxwell yesterday. They're going to be really hard to get around. Obviously we got Kyle Arkenaugh right there in the points battle with Bo Judge. He's in the mix there in the 4th spot, but it's going to be tough. Cameron Bodden, a couple of podiums so far this weekend.
Yeah, man, I can't say enough about Kyle Arcana. He did an incredible job holding up the R&R banner, if you will, in the middle of that race. He ran an incredible race out there, but Bo Judge was right there for a little mistake that was made, and he was able to capitalize it and run away with Connor Maxwell. Now, Connor Maxwell, fast indeed, has always been fast. No matter what, he's fast, but as you just said, really having to get things together for this season, and you know what, he put it all together yesterday, and once he got up front, he ran the smoothest race that he has all season long. That put him right on top of the box. So can we see a repeat performance today? Once Connor Maxwell gets out front, can he hold on? But I don't know. Bo Judge, I'll bet you Bo Judge wins back and did his homework, and I bet he made some changes that might give him a run for his money.
You know, I'm just looking there. We got some beachfront property they want to sell you there, Mark. That's a part of that lease you were talking about for your new racetrack.
Oh, there it is, man. Hey, wouldn't that, you know, I'm an engineer because sure enough, I was just thinking that beachfront race right here at Firebird Lake.
All right, so this is our R&R Steel Pro Side-by-Side point standings. Take us through these, Mark.
Here it is. Bo Judge will be out front, 264 points. Now, what that means is look at our second place points. There has not been a bigger spread than there is right now between Bo Judge and Brian McCormick. Brian McCormick making his triumphant return to off-road racing, doing a great job. He is still a full 44 points behind off our leader, Bo Judge. Kyle Arcana right there, 50 behind as well. Connor Maxwell, as you said, having a rough season. He's 60 points behind. I don't think Connor Maxwell in the next two events is going to catch Bo Judge, though. Bo Judge, as long as he finishes, I don't know, top four, yeah, I think he's got the championship wrapped up. Ryder Van Beekem there with 61 points behind, tied with Bobby Van Beekem, his father, Jeremiah Wagner, out here as well. He's 64 points behind. Ryder Chapman well off the pace at 68, and Kelton Penrod with 135, and Lucas Sweetland at 143. Off our leader.
A lot of heavy hitters in there, mid-pack, you know, and that's the thing. You know, this class is so competitive. We've seen some really good drivers. I mean, Ryder Chapman won the first round, and, you know, now you see him back there with 7th, 8th. I mean, there's a lot of drivers throughout that field that can take a victory on any given weekend in this class. And I think that's one of the key points here is, you know, Bo Judge has been very, very fortunate to be on the podium and kept his nose clean. But we got a lot of drivers out there that can sneak in, take a victory, and kind of upset this points battle just because, you know, they've had some bad luck this season.
Yeah, just take a look there at Bo Judge's car right there. It's clean. It's ready. It looks brand new. And look at the size of his tires. Those are BFG full-blown desert tires. He chooses to run them out here. Some of the advantages he says that he has is he can run a little higher pace off the jumps with those tires. Because you have to think the bigger the tire, it also changes the gearing of the car. Not only did he change the size of his tires, he also had to change the layout of his shocks. Elka Shocks made him some custom shocks with a little bit longer shaft in there to take advantage because he actually have to raise the car, so he needed a little more shock shaft to make sure he has the travel necessary to accommodate those desert tires. He could not put short course tires on that car right now and be competitive. So that car is 100% set up for that exact tire arrangement that he has out here. Now, another advantage of a desert tire, that's an intermediate tire. A desert tire is made to handle mud, sand, rocks, everything that is thrown at it. So Bo Judge, he doesn't have to be too prepared on his tire choice. He's made his tire choice, and he's got an intermediate BFG on there.
No, and that is the truth with that desert tire. It is an advantage with changing track conditions. You don't have to worry about having a wetter track, a muddier track, a dry track, a rocky track. I mean, it's pretty much the same tire choice across the field. So, you know, if Bo Judge to go to these tires, I know it was a little bit of a gamble. He's had to put in some homework with clutching and spring choices and shock tuning. But, you know, overall, it looks like it's benefiting him.
Yeah, I think it suits his style as well. He's aggressively smooth. How about that? That's what we'll call it. Because you'll see Bo Judge come up and put a bumper right on you, but if you try to check up, he will avoid contact. He will not make the contact, so he tries to stay, you know, right there with you, but he will. I called him yesterday. I called him Mr. Clean, and I'm going to say it again. Bo Judge is absolutely Mr. Clean. He will race you clean. He doesn't want to bump you. He doesn't want to take you out. He doesn't even want to upset your car. He wants to flat out pass you.
Well, and another guy we haven't really talked about, has been sneaky good this year, though, is McCormick, sitting second in the points. I know, obviously, not a good run yesterday. He's back in 11th starting position today. But, McCormick, it hasn't been I hate to use the word, but it hadn't been the flashiest of seasons he's had, but he's just continues to chip away.
Yeah, what's beautiful about McCormick is he is, I call him Mr. Methodical. He's never been anything flashy because he'd rather get you to the podium. You see what I'm saying? He'd rather get the podium and then let his onlookers say that he's flashy. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't want to look for that attention. He's Mr. Methodical, meaning there is a method to his madness, and every decision he makes on his car, everything that he does is perfectly calculated. It does not just happen by chance on his car. It happens because he does his homework, he does his homework again, and he puts it to work.
All right, the Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing these drivers out. They're going to be entering the arena. This is pro side-by-side slated for 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution, hair past the midway point. But let me tell you, these guys are getting ready to get out here, and this is going to be elbows-out warfare. And that brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid.
Connor Maxwell's going to be on the inside. He's got the P1 because of his finish on yesterday. He'll be leading Bo Judge side-by-side, and that's going to make some great racing action right off the start. Cameron Bodden, though, our loose cannon out here, and he's got the speed as well. He's going to be starting to row 2 right next to Kyle Arcana. Jeremiah Wagner is going to take row 3 with Lucas Sweetland right next to them. Tyler Herzog, our Liqui Moly driver, out here in row 4 with Kelton Penrod right next to him.
Brings us to row number 5. That is going to be Robert Van Beekem, alongside of his son, Ryder Van Beekem. Then we're going to have Brian McCormick and Ryder Chapman in row number 6, and Tyler Penrod, Dan Kelly rounding out our 14-car field.
Yeah, Dan Kelly always, we were talking about that flash. He's the flash. Dan Kelly will always do a great job, and here is that row. Row 5, Robert Van Beekem, Ryder Van Beekem, Brian McCormick, Ryder Chapman, Tyler Penrod, and Dan Kelly. I'm looking out there, though. Not sure I see a Dan Kelly entry here. Not sure he made our start, but I'm not sure here. I will let you know, but at this moment, he is lined up in row 7.
All right, Jones Ford Pace Truck, bring him around. Got a couple corners remaining, and we're going to go green flag racing out here.
Now, what's going to be awesome, and one thing you want to watch about this class, opposed to all the others, when they bunch up here for this start, they literally will be bumper to bumper. They will be within just mere inches of each other, anticipating that green flag. And what's going to happen is they're going to spool up, but until Connor Maxwell and Bo Judge mash down, you'll see nothing of that field. They'll stay tightly packed, and I can't wait to see this start.
Well, I also think you got a trio of R&R entries in 9th, 10th, and 11th place. Robert Van Beekem, Ryder Van Beekem, and Ryder Chapman back in 12th, McCormick's in 11th. But you got 3 of those entries towards the back of the pack, and we know that those are top 5 cars, all 3 of them. So they're going to be battling through a lot of traffic, see what can happen.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman, he's used to being up front, so can Ryder Chapman get up and battle it out with Bo Judge and Connor Maxwell? We're about to find out as they come down the front straightaway, Jim Beaver.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for that green flag as we've got Connor Maxwell taking us to it. Pro side-by-side is in action.
Just like I told you, Bo Judge is going to lead into turn 1, though. He's got Kyle Arcana right behind him and Connor Maxwell right there, door-to-door down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Bo Judge, big lead out of the gate. Arcana into the 2nd spot from 4th. Got to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah, Kyle Arcana being consistent all weekend here, and it's great to see him holding up that R&R banner for everybody. But look at this. He's got his hands full with Connor Maxwell. I need Connor Maxwell just to sit there and get his senses about him, and Connor Maxwell make the pass a little later. But right now, Bo Judge with the whole shot, and he's not looking back.
Yeah, that was a big jump by Bo Judge. Almost got a little nose heavy there. Must have been feeling the pressure. I've never seen him jump that one that deep.
Yeah, he says that those tires actually give him a little more distance off the jumps, and that's what suits his style, and that's what he likes. So you'll watch him. He's a little different, and, you know, as I'm looking at him now, those big tires throw just a little more roost than everybody else.
All right, so now you got yesterday's winner, Connor Maxwell, hunting down Kyle Arkanon in the second spot. Arkanon knows he needs to get around Bo Judge to factor back into this points championship.
Yeah, that's a smart move right there. Connor Maxwell needs to play it safe right now and just relax. Watch how Kyle Arkanon takes the lines, and he's going to have to be smart in his pass around Kyle Arkanon.
Yep, so right now it is Judge, Arkanon, and Maxwell 1, 2, 3. Going to have Jeremiah Wagner in the 4th spot, Cameron Bodden back in 5th.
That is a great field right there, and Cameron Bodden doing a great job as well. You know, he is... Whoa! Connor Maxwell, I saw him taking that corner a little too sharp, and sure enough, he collected those tires, and I hope it didn't throw it out on the course for everybody else.
Look at Arkanon working that inside, all the way up on that inside clip. Nothing there. He's going to try and get a run up on Bo Judge coming down this front stretch. Bo Judge, as you say, Mr. Clean, not making any mistakes, not giving him any leeway.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here holding his line. But Kyle Arkanon, wow, what a performance from him this weekend. Really, really doing a great job representing that R&R Steel crew.
Yeah, you got to look there at Cameron Bodden, also factoring into things. That is the number 1 car. That is Ryder Van Beekem making his way through traffic.
Yeah, that is our current reigning champ out here at CORR. And he has the ability to get up there and get dicing it up with these three. But Kyle Arkanon doing a fabulous job, not that Bo job, but better yet, he's holding off an incredible aggressive Connor Maxwell.
Yeah, Connor Maxwell doing everything he can to try and get around Kyle Arkanon. Kyle Arkanon not even really paying attention to him. He's paying more attention to Bo Judge, trying to make that run on him.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Connor Maxwell's going to have to do something pretty drastic here if he's going to want to put a wheel in on Kyle Arkanon. Kyle Arkanon running great. And like I said, he's doing great all weekend. So we got a race on our hands for sure. And you know that when these cars are this close together, I like what you say when you say they're lockstep together right here for this laps.
Absolutely lockstep together. Come over the big ski jump. Oh, look at that. Maxwell, the outside of Arkanon. Nothing there. Arkanon going to dive down low.
Now Bodden is entering this race because look at this. Bodden, if he was able to get this far ahead of the rest of the field and get on the rear bumper of Connor Maxwell, Bodden's going to have to run clean because I'll tell you right now, if Bodden takes out one of these top 3 drivers, there's going to be some fireworks in the pits afterwards. I guarantee that.
Yeah, Bodden now got his sights set on yesterday's winner, Connor Maxwell. So Maxwell trying to get into it with Arkanon, but he's going to have to start watching his rearview mirror.
Yeah, man. Bodden does have what it takes to get up here and dice it up with our leaders, and he's showing that right here. You know, he is the newcomer to this sport, actually. You know, he didn't have any racing experience. He came out here with an incredibly fast car, and they threw him right here. They threw him right to the piranhas, man. He came out here and started racing pro. Some of the racers didn't like it. You know, as we know, big wreck out there in Glen Helen, taking out Bobby Van Beekem, but right now he seems to be doing just fine. And look at this. He's trying to get a wheel in on Connor Maxwell.
All right, we go to this aerial drone shot of our leader, Bo Judge, being chased by the R&R Steel entry of Kyle Arkanon. Bo Judge working his way through the interior of this course. Hadn't missed a beat since the green flag. Took the lead right off the bat and hasn't looked back.
Bo Judge showing you why he is our points leader right now. He's doing a fabulous job. He's making no mistakes. And he's got that car set up the way that he loves it. And it shows right here. He's doing a great job here around our Firebird Motorsports Park circuit.
It looks like Arkanon slowly creeping in on Bo Judge. Don't forget here, a little bit past the midway point. Oh, and Bodden is pulling off with the number 22 car. Tough break for him.
And he pulled off down the front straightaway, so I don't think he made any contact with anything or anybody, but we have yet to see that as it remains as we go. But for right now, he's off to the sideline.
Well, that car's getting double the miles on it this weekend. He's doing double duty in multiple classes with the same car. So you got to wonder if the wear and tear finally took its toll on it.
And that's fully possible. I'm thinking the only thing he's having issues with would be overheating, because that car, as you notice, a little bit different from everybody else's car out here, as predominantly the radiator. If you look at the back of the car, there's no windows in that car. It is all radiator in these top 3 cars. But if you look at Bodden's car, there is no radiator in the rear of that frame.
All right, so the competition caution is out. Bo Judge leading at the competition caution. Kyle Arcanaugh in the second spot. Connor Maxwell in the third spot. And we are going to catch up with our driver who we just got a glimpse of earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Brian. Now, Brian, you just came off your qualifying run. It seems like you had some things going on. Walk me through exactly kind of what happened.
Well, we had a good practice round, but we had no power steering and we had no alternator. So our alternator took a dump, which brings the voltage down. Power steering doesn't work. We have a spare alternator, but it doesn't work either. So we had the guys tow me out there. We charged the heck out of that battery, and we got towed up to the top. And of course, there was a caution. I'm like, oh man, we're going to get under 12 volts, and the ECU's not going to work. But we kept it together for the 3 laps and pulled one. I think we're P4. So I'm stoked with that. And by then, we'll have a new alternator for the race tomorrow.
Well, talking about that, you are sitting behind Bo Judge right now in points, going into your second, going into round 7 and 8. Coming back here in Arizona, Bo is a great driver. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win championships. What do you think you have to do this weekend for round 7 and 8 to be able to take Bo down?
Well, first of all, Bo's a machine, so that's going to be very hard. And the points lead that he's got right now, it would take something pretty spectacular for us to get close to him. Luckily, we're sitting in second in points. We've been the beneficiary of some serious attrition, some serious luck, and we just keep inching our way up here. So super pleased to be up here and blessed to be up here. And if he keeps going, there's no way we'll be able to get him. But if we can get this alternator on, we've got some new changes to this car, so I think we gained a second. If we can keep it together and get some power steering, I think we should be able to get on the box. That's the main goal.
Love that. Well, best of luck to you for this weekend, and back up to you guys in the booth.
And we're back to green flag racing. Bo Judge takes the green. Look at Connor Maxwell diving down low. Nothing there. Arcanaugh shutting the door. Bo Judge leading. Arcanaugh second. Maxwell third.
Yeah, these top 3 are equally matched here for the whole first half. And I have a feeling they're going to do the same thing, but one of them's going to have to do a little something. And if I know who's going to do it, it's Connor Maxwell to the inside of Kyle Arcanaugh right now, trying to make a pass.
All right, so Maxwell all the way to the outside. Arcanaugh down low. Nothing there. Maxwell looking at the inside. Still can't get around him.
Connor Maxwell starting to get impatient, and that's not where you want to be right there. If you're the one that he's dogging, you've got a race on your hands. And I know that Kyle Arcanaugh feels the pressure of Connor Maxwell.
Yeah, to Arcanaugh's credit, hasn't made a mistake all day. Maxwell not able to capitalize on any mistakes by Arcanaugh thus far.
Well, Connor Maxwell putting a wheel in at the exit of almost every corner right now. That's got to be intimidating to Kyle Arcanaugh. But Kyle Arcanaugh doing a great job, too, of holding his line and not coming into Connor. And Connor also doing a great job of not putting his nose in any jeopardy to where Kyle Arcanaugh can take him out. Here we go. Outside in, once again, as I said. Oh, they do touch this time.
Almost spun Maxwell around over the big ski jump.
Yeah, that was a slight bump, but Connor Maxwell able to recover and not lose too many positions. Kyle Arcanaugh with a little bit of a slip up right there. And Kyle Arcanaugh can afford no mistakes right now. He's got to run the race of his life, because if he makes one mistake, I promise you Connor Maxwell will capitalize on it.
All right, so Bud Judge out leading. Haven't talked about him much. Couple of car length gap over Kyle Arcanaugh. Right now the battle is for second. We've got Connor Maxwell on the hunt, trying to get around Arcanaugh. Laps ticking away. Only about 2 remaining out here.
Connor Maxwell trying alternative lines. He went way wide down the front straightaway, and he's doing the same thing right now down the back straightaway. And you know what? That's what you have to do. You have to take a different line. If you follow Kyle Arcanaugh's line on an equally prepared car, you're going to do the same thing. What a great race so far. And man, oh man, Connor Maxwell, you've only got one more lap. You got to make it happen.
Yeah, over that big step up. Arcanaugh feeling the pressure.
Oh no!
Maxwell taking himself out. Going to back up into traffic. Wow. Looked like Maxwell came in hot, looped it around. It looked like everybody was able to avoid him when he backed back onto the course. White flag out for Bo Judge. Kyle Arcanaugh in second.
Well, that's going to hand the final position on the podium to Wagner.
I believe Brian McCormick now.
All right, well, yeah, let's see. Here it is. Here's a replay of what Connor Maxwell did. He come in a little too tight there. And, he was already around before he got collected into the tires. Now, here's where the mistake was. He had to back up. And, by then, it's already too late. And thank gosh he did not get into incoming traffic and collect anybody else.
So Bo Judge out front. Final lap. Trying to take a big victory here. Been on the podium at every round so far this season. Arkanon second. McCormick in the third spot.
Man, he just ran his own race, and there he is down the front straightaway. He wags the tire in the air, taking the Maxxis tire checkered flag. It's Bo Judge.
Kyle Arkanon in the R&R Steel entry going to be second. Brian McCormick in the third spot. Lucas Sweetland. And it looks like Cameron Bodden going to round out our top 5.
Wow, what a race. And man, I got a lot of love for Connor Maxwell and everything that he does. But, man, what a huge mistake Connor Maxwell made right there at the end.
Yeah, that was a big loop, pushing it, trying to make the pass, and just nothing there. And we're going to come back with our podium finish and return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with StarStream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like StarStream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer, and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With StarStream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the StarStream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Right there, you see 3 cars. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Those are our top 3 finishers in Pro Side-by-Side. And Mark Wright, along with Jim Beaver. Mark, what can you say? That was actually, by Pro Side-by-Side standards, probably the cleanest race we've had all season.
That was super clean. Every competitor did a great job out there. Brian McCormick, staying patient out there, was able to get another podium for the season. And that's what he needs if he's going to want to make that. If he wants to try to give Bo Judge a run for the points, he's second in points. And this third place finish for Brian McCormick is a great job to pick up some points. But the man of the weekend, I think, that is the thing we really need to talk about, is Kyle Arkanon out there. He has been consistent all weekend. So my hat's off to Kyle Arkanon. Great job.
That brings us to our Rugged Radios Pro Side-by-Side results. It was Bo Judge, Kyle Arkanon, Brian McCormick, your top 3. Lucas Sweetland, Cameron Bodden in the 5th spot. Tyler Herzog, Connor Maxwell, Jeremiah Wagner in the 8th spot. Kelton Penrod and Ryder Van Beekum rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, it was incredible. Bo Judge led it from wire to wire. Once he got out front, there was no looking back for that young man. And you know what? Everybody wants to know how those tires perform. Well, look, there it is. That's how those desert tires work for Bo Judge.
Yeah, well, Bo Judge, I mean, like we said, he's been on the podium every single round, one of the most consistent drivers in the class, and that's why he continues round in, round out to extend his points lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, man, super consistent, Mr. Clean. He just races so clean. He's a champion, man, and he is great to watch. And, every time I look at that car, and then once he told me about all the changes that he made to that car, it's one of those things you can't unsee what you know now. And that car just suits his style perfectly and does a great job with it.
Well, talking about this pro side-by-side race and probably one of the cleanest, fastest races we've had all season, our top 3 drivers are standing by with Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. You're absolutely correct. It was one of the fastest, cleanest races that we've seen. We're going to talk to you, Brian McCormick, taking that 3rd place spot. We keep talking about consistency. Earlier this week for the rounds 7 and 8, we talked about that, and you said you just need to show up, you need to be consistent, and that is why you were sitting 2nd in points. I know yesterday didn't happen for round 7 the way that you wanted, but you were able to come back and get a 3rd place here. Walk me through your entire weekend for 7 and 8.
Well, the weekend started out great with a flat tire. First time we didn't do a hot pit, so we just watched it from the top. It was interesting to watch. And today we lucked out again with a product of attrition, and they just kept falling off one by one, and I just kind of just kept at it, and here we are again. So I'm just super stoked to be here.
Well, it's good to see that, and it's one of the vet moves knowing that you have to go all the way to the checker. You never know what's going to happen, especially in these temps that we're having right now in Arizona. We see a lot of overheating, seeing a lot of belts being broken just because of the conditions we're racing in right now. Is there anybody that you'd like to thank for rounding this out for round 8 for you?
Yeah, the good Lord above for another safe weekend. My wife and kids, Cam and Bubba for the endless work that they do. TJ Racing for Seavers and all them for everything that they do. And Hoosier Tires, 12 West Racing, or 12 West Brewery, Arizona Solar Wave. Everybody, thank you.
Wonderful. Hop up on number 3 for me. Taking the 2nd place, we've got Kyle Arkanon. Now, Kyle, in that first little jump, you went from 4th to 2nd right away. I know you had a battle throughout the rest of the race, obviously, Comp Yellow. The battling that was happening between 1, 2, and 3 for the beginning of the race was incredible. It was kind of a ballet and dancing out there. It was who was going to go where, but you were able to pick the correct lines. This is another podium for you for this season, adding some more points, especially with Brian and Bo right there, too. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, it was an awesome race out there today. My car was running great. Yesterday, it seemed like the story of my life this season. I was have issues on Saturday and be good on Sunday. And yesterday we were having gearbox issues with the steering right out the gate, so I was fighting that. And but today, no, it was a lot of fun. We were just driving, just trying to drive the track the best we could, and my car did good. And PPI and Brian and a bunch of other people been helping me out for today. So yeah, the car ran great and everybody kept it clean, so it was a lot of fun.
Nice job. Anybody else you need to thank for round 7 and finishing out our weekend here at Firebird Motorsports Park?
Yeah, I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe for sure, because it gets pretty messy out there sometimes. Him for sure watching over me. The boys at Arco Landscaping for holding down the fort and working while I'm gone. The R&R Steel crew, they do so much for me, helping out, helping keep my car, helps bring my car to the track. All that, they do so much for me. My girlfriend for letting me come out here all the time and spend so much time away from her. And so thanks for putting up with me. And then Daniels on Off-Road, PPI Tuning, G-Force Racing, and that's pretty much it.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job rounding out round 8 here. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking that top spot over here, we've got Bo Judge once again. Now, Bo, you're showcasing why you're the veteran, why you've won multiple championships across many different series. You held your own, you held your lines. There was a lot of things happening behind you in 2nd and 3rd. I just do want to know, what was your spotter letting you or telling you, especially going into Comp Yellow, having that little downtime and then coming out of that?
I mean, first of all, right off the get-go, when I'm pulling onto the track, he could see a pretty good line right through the middle of turn 1. So he was kind of thinking that if I could just hold on the outside of Connor, that I could maybe drag race him all the way down to turn 2. But luckily, I just got a good jump on the start. I've got some drag racing backgrounds and always been good on the light, so I got a good jump on him and was able to clear him going into turn 1. So then at that point, I just was hitting all my marks, and he's just giving me, good, letting me know he's coming up the inside +2. So I'm just kind of blocking a little bit, and just to where I could get that +5 gap, and then I can start opening up my turns and driving how I want. And pretty much that's how the rest of the race went. Even up to the competition yellow, it seemed like I got a pretty good jump. And going into 2, he was saying +3 on the inside, and I don't know, I just got hooked up coming over the ski jump, and next thing you know, it was +5, and I got it up to 10 and just kind of stayed there and just had a good, clean race.
Well, you've done it here. I know that a lot of different people have been skeptical about the desert tires, but you said, hey, it's BFG. I know exactly what I want to do. We also talked to Daniel Hearn earlier, and he was saying the same thing, that those tires really hook up, especially for the conditions that we saw for round 7 and 8. It was a little slick, it's a little dry, and it's drying out more than we thought. So good choice on that. Anybody else you want to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. Like what he was saying, it's like it was starting to become a desert race out there. I mean, the ruts were getting so deep and the holes were getting big, so I was totally happy with my tire choice. But yeah, just BFG, Elka suspension, my girlfriend Haley, my son Braden for spotting for me. It's just all family, it's family. Congratulations to the other two podium guys. We're all 1, 2, 3 in points, and you're showing that this is why.
Well, I love that, but I do have something else for you. Looking at this, you do get the Maxxis Fast Lap Award right over here. Let's just show everybody that one. That is for you. And you guys know I like giving numbers, so your fast lap right here, 54.314. So that was your fastest lap out there, looking really nice. Love that, Bo.
I always have a plan what I'm going to say, but I always get off. But I really like to say thanks to CORR. It's like I do other, desert racing stuff, but if it wasn't for CORR, I wouldn't have a short course track to go to. So I appreciate Jennifer and Jason and Tim. Tim has to listen to us all complain all the time. I was even complaining to him this weekend that they put the wrong transponder on my car. There's no way I got 6, and he's going, dude, you got 6. And I'm just like, so no, it was good. We laughed about it after, and but yeah, it's just I appreciate Jennifer, Jason, Tim, all the crew guys, the tractor guy, the water guy. He always comes by and says hi. This is a great series to race.
Well, you've done it here, and if you know anything, this is a vet guy that is telling you that this is a great series to race. We want to see some more out there. Bo, nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Side-by-Side. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, Bo Judge, class act, and just a veteran racer. I've known Bo a long time, and one of the baddest dudes on the track. Doesn't matter if it's desert, short course, GP-style racing. That dude can wheel. Also, a very accomplished co-driver.
Well, we talk about some of the legends, some of the greats in off-road racing. I remember when I was getting into it, the first place I actually ever saw a race like this of any sort was at Parker, and I met, Roger Mears, Larry Ragland, all kinds of great drivers, your dad. Everybody was incredible. And, I just fell in love with off-road racing and had my stars. Well, you know what? Now that I'm part of off-road racing and I look over, I have to say I'm a fan. I'm a little fanatic over Bo Judge. I really dig his driving style, and I am a fan, Bo Judge.
Well, I'm a fan of a lot of racers out here, and one of the ones I'm the most, biggest fan of is our SR1 racers. We are shifting gears. We're going to go SR1 racing out here at Firebird. That's right. We're going to be banging gears, rear-wheel drive, backing it in, high winding, what do they say, 14,000 RPM? Yeah, that's coming at you. And, one of the families and one of the organizations that makes SR1 racing happen. It literally would not happen without them. It's also one of our partners here in the CORR series, Weller Racing. And earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with Jason Weller.
All right, down here with Jason Weller. Now, Jason, not only do you race in SR1, but you also are sponsoring this class. You sponsor a lot of things that happen here at CORR throughout the last few years. From your perspective, not as a driver, but as somebody who sees what can happen for the series, what can happen for short course, how do you feel about everything?
Yeah, we definitely went through a little hard time where we didn't have any racing here at all. So when CORR stepped up and they wanted to get it going again, it's like, man, we almost lost it for good. So we were first there. What can we do? Let's get our people involved. Let's build it back again. And we got all the SR1s out here. Really cool that they let us bring the class in, and really cool group we have here. It seems like everybody's having fun, and it seems like every race we go to, the people are showing up, and it's getting bigger, and we're just excited to be here and excited to be part of it. So.
Well, and I love that. I just had a moment to talk to Scott Webster a little bit ago, and he said, I absolutely love being here for SR1s. When we see you guys go out there, it's such a fun class, and it's something that, everybody can be able to come out and join. So we love this. Jason, thank you for being a part of this. And you guys in the booth, I know that Mark Wright definitely wants to probably get in an SR1. Come out here, Mark. Here's your chance to go do that. Back to you guys.
All right, SR1s are rolling out, including yesterday's winner, the man we just caught up with, Jason Weller. He is going to be on the pole position today in SR1 as that Jones Ford pace truck, bringing him out into the arena.
Yeah, as you said earlier, I said I was a big fan of Bo Judge. You said it right there. You said, what I'm a fan of is SR1. And, look at this field. I've been longtime friends with everybody in here, and I, too, am a fan of every single one of our SR1 racers.
That brings us to our R&R Steel Racing SR1 points. Paul O'Brien, 280 points. He is our leader. Scott Webster, man, he has come on strong as of late, 17 points back. Brandon Kilgore, little mistake yesterday, cost him a few points. He's 20 back, but let me tell you, this points championship, still a lot of points on the line with 3 rounds remaining, including today. Larry Hayes there, Steven Arlia, Sammy Nino, Jason Weller, Christopher Redden, Robert Gutierrez, and Greg Baum rounding out your top 10 in points. Right now, though, it's about that trifecta of O'Brien, Webster, and Kilgore. Who's going to be able to bring it home?
Yeah, Jason Weller able to get P1 here for today because he won yesterday, but he's well off the points chase. So we have to really watch everything that happens as he starts in P1 there on row 1 on our Liquid Molly starting grid. It's also next to him. Paul O'Brien will be on row 1 with Jason Weller. Scott Webster right behind him in row 2, and he's the one that can make the run for the points. Robert Gutierrez in there in row 2 with him. But Brandon Kilgore, as you said, a little bit of a mistake getting him well back into the field in row 3. Christopher Redden in there will be right next to Brandon Kilgore, and Greg Baum will end off this field of 7 riders. Or drivers, rather.
One of the interesting things going to be to watch, especially this first lap or 2 with these SR1s, rear-wheel drive. They are not all-wheel drive like all the other side-by-sides. We got a little moisture into the track. They put a little water down. It was getting dusty. It's a little bit tougher in an SR1 as you see those slick spots there to get through them because they're rear-wheel drive. So these drivers are going to have to tiptoe through that first lap or 2 until a groove really starts to get formed. So be watching these drivers because those first 2 laps are going to be really crucial.
First 2 laps for sure, but I would almost even push it back and venture to say almost into the 3rd lap. But, they'll learn it really quick. The top 4 drivers that we mentioned out here, they are all veterans in the SR1. They know how to drive them. They have driven them in much muddier conditions. I promise you that. So they do know how to keep these cars in a line. And it's very hard because even in any condition, these cars are so powerful and so torquey. You can be in first gear and you just literally accelerate and the car is going to want to come around. So the thing is, the balance between throttle, position of your wheel, and where direction you're going is extremely important in these cars. More than any other race vehicle that I know of, you have to have it just right.
Well, Jason Weller flying yesterday. O'Brien there on the outside of row number 1. One to watch. He's been bad fast all season long. Green flag flying. Jason Weller taking us to green.
Perfect start by everybody in there. Jason Weller's going to probably get the whole shot coming out of turn 1, but no, Paul O'Brien is the whole shot down the front, the back straightaway rather, and Jason Weller and Paul O'Brien door to door. And Paul O'Brien, he wants a little redemption from yesterday because he straight up got whooped yesterday by Jason Weller.
Oh, that is the number 83 there, Robert Gutierrez, up and over the embankment. Remember, these cars don't have reverse. We saw that come into play yesterday.
Yeah, when just watching it right there, that Gutierrez car just accelerated over that stack of tires because that's all he can do if he wants to get back into this race in action.
Lots of mud being slung every which way. Paul O'Brien leading us. Jason Weller in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, they really have to dance just right and they have to accelerate just right. But these guys have so much experience in these cars, they know exactly how to accelerate in muddy conditions included.
All right, down in front of the grandstands, this one slated for 10 laps.
Well, I've said it over and over again. Paul O'Brien, if he gets out front, he's hard to get around, and they're hard to get back in. But and this is one of those examples. You saw Jason Weller winning it yesterday, but Jason Weller is even having a hard time reeling in Paul O'Brien.
Brandon Kilgore had that big spin yesterday, got tangled up in the barrier. Dropped him down a lap, really hurt him in the points. Oh, little bump in there.
These drivers have so much respect for each other. I absolutely...
That Weller spun around. Right in that slick spot I was talking about earlier. Oh, we got the number 9 also spun around. That is Christopher Redden.
I wouldn't be surprised if Christopher Redden stalled the car trying to avoid Jason Weller.
So a couple big spins here early on. No caution yet, which is good. Staying green flag racing. It's O'Brien leading, Kilgore in 2nd as we got a replay.
So you can see Redden to the inside of Brandon Kilgore. Brandon Kilgore is going to make it around the corner clean, but Jason Weller spins around. And look at that. I bet you that's exactly what happened. Redden stalled the car. And I was probably going to attribute that because these cars, some of them have a hand clutch, some of them have a foot clutch. If you don't grab that hand clutch at the right time, you'll stall the car out just like that.
Yep. Tough break there for Redden, though. Had to check up for Jason Weller. So we are going to get another picture as Brandon Kilgore spins, man, spinning. And I told you this course is going to have some moisture. It's going to be a little tough for the first few laps.
You know, I talk about these guys knowing how to run these cars in slick conditions included, but they also know how to run slick conditions on this track. So these are mistakes that they normally don't make like that. Brandon Kilgore for sure, but, you know, every one of them has to deal with these slick conditions, and they got to be it just right. They have to have everything just right going into a corner.
All right, so current running order through about 3 laps is O'Brien, Weller, Kilgore, Webster, and Redden. As we get a shot there, that was Kilgore just looping it around a little bit. Might have been the same corner yesterday he got looped in.
It might be, and Jason Weller able to capitalize and pick up one more position that he lost on his loop. A lot of dust up here. It was seeing if there was anything going on, but here we go. Paul O'Brien still out front, and it looks like Jason Weller was able to regain second place behind Paul O'Brien.
That big jump there for Jason Weller. Looks like some rock starting to form in that corner.
Brandon Kilgore back on the loud pedal, though, and I love the way these cars sound. Sounds like we're at Laguna Seca watching a street bike race.
Weller in the 18, starting to pick his way through this down in front of the grandstands. O'Brien leading, Weller second, Kilgore third, Webster fourth.
The old man having a hard day here on this Sunday. All the way back to fourth place. But, man, that's going to probably put a dent in his point standings. But Jason Weller not in the point standings for the rest of the season, but he is doing a fabulous job. And, you know, regardless of points or not, he's a competitor. He wants to win. But, man, I've said it. Here it goes again. Paul O'Brien, if he gets out front like this, you probably aren't going to catch him. So we're going to hope for something here on the restart.
Yeah, we will have the competition caution flying here in about another lap. Going to get everybody bunched up, give him another shot at Paul O'Brien. Thus far, he's been perfect.
Less than a second separating our top 3 drivers, Kilgore, Weller, and O'Brien. So that tells you if they get that position, any one of these cars, the top 3 cars that are out front right now, could win this race.
Kilgore down in front of the podium. Webster, Redden there. Redden with that stall earlier. Moved him back a few spots.
Yeah, Redden shows promise out in this class. Does a great job, and right now he's on the 6 of Scott Webster. And Scott Webster so far running pretty much an uneventful race. And I know he's just glad to be out here racing, but I know Scott Webster is still very competitive. Look at this. Jason Weller able to bridge that gap that they had, Paul O'Brien and Jason Weller. I told you Jason Weller might want to get back up front well before this competition caution comes out.
Well, this was the race yesterday. It's going to be a race again today. O'Brien going to have any semblance of lead cut here as the mandatory competition caution is going to be flying this time by. It is out. So it's going to be O'Brien and Weller 1-2 on the restart, followed by Kilgore, Webster.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Paul O'Brien's spotter has said, hey, man, you got Jason Weller right behind you, so you better pick up the pace.
Well, speaking of Scott Webster, earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with him.
Down here with Scott. Now, Scott, you are 13 points behind O'Brien as we go into round 7 and 8. Coming back down here to Arizona is very, very hot, but you know what it takes to get on the podium. We've been chatting all season long, and I love talking to you out there. So what do you think it's going to take to get those the top spot again, or even get on the podium and add some more points to the season?
Well, to make up these points, I'm going to have to qualify well. I've got to, and with this class, everybody's so tight, so it'd be nice to be up front. To me, that's the key. I've got to qualify good, get in that front row, and then hopefully the car count's high, and we can push Paul back maybe 3 or 4 positions and gain, because it's 13 points is a lot to make up.
Well, and talking about that, yeah, we're here again for round 7 and 8, but we still have 9 and 10 next month happening as well. So 4 more rounds to be able to close out the season for you. What are your predictions for the rest of the season? Like you said, great qualifying time and then obviously consistency.
Just do the best that I can. I hope I can take first and hope Paul is back around 4th or 5th. I don't see that happening, but that's what I need.
I love that. And don't worry, I always get speechless too, because you're thinking about this and you're just like, I know what I got to do and I know what I got to do. But this is probably a man who doesn't want to jinx himself, so I totally get that from you. We're going to see what happens in the second half of this race.
Well, Scott Webster, definitely one to watch in the second half of this race, that's for sure. Currently sitting 4th, right outside the podium. He is in this big points championship hunt, though, so we're going to see how things shape up and what he's got left in the tank. We got 4 of the top drivers in the sport looking for those top 3 spots, so it's going to leave one odd man out. Who is that going to be? We will find out here in about 4 laps.
Well, one thing I'd love to see right now is Jason Weller bridging the gap with him and Paul O'Brien, so I have a feeling that the second half it's going to come down to Paul O'Brien as they take the green flag, but Jason Weller is going to chase him down into turn 1, and look at this, Brandon Kilgore already giving Jason Weller a little nudge in turn 1 as they come down the back straightaway.
Yeah, rubbing his racing here in SR1s. Look at that. Kilgore taking a higher line than everybody else. Everybody kind of cycling through.
Jason Weller saying that he's had to get his learning edge back, and looks like it's all back because getting right there on the bumper of O'Brien, that takes a lot, because O'Brien is one of the winningest drivers out here in SR1. So Jason Weller looks like he found his stride, looks like he hit his stride, and now he better make it work if he's going to want to get around Paul O'Brien.
Yep, O'Brien now starting to get a little bit of a lead. It looked like Kilgore there kind of coming up right behind Weller in that corner. Weller now chasing down O'Brien. 3 SR1s in the air at the same time. Gotta love it.
Yeah, and I love it when they hit the rev limiter like that. It just sounds so incredible to hear that valve float like that. It's incredible to hear that sound.
So Weller really trying to get a run on O'Brien here, all the way almost to the back bumper. Trying to get slingshotted out here. Man, O'Brien not being able to pull Weller. I mean, Weller is right there.
Yeah, Jason Weller, I have not seen you race like this in a long time, and I'm so ecstatic that Jason Weller is doing a great job here this weekend.
Yeah. O'Brien protecting the bottom. Oh, and Kilgore with another loop. This is not his weekend. 3 loops on the weekend for Kilgore. 2-in-1 race.
Well, I think he hit the back of Jason Weller there. Jason Weller was set in the corner, and I think Brandon Kilgore came in a little hot and actually hit the rear wheel of Jason Weller.
So O'Brien and Weller now. It's going to be Webster taking over that 3rd spot. Going to be a little bit ways back. Only a couple laps remaining. We're going to see if Weller can hunt down Paul O'Brien.
Tough break for Brandon Kilgore now. He has to regroup and get himself back out here, but it is already too late. It's after the competition caution, and right now Jason Weller's got to just chase down Paul O'Brien. Here's that replay, and I do believe that Brandon Kilgore got right in the back of Jason Weller. Watch right here. Boop. That little nudge was enough to send Brandon Kilgore around. That's why we say these cars are not very stable.
No, that was just a racing incident there, and Kilgore got turned around. Oh, look at Weller all the way to the bottom, trying to get creative here to get around O'Brien. Oh, look at that! What a move by Jason Weller! Wow! Jason Weller over Paul O'Brien. White flag out. O'Brien scratching his head going, what just happened?
He ain't having it, though. I know Paul O'Brien, he's going to do everything he can to chase down Jason Weller. Jason Weller, though, look at this, trying to edge over to not give Paul O'Brien the line. Some smart racing's going to have to happen here. He's only got 1 lap to hold Paul O'Brien at bay.
Wow, what a pass. That might have been the pass of the weekend that we've seen. Jason Weller trying to make it perfect on the weekend, as we're going to get another shot of this. Weller with the outside all the way to the bottom. And look at that, O'Brien leaving the door open. Weller sneaking by as clean can be. Great racecraft by Jason Weller.
Well, remember I was telling you, turn 6 is another turn that can win or lose the race. You have to enter it right, you have to exit it right. And right there, Jason Weller entered it right, exited it right there.
Weller now working his way around on this final lap. O'Brien gonna have to settle for second spot. Max's checker flag's out for Jason Weller. Paul O'Brien, the bridesmaid yet again this weekend. Scott Webster bringing it home in the third spot. It looks like it will be Brandon Kilgore with a spin coming back in fourth. Wow. SR1s, it becomes the most exciting race of the weekend every single time.
I mean, it's been that in the history of off-road racing. And like I said, I remember coming out here and seeing 40 of these just one after another, watching the great Corey Weller out here as well. And Honey Badger do the same thing that we just watched. But as we said, that is the newest car built by Weller Racing right there. And Jason Weller says he's back in stride. He's got it, and he just showed you why.
All right, we are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, it'll be podium interviews here with SR1, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the front down group up. That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright calling the action, and action it was. Talking about SR1s, and that one was exciting start to finish. Jason Weller with the pass of the weekend to get around Paul O'Brien with one to go. And Mark, I mean, that one was had us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, Jason Weller actually set that pass up a turn prior. By the way that he took the turn, he whipped into that turn, it gained him a couple spots, and what that was able to do is give him the momentum to go well outside there in turn 6, turn, accelerate. Paul O'Brien went out, and he was able to tighten that corner up and make the pass super clean. That was an incredible off-road pass by Jason Weller to get around Paul O'Brien.
Brings us to our Rugged Radio's SR1 results. Jason Weller with the top spot. Paul O'Brien, your points leader, in second. Scott Webster in third. Brandon Kilgore just outside the podium in fourth. Greg Baum, Christopher Redden, and Robert Gutierrez rounding out the field.
Yeah, what a great race this was for the weekend. As you said, I said, well, that was a great race. You said, hey, always are. You know what? You're right. They always are, and that was great to see. Jason Weller up on top. I know he's going to be really happy with his finish. And I know Paul O'Brien, great sportsman out there, and he's going to just, congratulate. He's going to congratulate Jason Weller, I guarantee it.
Yeah, it's just a great weekend by Jason Weller overall with the weekend sweep in SR1. And speaking of weekend sweeps, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our top 3.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Scott Webster. Now, Scott Webster, I feel like you're always at the right place at the right time to capitalize on a few mistakes from the other competitors. I know that you said consistency was key, that you needed to be able to get these points, and that Paul was a little bit ahead of you, but you are doing it, sir, showcasing what SR1s can do. Tell me about round 8.
I don't like being at the right place at the right time. I got to learn to drive. My God. These guys just flat out left me. Kilgore handed this one to me. It was a tough track. I was so slow compared to these guys.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Obviously, the track just got watered down before you guys headed out there. It was really slick. The guys in the booth said it takes about a few laps to figure out really what's going to happen, especially with the SR1s in this one. You seem to do it, though, and I know you don't necessarily want to be at the right place at the right time, but you've done it. So who would you like to thank?
Thanks to my wife, Susie, my family, all the friends that come out and support me. I really, really appreciate it. Weller Racing, for all what they do for this class. Maxxis Tires, CORR, everything you guys all do to give us a place to race. We're very appreciative of that. Network Automotive, Network Collision, Network Glass.
Wonderful. Well, I love that. We do have 2 more rounds in just a few weeks over there. You got time to prepare for that one.
Yep, that's right. All right. I want to throw it out to my spotter, too. He did a great job. Cam, he did awesome for me.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations on this weekend. Heading right over here, Mr. O'Brien, we need to talk about what happened with that. I know that you were not on the side of that pass that you wanted to be, but was there something that you checked up, or because you kind of left that door open there for Jason?
Jason got back in this class this year, and I knew he could get up to speed. I'm happy just to run with Jason and these guys. A few years ago, I really haven't raced Jason a ton in this class, some of the other guys, but I knew he was coming, and he's raced his car long enough. When you're in front, you're kind of hyper-focused on not getting past. When you're behind, you can kind of open it up, and you can see how the track changes. So I was too conservative, but I'm also in the points lead, and one ride in the fluff to the wall could have put me further back. So, a little conservative, but doesn't take anything from Jason. He's flying, so, I look forward to racing him more.
Well, we tell everybody that was a true vet move, knowing that you're in the points lead. All you need to do is keep adding those points. We got 2 more rounds over there. Nice job on that. Is there anybody that you want to thank for round 8 here at Firebird Motorsports Park?
Yeah, just my wife. She it was hot out here, so we went light, so we didn't have the amenities we normally have, so we got through it. Really had a great weekend, though. Regardless how hot it was, the track really wasn't that bad. We kind of expected the track to be like yesterday, and it wasn't. So we slid around quite a bit, but that's how, that was always my weakness. So now, I can drive a little better than that. So it helped. I have some friends that came out just to watch the race. They paid to come in just for one race, so thanks to them. CORR, keep at it. Hopefully you guys can keep this going, and I'll keep racing as long as Scott's been racing. and just all the fans for coming out. It's been a long weekend, so Calvin, the track crew, it's got to be hot out there. Thanks.
You're welcome. Nice job. I know that everybody said this SR1 race today was stellar, so congratulations. And heading over to Jason Weller. Jason, you were on the positive side of that pass move right with the last few turns going into there. I know that you got a great spotter in your ear, obviously letting you know. You did mention for round 7, it's been taking you a little bit to get back to this because you've been racing a different class, a different style vehicle. Tell me about how round 8 was for you.
Yeah, it was yesterday with the track was great, and today it was definitely a lot more wet. So we went to take off, and it's just spinning, going into turn 1. Paul's on the outside, and it's just not hooking up. So I basically had to just chill out the first few laps, and then once you start feeling the traction or searching for traction, you can start figuring it out. But it's really easy to throw it away, when you're first wet track like that in your first couple laps. So just kind of made my time the first couple laps, and then started picking it up. And I was like, once you kind of smell that and feel that, you're like, I'm catching him, I'm faster. And then you start reeling him in, and it just kind of makes you even faster. And I started feeling that. And yeah, he's really good. He doesn't mess up, and it's real hard to just find a spot to get him, And I started setting him up, and I'm like, that last turn, he's kind of taking different lines every time. I don't think he's real comfortable there. So sure enough, he went wide, and I was like right there. And then I'm sure he ate a bunch of roosts. Sorry about that. But I had to take it. I wanted to go for the win. So also thinking about these guys with the points and stuff, just trying to have fun out here. But, man, that's the coolest feeling ever. And I'm just happy to be doing it, happy to be out here. These wins aren't easy to get. And 2 this weekend, I'm grateful for our whole team out here that makes it happen. Weller Racing, Phoenix Dent Repair, Jeff and Vicky cook for us all weekend. Every race we go to, they show up and make us a home and feed us and make a cool environment. So huge thanks to them. If you guys have a paintless dent and needs repaired, call up Phoenix Dent Repair. But Weller Racing, my spotter Corey, Tim, Braden, all our fans, CORR for doing this, and thanks, guys.
Well, it's a very methodical move on your part for that, and I love seeing that. And today we're implementing the Maxxis Fast Lap Award for you. So, sir, you are the recipient of this. I'm going to give you your times. So we wrote it down for today, Fast Lap 57.675. And even yesterday, before we did that too, for round 7, you were at 57.812. So a little faster today. So nice job on that. Congratulations to you guys right here. Such a great class to watch. One of the best passes that we saw all weekend long. Nice job. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and well deserved by Jason Weller. That was definitely the pass of the weekend. I think Mark and I can both agree on that one.
Man, he set it up. Like I said, he set it up prior. He set it up a corner before. I think he had it planned out. He had to set it up that corner in turn 5. He got his speed into turn 5. Set it up perfectly. Went to the outside of turn 6 and executed it and got around Paul O'Brien.
Yeah, well, I mean, great to wrap up SR1s. We've got one race yet remaining out here. We're bringing the V8s. We're going to bring the horsepower. It is going to be pro lights out on track here, Mark.
I mean, if you've been out here and you say, hey, I love short course racing, but I really want to see the trucks, well, now is your opportunity, man. And these trucks, it is incredible to hear these V8s getting crazy out here on the same track you just saw the SR1s, and you think to yourself, these are V8 Pro Light trucks, and look at this in our championship chase. Johnny Holter in our R&R Steel Pro Light points will lead with 261 points. Tobias Chevalier, 36 points off. Tony Chris out there with 5 points behind. Michael Funk out here with 102, but I don't think a lot of these people will make it here in the point chase. Nick Brandon, Brian Cannon, Benjamin Kennedy, and look at that, Brent Smith, another announcer out here that you know of like I do, and Dalton Bach. Look at that, Dalton Bach, a crew member out there in the truck that says test on the side for Johnny Holter. And what a great place to be a crew member on Johnny Holter's, and as he turns to you and says, hey, you want to drive my spare truck?
Dalton Bach, he got pretty quick there the last couple laps, so exciting to see that with a Liquid Moly Pro Light starting grid. Johnny Holter on the pole. Tony Chris in the second spot outside row number 1. Newcomer, the rookie, Dalton Bach, inside row number 2. And, I'm going to be excited to see Dalton Bach go here. He was a little bit quicker yesterday the second half of the race after he's kind of getting a feel for things. So I think he might have a little something here.
Yeah, I think so. Take it home, go do your homework, write it down, get it ready, and put it all back together. And, have to apologize to Chris, Tony Chris, because I've been saying it Tony Chris all day. Now, I guarantee that last name is one of those names all the way through school. The teachers mispronounce it. Everybody mispronounce it until you correct them. So I'm going to personally apologize. I had no clue that it was pronounced Chris. So there it is, Tony Chris.
Yeah, well, big thanks for them for passing the note up here to the booth. But Tony Chris in the second spot. Holcher going to go out there, obviously getting more seat time. We're going to see him racing a multitude of series this year, both in off-road and various other disciplines. Johnny Holter just a wheelman. He'll drive just about anything if it's there. So you gotta love Holter's approach to motorsports. If he's got a steering wheel, I'm there.
I like that. I like that he can drive that. I like that off-road racers. And off-road racers. I'm going to say it. I think off-road racers can drive anything, but not everybody can drive off-road. I think that's the big difference.
All right, so Holter going to be bringing us to the green flag. Looking for that to fly. This one's slated for 10 laps.
There's that V8 horsepower as you hear him come out the front straightaway into turn 1. Johnny Holter having to deal with a little slick track.
Look at that, Tony Chris and the test truck sliding up high.
The test truck. I love that. I love seeing this old Tony Chris truck. This is a friend of mine's truck, Mark Pino. And he used to be out here in Arizona, but he moved out there to California. And I can almost guarantee at the Mark Pino household, either in his shop or at home, he's at home watching the race live.
All right, Tony Chris working his way through the inside of this. Uh-oh. Pull it up high, and it looks like Dalton Bach kind of got sucked into that.
Yeah.
Had a chance to make a pass. He was just following the rear bumper.
Yeah, it's one of those situations as you don't want to play follow the leader for sure. Choose your line. If they open the door like that, go inside.
Yeah, so Bach looking at the bottom there of Tony Chris.
In fact, you know what? Looks like we got a race happening between these two. Johnny Holter just checking out. But now the race will be here for second place, and I think this is equally exciting. Look at this. Bach going way wide in turn one.
That turn one is slick. What do you call that, the magnet?
I've been calling it all kinds of things. The black hole of turn one, the gravitational pull. I've been trying to think of it, but man, that turn one all weekend long has been claiming victims over there, just sliding out way wide as they exit turn one. I've never seen it. I've seen it happen, but not like it's happened this weekend.
All right, so Chris being followed by Bach. Bach trying to get around Chris in the number 33. Look at that. Whoa, way wide there. Lots of slickness happening. Guys are having a hard time getting the trucks rotated.
All right, I just figured out what I'm going to call it. I've been calling it the black hole, the gravitational pull. Well, what was that thing that had the beam in Star Wars, the tractor beam? I'm going to call it the turn one tractor beam. Somebody turned it on.
So now back up front with Johnny Holcher, our current leader. He's putting on a clinic out here.
That was a picture-perfect turn, and by that I mean if you were in that corner right there as he's making that roost and you shot that picture, that was a picture-perfect moment.
Going to go up and over this step up like butter.
Yeah.
Holcher just sliding around there.
One of the things that I had to get used to in short course trucks when I first got into it, watching out here right where we're sitting, is I couldn't believe how low these trucks are in contrast to how a desert truck
Oh, look
sat.
at that. Chris, slide up high. We got Bach, a move for second place.
And when you see these trucks as low as they are, you would think they wouldn't land like they do, but they land just like they have plenty of travel. These trucks land just perfect, and they don't jounce, they don't do anything. It's awesome to watch these trucks race.
So Holcher way out front, running that high line there. Big roost coming off the back. We did have a pass for the second spot. Bach getting around Chris.
Love the livery of that truck of Johnny Holcher. Shared with a teammate as well in the Yokohama crew. And we actually got to see that racer out there in Southern California.
Keeping it nice and tight there. The number 44, Johnny Holcher. Getting her swung back around. Almost like a pendulum turn for Johnny between the two of those.
Yeah, now look at that front tire there as it goes into a corner. That tire's going back and forth. And this is where, again, a little bit different from what we say. See the tire actually pulling the truck in and pulling the truck out as he stands on the throttle and gives it the exact amount of throttle that truck needs to negotiate the turn.
Getting it rotated. Nice bunch of practice laps out here for Johnny Holcher.
Johnny Holcher in turn 3, keeping that tight in there, coming within just inches of those tires that are marking that turn 3. Now, I love the way the truck looks in. I hope we stay with the drone right here coming into turn 6. Watch how much that driver's side tire goes back and forth. Check it out. Back and forth, back in, back out. Look at that, just to get that truck to stay on that course.
Big air there for Johnny Holcher. Into turn number 1.
Now, I said it yesterday. I was hoping that Johnny Holcher would come out here in this Pro 2, but I have a feeling it's going to happen today.
All right, up and over the big ski jump. Holcher going to be taking the mandatory competition caution this next time by. Going to get everybody regrouped again. Almost tripling that step up.
He was pretty close right there, and I think he would have been the only vehicle of the weekend to do it, but that was pretty close. These V8s, a little bit more about these trucks. These V8s, they are a spec V8. That means every single competitor in this class that chooses this V8 has the same one. And that means they're limited horsepower. And something that Johnny Holcher let me know in the interview that I did, they actually limit the output of the LS3-based engine in these trucks to only 80% of their capability. So not only are they V8s, but they also limit the output power.
All right, as we get everybody regrouped, we've got a ton of partners here as we wind down the day, but one of our partners that came on board this season are friends with Liqui Moly, and earlier on the season, or this weekend, we were able to catch up with Tyler Herzog. Jim B, we're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park getting ready for the next rounds of racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But right here, I've got Tyler Herzog, who is pulling double duty this weekend. We've got America's Energy and Liqui Moly, as well as behind the wheel of the race car. I mean, tell us a little bit about the involvement in CORR and also your race program.
We love being a part of CORR. We've been around for a couple years now. We used to help do some drone work with them. So lucky to be out here behind the wheel again. America's Energy, we're a distributor in Phoenix. We distribute the Liqui Moly products, and we're excited to just come out, support, be a part of the off-road community, and help everyone just make this a better place.
Well, and I see obviously this car wrap with America's Energy, Liqui Moly. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Feeling really good. This car, it's working great. We did some big suspension changes, and the heat's going to be challenging. During qualifying, we were talking about engine temps, things like that. Shocks have been dialed. The Liqui Moly products in here, those are holding temps good. We don't have any shock fade, so fingers crossed we stay out of the carnage and wait till after the caution, and then we'll let it eat.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for Liqui Moly, America's Energy, as well as Tyler Herzog. Big thanks for Liqui Moly for being supportive out here, as well as AEI, kind of carrying the torch this weekend for Liqui Moly. Tyler Herzog, saw him in the Pro Side-by-Side division. As our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. We're going to have Johnny Holcher going to take us back to green. Going to have about 4 to go. We're going to see if Kreese and Bach got a little something. Look at that. Chris all the way down to the bottom trying to get around Bach. Nothing there for Tony Chris.
Well, this has got to be a great experience for Bach because, as I said, he's a crew member, and now he's going to understand the ins and outs of that truck just a little bit more now that he's been able to be out here at Firebird and put it into the corner. I think he's starting to find his groove.
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. He's going, hey, I want to chase down Boss Man.
Why not? I think if I was Johnny Holcher, though, at this point, I think I would want to race with my crewmate, and I think I would do everything I can to get Bach door to door with him down a straightaway or in a corner. I think that'd be a great thing to do right there. And that's just me. I love racing, and I love racing with my friends, whether they can match me for speed, but I love riding right next to my friends.
All right, so Chris trying to find a way to chase down Bach. Holcher, big gap on the field.
Yeah, Chris, the only true privateer out here in this class. You can see that that race program, I was actually out there at Glen Helen, and I walked over to the pits to check out the truck and tell him, hey, I know Mark Pino, and Mark got mad at me that I didn't know that this was his truck. But, man, I was looking down at his discs that he had, his brake discs that he had on the hats, and they were well out of spec, but he said, I've got to run them one more time. He says, I can't afford another set, so I have to run these right now. So that truck, that is a true privateer effort over there with Tony Chris.
All right, Holcher working his way through. Not quite the gap over the rest of the field that we saw last time, lifting in that inside tire around that corner. Going to come down. Going to have 2 laps to go here for Johnny Holcher.
Just love the way he sets that truck before he even gets in the corner. He's already on the accelerator. He has all his braking done before he even gets to the corner. There it is, all done. Set the truck, and he's on the throttle. Great driving by Johnny Holcher.
Bach quite a bit quicker this this go-around than he was to start the race.
Sure was. Had a whole night to reflect on it, maybe ask Johnny some questions.
Chris now trying to get on the back bumper there of Bach in the number 4.
As long as Bach is watching the temperature gauge, because that's something you heard him say yesterday on the podium. Oh man, I had to call my family back in Wisconsin and say, oh my gosh, it's 100 degrees out here in Arizona. And we're like, 100 degrees? What are you talking about? It's still winter out here.
Look at Holcher down that front stretch, just massive air.
Yeah, that truck definitely dialed in. And he's using this experience out here in Phoenix to to have some more data collection, some data acquisition, if you will, as he returns back to a series where he's going to have to really put the data to use.
Looking strong here. A couple corners remaining for Johnny Holcher, trying to be victorious again.
So an interesting setup on that truck is there's the radiator and the oil coolers and the tranny cooler. He actually still uses a tranny cooler with a heat exchanger in the radiator. Big radiator in the back of that truck with a lot of fans on it.
And it's going to be, look at that, the Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying for Johnny Holcher with a big huck to end things up. Going to take the last victory on the weekend out here. We're going to have Bach holding on for second over Chris in third. Bach going to be really excited about that. Second spot, Tony Chris in the third, grabbing some more of those crucial points in this championship as that Maxxis Tires checkered flag flies for the last time this weekend.
Yeah, great job out here. I know everybody's going to be really happy with it. Let's see what Bach has to say about the temperature today, because I think we got up to an incredible 97 degrees up here, so he might just be melting in that car. Somebody go check on him, make sure that he's not on fire.
Well, we are going to take a short commercial break. It'll be our last one on the weekend, and when we come back, we're going to have our final round of podiums out here for round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've got another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, round number 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park, winding down another amazing weekend of racing action with some of the best in short course in the United States, right there in the shadows of the Wild Horse Pass Hotel and Casino, Mark. And we just got done with Pro Light and Johnny Holcher doing, again, what Johnny Holcher does, just throwing down out here with a 55. I mean, that launch to end things, that huck, I mean, that was a huck.
That was definitely a huck, and I love the fact that that's the word that we use to describe a big jump in a truck. That is a huck.
Yeah, that brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro Light results on the weekend. It was Johnny Holcher with top honors once again, leading it wire to wire with a weekend sweep. His crew member Dalton Bach battling Tony Chris to take home the second spot. Tony Chris taking home those crucial points in that third spot for this points championship hunt.
Man, I can't unsee that beach that you talked about right there. You got the casino in the background and Firebird Beach right there. I can't unsee it now.
Well, talking about our top 3 in Pro Light, here is Tiffany Stone standing by.
Tony, it's so great to talk to you. I know that you were mentioning this being the first season really for you, and you're putting it all together. You're racing and getting some of the best notes and lines and choices from one of the greatest drivers right now in Pro Light with Johnny Holcher. I know that this weekend is about you and being able to grab some more points going into this. How are you feeling about round 8?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. Do some stuff to the truck. Truck's looking a little rough right now. So, but yeah, no, we're feeling good. We're ready to go.
Perfect. I know that we got 2 more rounds to finish off the season in just a few. Obviously, this week was very, very warm. We're probably looking at the same one for rounds 9 and 10. How do you think you're going to be able to mentally get ready for something like that?
Yeah, well, I'm from out here, so I think I'll be all right.
All right. These 2 Wisconsin guys over here are not used to this heat, so you've got an advantage already. Who would you like to thank for round 8?
I want to thank Lawless Mobile Auto Service, Maxxis Tires, Prolific Brewing Company, Cato Motorsports, Highway 85 Creative, and all my friends who helped me out in our garage. Thank you.
Wonderful. Nice job. You can hop up a number 3 for me. Thank you. Heading over here to Dalton. Now, Dalton, I know that you just got the opportunity to come in here, be able to get one of the vehicles or one of the trucks that Johnny has and put some more seat time for you. For somebody that is getting this opportunity and being able to come up here on the podiums for around 7 and 8, how does that make you feel?
I'm pretty astonished. It's pretty fun out there. I've never driven a truck before, and I sent it pretty well, I feel like. And it was really slick out there in turn 4, and I passed Tony there, and I don't know, it was just really slick out there.
Well, it's great to see you out here. I know that we have a few more rounds coming up for you as well. Maybe there's that opportunity for you to be able to do that again, so we'll see what happens for the rest of the season. But for round 8, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank Don and Jennifer Holcher, John, the crew, Brandon, Colton, Ryan. I can't thank them enough for working on the truck at the end of the day yesterday after the mishap. Got it going. It was a little stiffer out there, but I toughed it out.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Hop up on 2 for me. And the man of the hour, Johnny Holcher, another sweep for you in Pro Light, another podium win. Obviously, we seen you just put a clinic showcasing what you can do in the Pro Lights and why you've been a champion before. Talking about round 8, everything was clean. We love seeing that last little huck over here for that checkered flag. Walk us through the weekend.
Yeah, no, it was really good. It was a lot of fun. Just trying to make the best of it with not a lot of trucks being out there. So Dalton and Tony, I was watching them, having fun, smiling. So they put on one heck of a show. But no, it was a great weekend, and I was just cruising around with the slick track. It was like a Sunday drive. So I couldn't do this without my mom and dad, my grandma and grandma, Uncle Jeff, my girlfriend, HBI, Yokohama, Victory Sign, Vision Wheel, R&R Insurance, Shape of You, Scray's Cheese, and everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Well, another thing, you've done it again, Johnny. Fast Lap for the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award for you right over here. Congratulations once again. Obviously, we got 2 more rounds. We're going to see how this shapes up for you. Hop up on number 1, and a big round of applause once again for your top 3 finishers in Pro Light.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, Johnny Holcher there, obviously getting crucial track time, taking some notes, having some good times out there. Love that the Holcher family and their program has brought a multitude of pro lights out here throughout the season. We're thankful to have them out here on site. But, Mark, before we wrap up, what are some of your key takeaways from this weekend?
Well, I really thought that the heat was going to be something that we really had to deal with. I thought we were going to see a lot more cars go up in smoke, having to deal with the heat as they overheated. I did not think that tire selection was going to be as critical as it was this weekend. I knew it was going to be critical. I just didn't think it was going to be this big, and it really was. I think tire selection was huge. Tire PSI, everything. I think everything to do with the tire made the difference today, whether you won or lost.
Yeah, well, a lot of winners this weekend, that's for sure. Had some great moments, and I want to thank everybody tuning in at home on the Racer Network, Racer Plus app, and everywhere else you find our show. We are thankful for all of you and all of your support of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. On behalf of Tiffany Stone and Mark Wright, I am Jim Beaver. We will see you back here at Firebird Motorsports Park April 18th and 19th for our season finale with all kinds of racing and lots of championships to be determined. We'll see you next time.